Chapter 7:12. When the flames burned out, it was shrouded by the dark clouds of death, and everything returned to darkness. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual light passed through, and a wisp of consciousness awoke. It was blurry and he was bewitched. Everything seemed to have returned to a long, long time ago, longer than the North Moon, longer than Li Qingshan, and even longer than Li Er. At that time he didn't have a name yet, and he was at the intersection of his past life and this life. In his mother's womb he curled up peacefully, waiting for the day he was born. He couldn't be sure if he had really been reborn, or if he had transmigrated to another world. Only when he felt the scorching, warm and life-filled liquid around him did he slowly believe that he was still alive. He had won the bet. It turned out that the phoenix's supernatural power could only be used in blazing flames. It wasn't used to attack, nor was it used to defend. It was used for rebirth, just like in the legends. Phoenix's fire, nirvana rebirth. This reminded him of Xianyue. She had the ability to come back from the dead. However, this ability sounded very powerful, but it was not without reason that Gu Yenying had evaluated it as useless. And the phoenix's nirvana could only receive such an evaluation. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't resist, the demon core would most likely be taken away. How could he be reborn calmly? Unless the enemy's strength was far greater than his, he definitely wouldn't let the demon core be separated from his body. It would be too late to separate it when they met face to face, but if they didn't meet face to face there was no need at all. This time, if it wasn't for Mou's curse and the ink stains on his body, he could have retracted his aura and escaped calmly. This was a very special situation, and the probability of it happening again was very small. No matter what, it had helped him escape once and he couldn't ask for more. After all, it was the legendary, eternal life ability, and he had a vague feeling that it wasn't that simple. But what he wanted to know the most was when he would be able to get out of this situation. He wanted to look around but he couldn't open his eyes. He wanted to stretch his arms and legs but he couldn't feel them. Helplessly he discovered that he was also a ball of liquid, and he was in an oval egg, but he wasn't sure if there was egg white and yolk. The so-called, "the more you muddle along, the worse you get," was probably referring to this situation. But after muddling along he became an egg, which was really terrible. Could this be the legendary bastard? Bastard! He cursed in his heart. Even though he did not have a fist to clench and no teeth to bite, he still made up his mind. One day he would go to the Ink Sea to slay a dragon and let the old dragon witness his prowess. He would hang the dragon on the wall as an ornament. The future was bright, but the road was full of twists and turns. Now the only thing left to do was to hatch the eggs. Since he had nothing to do, he could only kill time by letting his mind wander. Abruptly he recalled a saying, "The world is as chaotic as a chicken." Pangu was born in it. He lived for tens of thousands of years. When the world was created, the clear yang was the sky and the muddy yin was the earth. Before the world was created, the world was chaotic like a big egg. Chaos was the beginning of all things, the source of all life. At this moment he'd returned to the primal chaos and was searching for his roots. He was like a towering tree that had turned back into a seed, and he was experiencing the process of germination and growth once more. However, it was absolutely not a mere repetition. After experiencing it once, the tree would definitely grow taller and thicker. Legend had it that after a phoenix was reborn, it would become even more beautiful and powerful. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. He began to circulate the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, and waited for the day he hatched in the form of an egg. Time passed bit by bit. In the depths of the lava, inside the fiery phoenix egg, Li Qingshan felt that he was no longer a ball of chaotic liquid. His body was gradually taking shape, thin bones, tender skin, flowing blood, inch by inch an embryonic form was taking shape. His thoughts were also becoming clearer and clearer, clearer than ever. During this process of reconstructing his body, his divine sense was also being refined. Under the control of his mind, every single bone and every single meridian in this new body was condensed with the most reasonable and perfect structure. It was still very tender, but it contained tremendous potential. However, this was not even the most delightful thing for him. The various conflicts that had existed in his body the entire time had not just been the spirit turtle and the phoenix. The spirit turtle, the ox demon, and the tiger demon were also in a relationship of suppression and suppression. Ever since he reached the 5th layer of the ox demon, suppression had become extremely difficult. Even the ox demon and tiger demon were not actually on good terms with each other. The ox demon was as steady as a mountain, while the tiger demon howled like a fierce gale. How could there not be conflicts and resistance between them? It was just that they did not stand out too much under the greater conflict. Every single transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was an extremely powerful living being, possessing a clear, independent will. The ox demon would not change its determination, while the tiger demon challenged everything. The spirit turtle sank into the abyss, while the phoenix soared in the sky. The more powerful they were, the more prominent their differences and conflicts became. When it gave him power and abilities that surpassed other demons, it also led to great internal friction. As for the demon heart, the ocean pearl, and the divine talisman of great creation that represented different paths of cultivation, they were also filled with conflict and interfered with one another. This was a price that he had to pay. Unless he spent tremendous amounts of time reconciling them, the greater his cultivation, the greater the internal friction would be. Many of the time, once he reached that point in cultivation, he would not even have the opportunity to reconcile them. In other words, he should have been even more powerful. He clearly possessed 100% of his strength, yet he could only unleash 70 to 80% of it. 20 to 30% of his strength was not to be underestimated. If he possessed this in the past, he could have killed Mou extremely easily. In a battle between experts, even a slight difference in strength could be fatal. It was impossible for the Dragon King of the Sea to force him to such a state, as he would fly faster, and the speed at which he purified the ink on his body would be faster too. It would be enough for him to erase his traces and conceal his presence before the Dragon King of the Sea caught up to him, vanishing into the dense forests of the Mist Province. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Once his past body was burnt up in the flames, the body reborn from chaos would still be very young, but it would also be an unprecedented opportunity. Without destruction there could be no construction. He would have the opportunity to find his lost power. The phoenix's nerva was not something he could use to fake his death and escape when he was being hunted down. Instead, it was an even more glorious rebirth. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and forgot about everything else. He prepared for the day he broke out of his shell. Perhaps due to the influence of the flames of the earth he gathered, the eruptions of the volcano above him became extremely frequent. Magma constantly sprayed and flowed, and volcanic ash never dispersed. The phoenix's embryo and the azura field slowly moved upwards before he knew it. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering boom, the volcano erupted once again. Countless scorching hot rocks flew thousands of feet into the sky, arcing through the air and falling into the distance. Among them was an oval phoenix's embryo, which shone with a faint, scarlet light. As the magma around it rapidly dried up, apart from its shape, it no longer seemed any different from regular rocks. Chapter 7:13. The stone egg passed through the black smoke condensed from volcanic ash and shot into the sky. It gradually slowed down and finally, it ran out of momentum and began to fall, falling into the embrace of the earth. With a thump, it struck the grayish-brown earth, creating a great pit. Several hours later, the volcano settled down. The magma slowly cooled down and the volcanic ash settled down. The stone egg lay quietly in the pit. Smack! A droplet of rain landed on the ground. Whoosh! Rain fell from the sky. The rain kicked up a white mist that lingered in the wilderness. When the rain fell into the craters of the volcanoes, it evaporated into smoke. Pillars of white smoke rose up from the volcanoes like beacons. The volcanoes that originally represented terrifying destruction actually possessed a strange, immortal aura right now. However, the air became even more humid and stuffy. When the rain became lighter, more than a dozen figures appeared on the ground. They were all wearing only a pair of jeans and their naked bodies were strong and healthy. Their tawny skin was brightly colored, and it was hard to tell if it was a tattoo or a painting. They were filled with a savage aura. The Mist Province had always been known as the Land of the South, so the people who lived in the jungles of the Mist Province were obviously known as barbarians. The barbarians all carried a basket on their backs and held long poles in their hands. The ends of the poles were metal claws. At first glance they seemed like a group of scavengers, but in reality they were basically the same. However, they were not scavenging rubbish or trash, but rocks that had erupted from the craters of the volcanoes. The scavengers spread out, each guarding a place. They hunched their bodies and widened their eyes as they searched the ground. First, they would use a long pole to grab something and then they would rub it in their hands. If it was an ordinary stone, they would directly throw it on the ground. If it was sparkling, they would reveal a joyful expression and throw it into the basket behind them. This cluster of volcanoes might be a dangerous place of death, but there were plenty of precious ores as well. The metals that had been tempered by the earth fire were materials for forging divine weapons. There were even fire spirit rocks and fire crystals that were priceless. At this moment, A young barbarian discovered a strange item in the distance. The item was only the size of a palm, and it was weightless in his hand. There were some strange patterns on it like it was wrapped in a floral cloth. The strangest part was that the item had not been burned away by fire, nor had it been wet by water. It did not even have a speck of dust on it. Even the barbarians who did not have much knowledge could sense that something was out of the ordinary, and that was the Azura field. The Azura field was not far away from the phoenix egg, and it was also ejected. However, the Azura field could now truly be considered an arcane treasure. Its divine splendor was restrained, and no spiritual energy leaked out. Let alone the bodies of mortals, even ordinary cultivators might not be able to see through its effects. Come here, come here. What's this? The young barbarian shouted loudly. Although his tone was strange, the language he used was no different from that of Qing province. Although this world was much larger than Earth, there were not as many languages. Even the demon race used the same language. A group of barbarians gathered around and expressed their opinions on the Azura field, but none of them could tell what it was. Someone suggested that the young barbarian tear it open and take a look. Perhaps there was something good hidden inside. The young barbarian didn't want to do it. He was afraid that it would be torn apart, but he couldn't resist the urging of the people around him. He pulled a little, and the Azura field naturally didn't move at all. The crowd roared with laughter, laughing at him for not even being able to open a cloth bag. How useless. All of you shut up. The young barbarian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to pull. However, the Azura field still didn't move, and the laughter became even more intense. Let me do it. The strongest barbarian snatched the Azura field. His face was red from holding it in, but the result was the same. In the end, a few barbarians worked together, but they couldn't move it at all. After confirming that it wasn't an ordinary item, they returned it to the young barbarian. Everyone was envious of his luck, and the oldest barbarian said, "Child, keep it well. It might be able to be exchanged for a lot of good things." The barbarians went back to search, and their eyes widened even more. They hoped that their own families could have such luck. After a while, another person shouted loudly and called everyone over. The barbarian discovered a strange stone. The stone was even bigger than a human head, and it was round like an egg. "Isn't this just a stone?" a barbarian said unhappily. His luck wasn't too good. Not only did he not discover anything strange, but he also collected the least amount of ores. "No, this is an egg. When I picked it up just now, it even moved a little," the barbarian who discovered the stone said with certainty. The two of them argued and almost fought. In the end, they asked the old barbarian to appraise it. He hugged the stone egg and looked at it for a while. According to his many years of experience in picking stones, this was just an ordinary stone formed from lava. It just happened to look like an egg. "Child, don't waste your energy. Throw it away." The crowd dispersed. The barbarian looked at the stone egg in his hand. He still felt that it looked like an egg, or at least it had been an egg before it turned into stone. However, since the old barbarian said it wasn't worth much, he hesitated for a moment and threw it into the stone pit. If he brought this stone egg along, he wouldn't be able to carry many ores. After a while, the ground trembled. Another volcano nearby began to erupt, and the barbarians all fled. Just now, the barbarian who had picked up the stone egg passed by the stone pit and took a look. He stopped and picked up the stone egg, hugging it in his arms. The barbarians retreated to the foot of the mountain, and what appeared before them was a boundless sea. The terrain rose and fell like the waves of the sea, while the barbarian group of volcanoes was a lone island in the sea. They arrived at the shoreline, and dove back into the seawater. They were like fish that had returned to the sea. They moved through the jungle nimbly, pushing aside the disturbing leaves and advancing along a small, almost indistinguishable path that was covered in greenery. There were very few decent paths in the Mist Province. Most of them were small paths like this. Even if the vegetation in the way was cut down by weapons and axes, it would grow back in just a few days. If no one used a path, it would be swallowed by greenery very soon. Soon, a stockade surrounded by logs appeared in front of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Forests always contained various dangers, so it was still the village that gave them the most peace of mind. The stone egg and the Azura field lay in 2 bamboo baskets as they entered the village of barbarians. A few days later, a group of several dozen people arrived before the village. They were all equipped with weapons, and their attire was no different from that of regular barbarians. Their heads were wrapped in green cloth, and they all carried a pouch on their shoulders. They all gave off a sense of competence. They rode high up on over a dozen pack beasts that resembled neither oxen nor horses. The sturdy pack beasts easily carved out a path through the forest. In particular, the pack beast at the very front was the tallest and strongest. The leader of these people sat on it. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. His coarse face was weathered, and his hair that had already begun to turn white was braided into a large braid. His eyes shone brightly, and the pair of large, shiny, golden earrings on his ears were particularly eye-catching. "Open up. The gold's here." Gold earrings bellowed at the top of his lungs like he was singing. His extremely penetrating voice spread through the entire village very soon. "The merchants of Goldie Fort are here. Open up the gate." Shouts rang out from within the village, and the gate suddenly opened. As the merchants lined the path to welcome them, they walked in proudly. The barbarians who had gone to pick up stones laid them out for the merchants to choose. The merchants brought out all sorts of goods to exchange. Gold Earrings was drinking with the old chief when a subordinate suddenly came in and said to him, "Master, go and take a look. We've discovered a wondrous item." "What wondrous item?" Gold Earrings immediately stood up. Rare ores would appear in these volcanoes from time to time. His mission this time was to circle around these volcanoes and visit over a dozen villages. Then he would transport the items he exchanged for to Fragrant Flower Market and sell them. He would be able to earn 10 times the profit. However, he had been a merchant for decades, and there were not many items that could be called wondrous items. "I don't know. It looks like it's woven from cloth, but no one can tell for sure, nor can they tell what it's used for." Gold Earrings was stunned. His subordinate was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not even tell what material it was made of. He could not help but become even more interested. He rushed over to take a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although he did not know what it was used for, he could tell from the material that it was not an ordinary item. Could it be a spiritual weapon? Although he had a lot of inner force, he could not see any spiritual light. However, he was prepared. A small bug flew out from the pouch at his waist. The bug flew to the Azura field, but there was no reaction. He immediately revealed a disappointed expression. The young barbarian quickly performed. He took out the saber at his waist and slashed at the Azura field a few times. Naturally, the Azura field remained unscathed. There must be something good inside for it to be wrapped in such a good cloth. It's worth a lot. Gold Earrings hesitated for a moment. In the end, he spent a jar of salt and a saber to buy this wondrous item of unknown use. This wondrous item had definitely been refined in a special way. He might be able to sell it for a high price in Fragrant Flower Market. Even if he failed with his silver tongue, he would not suffer a loss. The barbarian hugged the jar of salt and the saber in satisfaction. Just as the merchant group was about to leave, a barbarian rushed out and blocked their way. He raised the stone egg in his hand high. "Good egg. Good egg. I don't want a saber. I just want salt." He had brought back this stone egg with great difficulty, but in the end he had not been able to sell it. How could he be satisfied when he saw his clansmen easily earn a jar of salt? Gold Earrings took the stone egg and examined it. There were no signs of it being polished. It seemed to be naturally formed. He placed it by his ear and listened. Then he knocked it a few times. The sound was deep and it did not seem hollow. Even if it was really an egg, it was a dead egg. "I found this along with the cloth bag. It came from a volcano, so it must be something good. I'll lose out if I don't buy it." Chapter 7:14. The Fragrant Flower Market was called a market, but it was surrounded by green walls that stood several meters tall. People moved about on the streets, and the buildings were lined up one after another. It was quite a large city, which was uncommon in the Mist Province. It gathered countless villages and tribes within a range of several hundred kilometers for trade. After the group of merchants led by Gold Earrings entered the city, they were like a droplet of water that had merged into a lake, vanishing very quickly. Only a dozen or so days later did they emerge again. Gold Earrings was still at the forefront. He had changed into a brand new set of clothes, and his hair and beard had been combed again. He was in high spirits. This was definitely not just because he had gotten a good night's sleep and a hot bath in the city, but also because he had benefited far more from this trip than he had anticipated. That flowery cloth bag of unknown function had actually been sold for a high price of 100 taels of gold during the monthly Fragrant Flower Market's auction. Right now it was placed heavily in the bag beside him. Up until now he still hadn't figured out what that flowery cloth bag was used for. He had only announced at the auction that it contained precious ancient treasures, and that even the most powerful experts with the sharpest swords wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. When he thought up to there, he could not help but feel some regret. If he had known this earlier, he would have definitely sold it for an even higher price. However, none of the people who wanted to buy the bag were people he could afford to offend. If he were in Goldie Fort, then so be it, but in the fragrant flower market, he was afraid of stirring up trouble, or there would most likely be problems on the way back. Just losing the item would already be considered lucky, but he probably would not even be able to keep his life. If he casually tossed the corpse into the forest, all the wolves, tigers, leopards, snakes, insects, rats and ants within a few kilometers would be drawn over by the smell of blood. In just a few hours, not even bones would remain. At the very least, he could return with peace of mind now. Although he had brought quite a lot of gold and silver with him, he could deal with all the people who regarded gold and silver with importance. Even if he could not deal with them, he still had the name of Goldie Fort. He basically would not fall out with someone over some gold and silver. There were obviously many people who did not even regard Goldie Fort with importance, but these people would never regard gold and silver with importance. Gold Earrings had been a merchant for many years and had thought through these matters very thoroughly. His only regret was that the stone egg had not been sold. It was still in his bag. After all, not all businesses would be successful. At his age, he was used to this kind of failure. It would not affect his good mood. He called out to the team behind him, "Boys, don't be so quiet. Sing for me." "All right, Uncle Bao." The team's morale was high, and the shortest and most capable guy was singing at the top of his lungs, "Hey, hey, hey, we're barefooted after walking through the mountains and the sea. If you meet a mountain, you will step on it. If you meet water, you will wash your muddy feet. You won't look back even if you hit the ceiling, hey, hey, hey." The loud and clear song resounded through the sky. Everyone's face was brimming with joy, and the whole team began to sing. Having traveled the ancient paths for many years, they did not have to worry about running into any powerful demonic beasts. Instead, the song could alarm them and deter the wild beasts. Although the Mist Province was known as a land of wilderness, the common people who grew up in the wilderness were renowned for their ability to sing and dance. They had not been brought up by the teachings of etiquette, so they were not bound by etiquette either. They were closer to the carefree and natural nature of ancient people dancing around bonfires. Whether they were men or women, young or old, they could all sing a few songs. From a certain perspective, this was their civilization and legacy. However, this cheerful atmosphere came to a screeching halt on the evening of the fourth day. As soon as they crossed over a mountain stream, the surrounding vegetation grew thicker. The towering trees that had grown for who knew how many millennia listened to their singing silently. Suddenly, Gold Earrings sensed that something was amiss. The forest was rather eerily quiet. The docile pack animal beneath him shook its head uneasily. He waved his hand, wanting to stop the singing and listen carefully. Swish! A rock pierced the throat of the loudest young man, stopping the singing first. "It's a powerful enemy." Gold Earrings immediately made a judgment. With his martial arts and his vigilance, he actually failed to see which tree the rock had come from. With a swish, he drew his blade and called out at the top of his lungs, "Gold's here." This was a method for merchants from Goldie Fort to display their identities. There was no one within several hundred kilometers who did not know about it. However, the loud voice seemed to lose its original penetrative nature. A heavy murderousness spread out with the night mist, approaching the merchant group step by step. The pack animals all neighed in fear. They either had no idea or they did not care. "We're from Goldie Fort. Which cave or village do you come from? Come out and talk to us. If you want money or goods, we can negotiate." Pairs of jade-green eyes lit up in the dark forest. The leaves rustled and figures emerged one by one. Gold Earrings' face immediately changed. He blurted out, "The bone-eating tribe." The figures only seemed half human while the other half seemed like beasts. They were well-built and furry. Their arms were long and drooping and their fingers were all sharp claws. A pair of sharp teeth protruded from their lips. Even when they hunched over, they were still taller than regular people. The sturdiest monster extended its scarlet tongue and licked its nose. It said in a hoarse, unpleasant voice, "I want people." With that, it lunged over with a fierce gust of wind. Gold Earrings swung his blade and landed on its shoulder, but it felt like he had struck the extremely tough hide of a rhinoceros. It only left behind a scratch and he was pushed to the ground viciously. Even he was like that, so his subordinates were even worse off. They were all subdued in a single clash. They did not seem to have any intentions of killing, but when Gold Earrings thought of the rumors regarding the bone-eating tribe, his heart sank. However, this was no longer a situation that a martial artist like him could deal with. Even true shamans might not necessarily be able to escape alive, as these monsters were shamans. The pack beasts were directly slain, producing miserable wails. Their bags were ripped apart and pieces of gold tumbled into the bushes, but they failed to draw a second glance from these monsters. What they wanted were people. The bone-eating tribe specialized in hunting their own kind and feeding on humans, not for filling their bellies, but to strengthen themselves through shaman arts. The more people they ate, the more powerful they would become, and their appearance and temperament would become more and more twisted and cruel. However, in the jungle where the strong were revered, no one would place importance on appearance and morality over strength. Regular barbarians were completely powerless against shaman tribes like that. The group of merchants were pressed to the side of the road, lined up in a row. Just now the monster who had said, "I want people," began to choose. He grabbed one of Gold Earrings' earrings and ripped off the entire ear, tossing it into his mouth and chewing it. The meat's too tough. After choosing for a while, he finally chose the youngest one. He grabbed him and bit down on his neck, sucking hard. Only when he had sucked enough did he begin to chew away. The other monsters chose their targets too, lunging over to eat. For a moment, there was only the sound of chewing in the forest. Unlike their crude and vicious appearances, they ate extremely meticulously. None of the flesh or blood went to waste. Before every droplet of blood hit the ground, they would suck it clean. Even the bones were forcefully chewed and swallowed. Gold Earrings, who had been determined to be too tough, managed to avoid the first round of the banquet by luck. As he gazed at this nightmarish sight, his body stiffened, unable to move. There was a flash from the corner of his eye, and he saw a ring of scarlet light flash in the bushes. The stone egg that had been determined to be a regular rock was currently glowing slightly as if something was about to break out of its shell. Chapter 7:15. The stone egg that had rolled into the bushes with the gold shone with rings of scarlet light, brightening and dimming like it was breathing. The bone-eating shamans noticed this too. The strongest shaman leader had just finished off the pitiful young man's last finger. His sturdy body swelled up even further. He licked the blood on his face as he made his way over. A pair of eyes suddenly opened in the stone egg like rubies. After a lengthy slumber, Li Qingshan's consciousness slowly returned. He blinked his eyes and sensed the existence of his limbs, but they were trapped by a tough shell. He stretched his body, wanting to break out of the shell. The shaman leader picked up the stone egg and sensed that it was boiling hot, trembling gently. He turned around and asked Gold Earrings hoarsely, "What's this?" Gold Earrings shook his head numbly. The shaman leader squeezed hard, but the stone egg did not budge at all. It flickered quietly. He could not help but let out a hum. With his strength he could even crush steel, let alone rock. He saw a large rock on the side of the road in the distance, so he went over and casually dug a hole in it. He placed the stone egg in there and smashed down with his fist. Boom. The rock shattered to pieces, but the stone egg remained unscathed. Crack. However, a crack appeared on the surface of the stone egg, shining with red light. The crack spread and covered the entire surface before long. Rumble. The thick stone shell finally fell off. The phoenix's embryo was as red as the setting sun. Its surface was covered in beautiful patterns that seemed like burning flames. Even the most beautiful piece of art in the world could not compare to it. Gold Earrings widened his eyes. He never thought the stone egg he had exchanged a jar of salt for would actually be hiding something like this. If he had cracked open the shell a long time ago and revealed this appearance, it would probably be worth even more than the patterned bag. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. It had already come to this. Who cares if it's worth anything or not? The bone-eating shamans were surprised. They cleaned up the food in their hands in a hurry and gathered over. They studied the phoenix's embryo, but they were unable to see the situation inside. However, Li Qingshan saw the vicious faces through the shell. He could not help but feel rather confused. Weren't I in the volcano? Why am I here? Don't tell me the volcano erupted and washed me out? Oh no, it's the Azura field. All my belongings are in there. The leader shaman licked his fangs. Greed filled his eyes. The bone-eating tribe devoured humans to strengthen themselves, so they were extremely sensitive to life force. The life force in the egg was basically greater than 1,000 or even 10,000 people. If he ate it, he could probably directly become the chieftain when he returned to the tribe. The other bone-eating shamans obviously sensed it too. The greed in their eyes was the same. A skinny, little shaman was unable to resist the temptation, extending his hand in an attempt to touch the egg. He was sent flying by the shaman leader with a slap, landing on the ground. His fate was unknown. The shamans immediately stopped acting up, but their eyes remained glued to the phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan could clearly see the greedy eyes in front of him. He clenched his hands and feet, but he felt that his body was unprecedentedly tender and weak. The monster Dan was still intact, but all the monster aura had been exhausted and could not be used. He couldn't even use his innate divine abilities. The so-called Nirvana rebirth was obviously not about becoming stronger in a short period of time. Instead, it required a process of growth and maturity. He also wanted to make use of this process to adjust the various powers in his body. Right now he was in his weakest state. After so much difficulty, I managed to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit. If I die to these pieces of trash, that would be a joke. Li Qingshan could tell the strength of these bone-eating shamans with a single glance. As humans they could not reach the 6th layer, and as demons they could not condense a demon core. Although their bodies were tough, they were at the level of ironplate corpses at most. But right now he could not even deal with a regular zombie, let alone ironplate corpses. He sensed the scarlet, scorching liquid flowing through his body, which made him purse his lips and smile. The phoenix's embryo suddenly shone brightly. The flame patterns on its surface danced like real flames. The bone-eating shamans suddenly sensed danger. As they gradually broke away from the boundaries of humans, their senses became even sharper, but the greed of humans made them hesitate. They were reluctant to leave. Boom. The phoenix's embryo shattered loudly, and violent, scarlet flames surged out violently, swallowing the bone-eating shamans and reducing them to ashes amidst their howls. The liquid in the phoenix's embryo was a tangible product that Li Qingshan had condensed from the fire of the earth, so the power it contained went without saying. It was not something a few shamans could withstand with their bodies. When all the shamans gathered around the phoenix's embryo, Gold Earrings moved silently. The bone-eating shamans did not believe he had the right to escape, so they did not restrain him. Suddenly there was a scarlet flash. He reacted quickly, kicking off with his legs and lunging into the distance. He felt a wave of heat rush over from behind, and he slammed into a tree viciously. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully woke himself up. He felt his back burn with pain. It was all thanks to the circle of shamans blocking most of the force of the explosion, allowing him to survive. Gold Earrings was about to take off when he glanced back and saw the young shaman who had been sent flying earlier standing a few steps away. He immediately stiffened up and became immobilized. This was not cowardice. He had faced so many life-threatening dangers in his life that he could still smile even if a blade was pressed to his neck. However, he could not resist the sense of fear. It was said that many animals would lose the power to resist when they faced their natural enemies. No matter how vicious a dog was, it would still tremble with its tail between its legs before a dog butcher. These bone-eating shamans were the natural enemies of humans, true butchers of humans. They were only small, compared to their own kind. Killing him was still as easy as raising a hand. So I've killed these animals. You can say I've gotten my revenge. The jar of salt was worth it. However, the shaman did not even glance at Gold Earrings. A food he could eat at any time was not worth his attention. He focused on the center of the explosion, arching his body and letting out a threatening growl. Who can survive such a violent explosion? Gold Earrings could not help but follow the shaman's gaze. The surrounding trees and grass that had been set alight flickered with fire, but the center of the explosion seemed rather gloomy. All of the flammable vegetation had been reduced to ashes instantly. Vaguely he made out a very small figure. Don't tell me a monster really did emerge from the egg. That works too. I'll kill all of these man-eating bastards. Even if I'm killed by a monster, it's better than dying to their hands. That's... Gold Earrings squinted his eyes before snapping them open again. The Mist Province had never lacked mysterious and strange legends, but everything he had experienced tonight was even stranger than the legends. What emerged from the egg was not a monster but a baby. He seemed like he had just been born. He was only around a foot tall, and his skin was white and rosy, like he was carved from jade. He seemed extremely young, but his scarlet eyes shone with a soul-stirring light. There's actually another one. How troublesome. Li Qingshan murmured. He discovered his voice was almost like an infant's murmur. With his current strength, he was still not the bone-eating shaman's opponent. The danger had not been resolved yet. However, just how many dangers had he been through and how many powerful enemies had he faced? He did not care too much about an opponent like that. Under the bone-eating shaman's threatening growl, he glanced over with his scarlet eyes indifferently. All of the bone-eating shaman's hair stood on end. He leapt backwards, pacing around on all fours. He was afraid to make eye contact with the scarlet eyes, but he refused to leave just like this. The heavy aura of life drew him in. Li Qingshan made his way over to the bone-eating shaman. His strides were very small, but he walked with ease and composure, without the slightest fear or hesitation. He passed through the flames in the grass, and the flames wrapped around him, coiling around him obediently. The bone-eating shaman staggered backwards. As Li Qingshan advanced, clusters of flames surged over, suddenly turning into a pair of wings of fire and lunging towards the bone-eating shaman. The flames whistled and whistled like a phoenix spreading its wings. Actually, this was just a bluff. Regular flames were unable to deal much damage to a bone-eating shaman with a tough body. The bone-eating shaman let out a wail and fled in a hurry, vanishing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me this infant is a fire devourer? It said that fire devourers are born from fire, but I've never heard of them turning into eggs. And it said that most fire devourers live in the south? Who cares? If the fire devourer pursues the shaman, I'll flee immediately. I didn't think I'd actually make it out alive this time. That's unbelievable. Having survived a desperate situation, Gold Earrings thought happily, but he saw that the fire devourer did not pursue the fleeing bone-eating shaman. Instead, he looked at him and asked with a tender voice, "What's your name?" Gold Earrings almost fell into a state of numbness again. He wanted to act like he had heard and seen nothing. The bone-eating shaman who fled through the jungle saw how Li Qingshan did not pursue him, so he stopped hesitantly. Suddenly he heard a shrill, despairing shriek, and he immediately fled into the distance without even looking back. Clearly the fire devourer had already begun eating. He did not want to become food, so he better report everything here to the chief. Gold Earrings shrieked out, swatting away the flames on his hand desperately. Li Qingshan leapt in fright. He thought, it's just been burned by fire. Do you really have to cry out like a pig being slaughtered? The fear in Gold Earrings' heart had already been suppressed to the limit. With the slightest provocation, it erupted like a balloon that had been punctured by a needle. Stop howling. I'm asking you a question, Li Qingshan said. His voice was blurry and tender, but the might it contained was not something Gold Earrings could contend with. This was a bearing that could only be developed after experiencing slaughter and grasping life and death. Gold Earrings discovered that his hand had only become bright red from the heat. He no longer dared to look down on Li Qingshan. He prostrated on the ground and trembled. I'm Goldia Bao. That's a good name. Li Qingshan praised without any sincerity. He asked, do you want to live or die? Goldia Bao's desire to live suddenly erupted. He raised his head. I obviously want to live. Li Qingshan smiled. Very good. I hate people who don't want to live the most. Chapter 7:16. Li Qingshan's tone of seniority made Goldia Bao lower himself even more. I definitely won't become someone that Sir hates. Faced with an existence that could even kill shamans so easily, he dared not disobey him at all. That's good. Raise your head. Goldia Bao raised his head in a hurry, only to see Li Qingshan holding a piece of eggshell in his tender little hand. Go find all of these pieces right now. Yes. Li Qingshan just waited where he was and yawned. After such a short while he actually felt rather tired and sleepy. He casually tossed the eggshell into his mouth and chewed it a few times with his few baby teeth before swallowing it. A warm stream spread out, rousing his mind. He rubbed his head and a layer of fine hair sprouted on it. He could not help but grin. His naive and cute appearance made Goldia Bao shiver all over. He ignored his wounds and began searching through the forest in a hurry. Originally, the spiritual fluid in the phoenix's egg was for Li Qingshan to drink so that he could recover a certain amount of strength to crack the eggshell. Afterwards, he would eat the eggshell and he would basically be able to move about freely. He would not be as weak as he was right now. However, he was surrounded by these bone-eating shamans, so he was forced to use the most violent method to detonate the phoenix's egg. The eggshell shattered and scattered in the forest. However, he did not find it to be a pity. As long as he survived the current danger, recovering his strength was only a matter of time. The sky had already completely darkened. The rainforest was humid, so the burning vegetation was extinguished before long, turning into white smoke that merged with the night mist. The heavy smell of blood and the pungent smell of being burnt intertwined, gradually permeating the air. Alright, there was also the fragrance of dead pack animals being cooked by the wildfire. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. He did not have much experience living in rainforests, but he knew that many wild beasts had already begun hunting at this time of the day. The smell flickered like a beacon in the darkness. The reason why he had not approached it immediately was probably because the aura the strange people had left behind earlier still served as a deterrent. Once the smell gradually dispersed, the danger would grow heavier and heavier. Now that there was no fire to borrow, if a ferocious beast appeared, he really wouldn't be a match for it. And if that one ear saw through his weakness, it would be good enough for him to escape. It was also very likely that he would immediately kill him. Those monsters might return, so they had to leave as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Fortunately, after the flames were extinguished, the light emitted by the eggshell was particularly eye-catching. Thanks to the dense forest, most of the eggshells did not fly far and were nailed to the trees that blocked the way. Goldie, a Bao whom Li Qingshan called One Ear, was rather nimble. Before long he had collected 5 or 6 eggshells. Li Qingshan threw all of them into his mouth. His body grew a little, his hair became much thicker, and even a few more baby teeth grew out. After waiting for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the eggshells are almost all collected. Li Qingshan has also grown from a newborn baby to a 1-year-old. Goldie, a Bao, was secretly amazed. He thought, these eggshells are actually rare spiritual items. I wonder what they'll do if I secretly eat one. That was what he thought, but he dared not actually do it. Even if he did not discover it, the spiritual medicine of others could be his own poison. At this moment he discovered another eggshell the size of a pinky on the ground. Right when he was about to pick it up, a huge centipede lunged over and ate it. Goldie, a Bao, pulled his hand back in a hurry. The most terrifying things in the rainforest were not tigers or leopards, but these inconspicuous insects. If he was bitten, his life would truly be in danger. He did not think the strange infant that seemed like a fire devourer would save his life either. The eggshell flickered with light in the centipede's body. The centipede suddenly swelled up, growing rapidly and going from the size of a palm to the size of an arm in a while. It twisted and rolled about on the ground, becoming particularly vicious. Suddenly there was a crack and its body broke into over a dozen pieces. It stopped moving. Goldie, a Bao, sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately he was not greedy. The strange infant's voice rang out from behind him. What are you doing? Stop dawdling. Yes. Goldie, a Bao, continued his search in a hurry. As soon as he left, the ground rustled. Who knew how many insects crawled over, devouring the centipede's body? Wild beasts with a certain level of intelligence were still cautious and fearful, but insects that moved based on their instincts could not care about that. They were instinctively drawn in by the pure aura of life. They could not endure this power and died, and their corpses attracted even more insects. After being diluted by the insect corpses, some insects finally survived. Their bodies swelled up rapidly before devouring the other surviving insects. This kind of situation happened in every place where there were eggshell fragments. They frantically devoured each other, forming many insect balls. If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would never imagine that there were so many insects hidden in this forest. Some of the insects were attracted by the carcasses of the pack beasts on the road and flowed over like water. In the depths of the jungle, the auras of wild beasts that slowly drew closer were unable to escape Li Qingshan's senses. That's about it. Go and bring the basket over. Li Qingshan swallowed another eggshell. Although he still seemed like a 1-year-old baby, his physical strength had basically recovered to the level of a grown man. Goldie, a Bao, let out a sigh of relief. If he had to compete with these insects, even 10 lives would not be enough. Taking the basket, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and entered it. Let's leave here first and find a quiet place. Although he had already recovered some of his strength, where regular wild beasts could no longer harm him, since he could use free labor, it was good to save some of his strength. Goldie, a Bao, was more than happy to do so. He had wanted to leave this place a long time ago. When he thought of the mountain stream he had just passed, he picked up the basket and retraced his steps, leaving this land of death without even looking back. The entire merchant group had been wiped out this time. He had truly been extremely lucky to be able to escape in the end, but was his life really safe? If he accidentally angered the strange infant behind him, he would probably be burned alive. Compared to being skinned alive by shamans, it was very difficult to say which was more comfortable. The mountain stream fell off the cliff and turned into a stream, gurgling over the rocks. Goldie, a Bao, stopped. Li Qingshan asked, "Why have you stopped?" Goldie, a Bao, said, "The smell of blood on me is too heavy. I might attract wild beasts, so I need to wash up." "All right," Li Qingshan said. He just happened to have some things he wanted to clarify so that he could decide what to do next. Goldie, a Bao carefully put down the basket and used the stream water to clean his wounds. His wounds burned. He had left in too much of a hurry, so he had even tossed the healing pills into his backpack. Come here. I have something to ask you. Please ask, sir. I was originally cultivating well in the volcano, so why am I here? Tell me, is this your scheme? Li Qingshan glared at him. He did not seem terrifying at all, but his malice was not fake. Sir, how could I have that ability? Goldia, Bao explained in a hurry, telling him how he had obtained the stone egg. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. He obviously knew that it was impossible for a regular person to fish it out of a magma volcano. He had only said that to scare him so that he would be more obedient. As it seemed, the situation was pretty much the same as what he had guessed. He really had been spat out by the volcano. The Azura field should have been the same. Then let me ask you. Did you see something? What is it? Goldia, Bao thought. Oh no. Is it that pattern bag? Li Qingshan described the size of the Azura field. Seeing Goldia, Bao's gaze drift about, his face changed. He called out sternly, "Where is it now?" "I sold it." Unable to brush him off, Goldia, Bao could only admit it. "Who did you sell it to?" It seems like someone from Blackwater Cave." "Seems like?" "Yes, it's definitely someone from Blackwater Cave." Li Qingshan nodded. It was fine as long as he knew its whereabouts. The Azura field was his most important arcane treasure. Basically all of his belongings were in there, so he had to get it back. As long as he found the Azura field, he could immediately arm himself to the teeth. He could absorb the Demon Heart, Ocean Pearl, and Divine Talisman of Great Creation back into his body, and his strength would increase drastically. He could even control night roamers, Azura, and even haunt ghosts. He could protect himself with ease, and he even had to ask the Banyan Tree King what part of the Mist Province this was and confirm a path back to the Green Province. Once he lost the Azura field, all of this would become a mirage. However, he was not particularly worried, as the Azura field was an arcane treasure after all. Its brilliance was concealed, so regular people would never be able to see through its functions. Even if they could tell it was extraordinary, they would struggle to refine it. Even second heavenly tribulation cultivators would struggle to achieve that. In the past, Mou had spent several days refining it, but he still failed in the end. Although he could not use his full strength to avoid alarming Sea Bao, the Azura field back then was only a dragon arena. It could not be regarded as an arcane treasure at all. As long as anyone realized the value of the Azura field, they would store it away carefully, regardless of whether they could refine it or not. As long as they confirmed the Azura field's location, they would be able to find a way to retrieve it. Li Qingshan said nothing. Goldia, Bao felt an invisible pressure weigh down on his chest, becoming heavier and heavier, suffocating him. Suddenly, Li Qingshan extended his arm and reached towards Goldia, Bao's forehead with his tender little hand. This action scared him out of his wits. He called out, "I can help you find that treasure, sir. The people of Blackwater Cave might still be in the fragrant flower market." The little hand continued to press against his forehead. Goldia, Bao thought, my life is over. However, he felt a warm stream flow through his body. Wherever it passed by, the pain vanished and all of his wounds healed. Even his mind became extremely vigorous. His inner force that had stagnated a long time ago actually broke through once again. Li Qingshan pulled back his hand. "I'm not someone who can't distinguish between kindness and grievances. Those who don't know can't be punished, but you sold something of mine, so you have to help me find it. We'll go to the fragrant flower market right now. If we succeed, it'll benefit you greatly. If not, I can't be bothered with killing a mortal to vent my anger. You better think about it yourself." "Sir, you've saved my life. Trifling matters like this are only natural. How can I possibly ask for any benefits?" Chapter 717. Glancing at it, the last speech was more than 2 months ago. He could not help but sigh. He had really missed many opportunities to ask for monthly votes. Counting with his fingers, asking for votes at the beginning of the month, summarizing at the end of the month, ending of the old script, beginning of the new script, and breaking 2 million words, etc. He had really accumulated a lot of emotions. He had to make up for it today. "You guys, hurry up and return the monthly votes you owe me." He had thought that there would be thousands of words to say, but when he looked into his heart, he realized that it was empty, as if there was an invisible hole. All the sadness and happiness had unknowingly flowed away, so he did not know what to say. "When I am silent, I feel fulfilled. I will speak and at the same time feel empty." This was like when a person was alone, he always had an inexplicable hope, waiting for someone to pour out his heart, believing in the warmth between humans. But if he really went deep into the crowd and faced his family or friends, opening his mouth would be difficult to form words. Even if he forced himself to speak, even he would feel that it was boring, so who would really be willing to listen? He had to admit that life was lonely. It seemed to be a little far-fetched, but since there was no path or main line, it did not matter if it was far or near. He would just follow the reins. He suddenly remembered the first speech. It seemed to be called For Dreams as a Horse, a poem from Hai Zi. He still remembered that poem. Like all poets who use dreams as a horse, I borrow this fire to pass through the vast night of my life. Think because of pain, dream because of emptiness, don't be pretentious. All great nobility shines brightly. Tracing back to the source, it's just the ordinary troubles of ordinary people. Writing a novel, reading a novel, it's all to get rid of these little troubles. Not many people would really be annoyed to the point of lying on the rails. It seems like I have said a lot of meaningless words. If you don't understand, that's normal. Actually, I don't know what I am talking about. Yesterday, I sat on the toilet and read an ancient fable. I have been reading this book since junior high. I especially like to read it on the toilet, and once I read it, I could not stand up. Every story was rich in philosophy, and I tried to summarize a set of effective ways to be a person. But I found that they always contradicted each other, so I hurriedly closed the book. I did not want to end up with hemorrhoids instead of wisdom. Fortunately, after reading for so many years, I did not have any. Phew, alright, that's all for the nonsense. If you still do not understand, then let me explain. Chapter 7:18. Using both carrot and stick was always the only way to control his subordinates. If he blindly threatened them, it would be easy for them to retaliate. In the upcoming journey, there were still many places where this one ear would be of use. This little favor was just to keep him motivated. After undergoing Nerva rebirth, Li Qingshan gained a deeper comprehension of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Healing Goldie of Bao's wounds did not actually take up too much of his strength. All he did was stimulate his life force's potential in an ingenious manner, speeding up his recovery. However, this kind of stimulation could not be overdone. Otherwise, it would overdraft one's life force and there would be great side effects. It was normal to lose 8 to 10 years of one's lifespan. Once you're done, let's go. Li Qingshan looked behind him. In the dark forest, there was a faintly discernible path that extended into the depths of the forest. He had a feeling that things were not over yet. Goldie of Bao originally wanted to dissuade him. Traveling through the forest at night was not a wise choice. Not only were there nocturnal venomous insects and ferocious beasts, but the path would also become extremely difficult to traverse. However, when he followed Li Qingshan's gaze, all he saw was deep darkness. His heart shivered for some reason. The bone-eating tribe did not only consist of a measly dozen or so people, and they were renowned for being vengeful. If anyone dared to kill their people, not only that person but even the entire clan would be annihilated. Now that so many people had been injured, they would probably come out in full force to take revenge. A single shaman was already so terrifying. If there were over 100 of them, probably even this strange infant would not be able to stop them. When the words came to his mouth, they became, "Yes, sir." He picked up the bamboo basket and rushed off in the direction of the fragrant flower market. As long as he made it there, he would receive the protection of the fragrant flower clan. Even the bone-eating tribe would not dare to act recklessly. A gust of wind blew through the sea of trees, rustling loudly. Like the waves of the sea. Tens of thousands of tree branches waved, and the tree seemed to have turned into a monster that wanted to devour people. Goldie of Bao widened his eyes, but he could only barely make out the surroundings within a few steps. The intertwined roots on the ground could easily become a tripping trap if one was not careful. He gathered his inner force and tried to walk as softly as possible to avoid alerting the sharp ears in the forest. Fortunately, he had traveled this trade route for decades. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still picture every twist and turn in his heart. This was a road that had been paved with countless lives. There were far fewer venomous insects here than in the forest, but he still had to be careful of a venomous scorpion or a venomous snake dangling down from the branches. Unlike the tense Goldie of Bao, Li Qingshan laid in the bamboo basket leisurely with his arms as a pillow, breathing in the humid, hot, yet extremely fresh air as he listened to the wind blowing through the sea of trees. Great waves were set off. He could also hear even more. And sound. He couldn't sound. He could even and let. It wasn't just the trees. Every single plant was reaching higher into the sky. He know to grow. He know, not to. Not to An and all. Ian were not to. There was no need for him to cultivate arduously and walk the troublesome path of the past all over again. All he had to do was patiently wait for him to grow up and balance the multiple powers in his body during this process. He smiled. He could just treat it as a holiday. He just had no idea when he would be able to return to the Green Province. North Moon's death had probably already caused a very great disturbance. However, to most people it was just a casual conversation after a meal. Outside the Azura field, there were only a handful of people who cared about North Moon. Qingzhan would probably feel sad. He had done his part as a friend, so he would not ask for anything more. Would Ru Xen feel sad for him? That woman had a very venomous mouth, but he firmly believed that not only would she feel sad, but she would even cry. It was said that the tears of merfolk could turn into pearls. I'll have to ask her for a few when I get back. She would definitely feel sad, but she was probably in secluded cultivation. She might not even know about it right now. In comparison, Qiongji was rather lucky. She probably thought he was in secluded cultivation in the Chain Mountains. To cultivators, secluded cultivation for a year or so was nothing. However, it was hard to say. He might even be exposed. This was also what he worried about the most right now. However, since it was useless no matter how he thought about it, he was better off just letting go and focusing on the present and properly enjoying the scenery of the Mist Province. However, there was still a hint of concern. Little N, are you all right? Qingshan. In the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Little N cried out involuntarily. Gazing towards the southwest, she experienced unprecedented fear. She bit her lip and composed herself. She took out the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and began divining with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. The bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase flew out of the bamboo tube condensed from light, flickering with rainbow light. She extended her hand and paused for a moment before grabbing the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase. Her expression changed drastically. Death without a doubt. It was already dusk. The evening bell rang out, and the melodious sound echoed through the Buddhist halls. The lanterns were dim and smoke curled up. The ancient Buddha stared at the petite figure below. His face was filled with eternal benevolence. Little N gripped the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase firmly. Her body trembled gently, and her lips were completely drained of blood. She murmured, Qingshan, Qingshan. 2 specks of white flames suddenly erupted from the depths of her eyes that were as dark as deep pools as she made her way out of the hall. Wunwell, where are you going? The dauntless monk's large figure appeared in front of the hall. His gaze swept past Little Anne's shoulder and landed on the shattered wooden fish. He frowned slightly before returning to her face. Abbot, my cultivation has not been going well. I want to go out for a walk. The flames in the depths of Little Anne's eyes receded, and she stowed the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase away in her sleeve. Her expression became calm and tranquil, and she brought her palms together and bowed. Just like before, she did not show any respect, nor did she show any arrogance. However, the dauntless monk sensed undercurrents flowing beneath her calm exterior. Situations like this were truly rare. Such a normal reason was extremely abnormal when applied to her. Ever since she entered the monastery, she had not been in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she had focused on the Buddhist scriptures. The rate at which she progressed surprised everyone. No one doubted that another monk king would appear in the monastery. I've said it before. Before you undergo the second heavenly tribulation and practice the chant of Devanaga, you're not allowed to take a single step out of the monastery. What if I insist on it? Little Anne raised her head and met the dauntless monk's gaze emotionlessly. No one knew that her heart was not just surging with undercurrents. She was basically howling furiously, tempted to incinerate and destroy everything that stood in her way. You have to get through me first. The dauntless monk was not angered by Little Anne's rudeness, but he became even more certain that the more talented a prodigy was, the more they needed to be controlled, just in case they went astray. On the threshold, the two of them faced each other. Little Anne's chest heaved as she bit her lips subconsciously. Her rationality was gradually twisting and collapsing. If he was no longer here, then what was the point of sitting here cultivating and remaining in this world? What path was there for her to pursue? What path was there for her to take? Even if she made it through the door, she would have nowhere to return to. The determination in her eyes surprised the dauntless monk, but suddenly, he recovered his composure and bowed again. Yes, Abbot. He turned around and returned to the Buddha statue. He sat down on the cushion and took out another wooden fish, continuing to strike it. The dauntless monk seemed to be in thought. He said, "Focus on the heart as precepts. From precepts comes composure, and from composure comes wisdom. Your Dharma name is one will, but that doesn't mean you can stubbornly do everything. You better cultivate properly. Little Lin raised her face and became confused. She had clearly calculated that she would definitely die, but in that moment just now she sensed that he was still alive. This feeling was no different from the palpitation she felt just now. It was like some sort of mysterious revelation, which immediately made her calm down. Her gaze became determined. As long as there was still a sliver of hope, she would do everything she could. Perhaps he just happened to be in need of help right now. She could not do something pointless. Several days later, she finally received some information. After killing a group of demon commanders, the North Moon fought Mou on Calm Wave Lake and killed him. Afterwards, the Dragon King of the Sea pursued North Moon for thousands of kilometers, killing him in the wilderness of the Mist Province. North Moon, Mist Province, Dragon King of the Sea. She muttered these 3 words to herself and waited for another half a month before entering secluded cultivation, breaking through to the second heavenly tribulation. Whoosh, whoosh. Goldia Bao gasped for air, drenched in sweat. He had run for most of the night, so his inner chi was almost completely depleted. His footsteps gradually slowed down. Right when he was about to ask for some rest, an order rang out from the basket on his back. Stop! There's someone up ahead. Are they bone-eating shamans? Bone-eating shamans? You're talking about those strange people just now. No, they're just some mortals. Li Qingshan said. 100 paces away, there was a bonfire burning, as well as the presence of many humans. That's fantastic. Goldia Bao beamed. He had just been worrying about the issue of food and water. Li Qingshan said, Aren't you afraid they're enemies? Goldia Bao said proudly, I've been a merchant for many years, so I've made quite a name for myself in this generation. I have friends in various caves and villages, so it's perfect for me to ask for some food and water. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to borrow a mount, so I'll be able to travel faster. Not to mention, sir, you're here, so why should I be afraid of a few measly mortals? His last sentence was already a test. After running for most of the night, he slowly calmed down and recovered his usual cleverness. He felt like it was very likely that this strange infant was not as powerful as he imagined him to be, or why would he let the fleeing shaman go? And he just sat in the basket patiently like that. Li Qingshan said indifferently, Are you doubting me? How would I dare? Goldia Bao's heart leapt. He still spoke extremely politely, but his heart began to pound. Let's go. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with explaining anything. By the time his suspicions turned into actual action anyway, his strength would have already recovered to a level where he could kill him. It was normal for him to doubt him, but what he did after that would directly determine his fate. If he obeyed his orders obediently and helped him retrieve the Azura field, Li Qingshan did not mind giving him some benefits. If he wanted to use this opportunity to do something, he would just have to kill him. You choose your own path. Take care of yourself. To be continued, mobile users please read it at M. Chapter 719. That meaningful sentence made Goldia Bao shiver inside. He slowly walked forward, silently adjusting his breathing at the same time. Suddenly he stopped and said emotionally, Sir, please don't look down on me too much. I've lived for so long, so I still know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Not only have you saved my life, but you've even helped me take revenge. It's only natural for me to repay you with my life. A childish laughter rang out from the basket. Li Qingshan smiled. I've seen quite a few people. Some are smart, some are stupid, some are cunning, some are loyal, and unknowingly I've developed a knack for judging people. If I really want you to repay me with your life, you probably won't do it no matter what. Goldia Bao's expression stiffened. He felt rather awkward. He had indeed only said this after careful consideration. No matter what choice he made in the future, he had to obtain this strange infant's trust as much as possible. If it really was a dead end, he definitely would not take it. In this sea of trees, survival would always be the most important. Compared to revenge and repaying a debt of gratitude, it was all secondary. Li Qingshan said, Since you're a merchant, let's talk business. If this deal goes through, the benefits will be 100 times, 1,000 times better than that 100 taels of gold. I can guarantee that you won't have to do this for the rest of your life. If it doesn't work out, even if you don't want to repay me with your life, it's not up to you. Then in other words, we're partners in business. May I ask for Sir's great name? Goldia Bao laughed dryly, but he was greatly moved inside. Just call me Ethu. Li Qingshan considered it. Originally he wanted to make up a fake name, but he really did not have much talent for names, so he just used his real name and covered it up slightly. Yes sir, you. Speaking of which, our fort has someone called Goldie. Goldie Bao thought, this name sure is ordinary enough. I can tell it's a fake name with a single glance. Barbarians did not have much talent for names either. They often used the name of the village as their surname, and their names would be a Bao, a Lan, or something like that. There were many Yu, both male and female. What a coincidence. We're almost there. I don't want to see anyone, so you go deal with them. Goldie Bao had already seen the flickering firelight in the forest. He felt that his strength had recovered slightly, so he strode over. Who are you? One of them shouted in a low voice and pulled out his saber. The people around the bonfire woke up and immediately took out their weapons. I'm Goldie Bao. Is that Huang Liangfei from Huangliang Beach up ahead? Goldie Bao was overjoyed when he heard the voice. It just so happened that he knew someone. Is that Uncle Pa from Gold Fort? Please come over. We just said that you made a fortune in the fragrant flower market. Why are you here? Huang Liangfei stowed his blade away and invited Goldie Bao over to the campfire. He saw that his clothes were tattered and covered in blood. He was even missing an ear. He could not help but become surprised. What's going on? Where are the others? Sigh, we've been robbed. Goldie Bao glanced around. There were 8 of them, but it was a pity that they did not have pack beasts. After all, they were not specialized merchants. Who is so audacious to dare rob the caravan of Goldie Fort? The bone-eating tribe. Goldie Bao spat out 4 words and everyone's expression changed. Huang Liangfei asked, the bone-eating tribe is up ahead? Goldie Bao told him what had happened, but he skipped over the matters related to Li Qingshan. He only said that a powerful vicious beast had thrown a wrench into their plans, which was why they managed to escape. This is the retribution of those monsters, and it's also because you've done good deeds, receiving the blessings of the Bodhisattva. Come eat something. Only then did Huang Liangfei stop worrying. He did not doubt what he said. If it were not for a coincidence like that, how could he have survived the mouths of the bone-eating shamans? He glanced at the basket on Goldie Bao's back. He refused to toss it away even as he fled, so who knew what kind of good stuff was in there? Thank you. I'll definitely repay you when I go to Huangliang Beach in the future. No, we should be the ones thanking you, or we'd probably run headfirst into the mouths of the bone-eating tribe. A kid suggested turning around and returning to the fragrant flower market, but Huang Liangfei immediately turned him down. Not only was traveling at night dangerous, but it also took up a lot of energy, so they could not travel too far. After all, not everyone possessed Goldie Bao's martial arts and experience, so they were better off resting properly and setting off in the morning. However, when they heard such a thrilling story, none of them felt sleepy anymore. They gathered around the campfire and discussed the chilling legends related to the bone-eating tribe one after another. The flickering firelight passed through the gaps in the basket, landing on Li Qingshan's intrigued face. He never thought the group of strange people were actually all humans. However, a tribe like this that relied on cannibalism to cultivate could only exist in this land of wilderness. If it were the Green Province, the Hawkwolf Guard would definitely destroy them. At this moment, he felt a probing gaze cast into the basket. As it turned out, it was Huang Liangfei. Afterwards, even more gazes appeared. Even though Goldie Bao sat beside the campfire, he did not put down the basket on his back. This action attracted quite a lot of attention. Huang Liangfei was still considering what to say when the kid who suggested turning around earlier asked, Uncle Bao, what's in your basket? Nothing much, just some goods. Goldie Bao sensed the gazes and the surroundings begin to change slightly. He thought, oh no, I actually missed out on this. If he said there was nothing important in the basket right now, probably no one would believe him apart from the naive kid who had asked about it. Unless Surayu walked out himself for them to see, but Surayu clearly had no intentions of doing that. Li Qingshan sat in the basket calmly and sneered slightly. He just happened to find this laborer not strong enough. Huang Liangfei exchanged glances with his companions. He had heard that Goldie Bao had earned 100 taels of gold from selling a wondrous item in the fragrant flower market this time. Coupled with the ores, it was quite a bountiful harvest. Was it all in the basket? Only the kid failed to sense the change in the atmosphere at all. He asked about the appearance of the bone-eating people in fear and excitement. Normally, not a lot of people would target a merchant group. Even if the ambush succeeded, the revenge of Goldie Fort would be no laughing matter. Now that Goldie Bao was in such a sorry state, Huang Liangfei was confident he could kill him alone, and no one would know he had come here. The people of Goldie Fort would only think the bone-eating people had eaten him clean. He could obtain what was in the basket on his back without any risk at all. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Malice permeated the surroundings of the campfire. Goldie Bao suddenly fell silent, lowering his head and trembling all over. A sliver of contempt flashed through Huang Liangfei's eyes. He never thought an old merchant like him would actually become so frightened. He crouched down and said hypocritically, "Uncle Bao, are you fine?" Goldie Bao said nothing. It was not that he did not want to speak, but that he was unable to. At this moment, a small hand passed through the gap in the basket and pressed against his back gently. Streams of heat flowed through his body, and all of his blood began to boil. Endless power seemed to surge out of his body, filling every inch of his body. Huang Liangfei's hand had already reached for the hilt of his blade. Goldie Bao suddenly raised his head. His face was bright red and he seemed even more vicious. He grabbed Huang Liangfei by the neck and was about to crush it hard when a tender voice rang out from the basket, "Don't kill him." Goldie Bao struck Huang Liangfei's chest with a backhand. With a thump, Huang Liangfei's ribs cracked, and he was sent flying. Only now did he return to his senses. He was utterly shocked. Since when did his martial arts become so powerful? "There's a child in the basket?" "Uncle Bao, what are you doing?" the kid said in surprise, but his voice was drowned out by the roars of his companions. Clang. The barbarians all drew their blades and swung them at Goldie Bao. A gust of wind blew over and the campfire danced wildly. Their shadows blurred about like ghosts. Goldie Bao punched out with both fists and sent another 2 barbarians flying, but he was unable to avoid the other blades. A few fire snakes suddenly surged out of the campfire, shooting towards the barbarians' eyes. Fire. Arg. Although the barbarians were fierce, they subconsciously covered their eyes when their vitals were suddenly injured, letting out miserable cries. How could Goldie Bao let go of an opportunity like this? He swung his fists and legs, knocking all the barbarians from Huangliang Beach to the ground. Although he did not kill them because of Li Qingshan's orders, they were all heavily injured and had their bones broken. In the time it took for a spark to fly off, the clash had already ended. Goldie Bao looked at his hands. He struggled to believe that this was his own strength. He felt like he had not even used his full strength. Don't celebrate too early. Be careful of shortening your lifespan. Li Qingshan leapt out of the basket. Arg. Shortening my lifespan? I've completely unleashed all the potential in your body. If you wait for this to subside, you might even die. Li Qingshan sniggered. You dash. Goldie Bao's face changed. His excitement immediately turned into fury, but when he met the scarlet eyes, he dropped to his knees with a plop and called out, "Please save me, sir, you." Since he was bold enough to say it, he was clearly not afraid of him learning about it. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction. If he dared to stab him with a single sentence, then he would have to consider switching laborers. He made his way over to the campfire and extended his fingers. The flames transformed into various shapes and sizes. You don't mind eating people, do you? Ark. Goldie Bao looked at the barbarians on the ground. You don't want me to kill them? Don't tell me you want me to be like the bone-eating tribe? He gritted his teeth. I don't mind. Sir, do you know the shaman arts of the bone-eating tribe? As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. That's good. I don't know any shaman arts, but I've gained some inspiration. Pull that guy surnamed Huang over. Yes. Goldie Bao pressed Huang Liangfei before Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against his forehead. Huang Liangfei, who was originally on the brink of death, began to put up a violent struggle before suddenly collapsing and becoming motionless. Li Qingshan held a bright red ball of flames in his hand. This was all of the life force in his body, or in other words, it was the fire of life. The very nature of the bone-eating tribe's cannibalism was to devour this life force. This power was far too impure to him and completely useless, but to mortals, it was without a doubt a complete supplement. Open your mouth. He flicked it gently and the flames flew towards Goldie Bao's mouth. Goldie Bao opened his mouth in a hurry and felt a warm stream flow into his stomach, spreading out and rousing his spirits. Thank you, sir, you. Li Qingshan nodded. Danger was approaching, so he would just nurture this only subordinate of his a little, just in case he was useless when it mattered. Chapter 720. The night deepened and the smell of blood became even heavier. The corpse of a pack animal collapsed in the center of the path, but no vicious beasts approached it the entire time. They paced around in the distance before fleeing into the depths of the jungle in fright. The murky eyes of a pack animal suddenly twitched, and a black insect crawled out before turning around and burrowing back in. The pack animal's colossal body was riddled with wormholes of various sizes, revealing bloody, white bones. A huge, colorful spider monopolized the pack animal's body, plunging its mouth into the skull and sucking away the brain. Insects of various sizes had already completely taken over this place. They were everywhere on the ground and in the sky as if they were the masters of the jungle. Specks of green light suddenly lit up in the darkness. They were pairs of eyes. Vicious figures emerged from the forest. The shamans of the bone-eating tribe had arrived. "Chief, it's here." The shaman who had been frightened away by Li Qingshan said to the colossal figure in front of him fearfully. "Goo insects? There are shamans among them?" The bone-eating chieftain glanced back. No one could tell that he had once been a human. His white, curved teeth protruded, and his muscular arms drooped to the ground. He seemed like a combination of a black bear and a gorilla, except his fur was a little sparse. His voice was like the growl of a wild beast, filled with deterrence. "No, there shouldn't be." Then where did these goo insects come from? The bone-eating chieftain was filled with vigilance. If it were not for shamans, how could they gather so many goo insects in such a short time? Although the bone-eating tribe was definitely the most vicious predator in this rainforest, the lessons of his ancestors prevented him from underestimating other shamans. Chief, these insects aren't under anyone's control. They taste quite nice," said a bone-eating shaman with a head of white hair. Unlike other bone-eating shamans, he was extremely skinny. If it were not for his vicious face, he seemed like a regular old man at first glance. He held a cane in one hand, and there was a shriveled human head at the top of the cane. He grabbed an insect the size of a forearm in his other hand, shoving it into his mouth and biting it. With a spurt, yellow-green juice spurted out. He was satisfied. "Shaman priest, what do you think is going on?" the bone-eating chieftain asked. His voice was filled with respect. Even barbarian tribes had shaman priests. Their status was only second to the chief or even higher. They grasped divination, sacrifices, healing, and so on. They were a symbol of power in shaman tribes. They must have been attracted by something. After eating that thing, they became so big in such a short period of time. The bone-eating shaman priest gestured with his long, withered hands. Suddenly, he swung his staff and smacked the shaman's head forcefully. "You bastard! You said the baby was born from an egg." Yes, witch priest. "It's an eggshell. Look around. There might be fragments." The bone-eating chieftain wrinkled his nose and glanced around. He arrived in front of a large tree and plunged his claws into it viciously, digging out the tree core. After crushing it, a scarlet fragment the size of a grain of rice appeared. The dense aura of life within it surprised him. It was no wonder these insects could grow so large in such a short amount of time. His face was filled with greed. Even a mere eggshell was like this, so what would happen if he ate the entire egg? The only thing he worried about was the identity and origins of the baby born from the egg. He had no idea whether he was strong or weak. The bone-eating shaman priest smiled. Back then he was probably very weak. If he had a choice, why would he let the eggshell scatter all over the ground? A coward like you actually ran away in fright. You're just unlucky. If you ate him, you might even be able to draw down heavenly lightning. It's even better than eating 100 or 1,000 people. Deep regret flooded the shaman's face, but when he thought of the scarlet eyes, his heart shivered. He thought, if you meet those eyes, you'll definitely run too. Chase him. I'll definitely eat that baby and avenge my children. The bone-eating chieftain swung his arms and bellowed out viciously. Brr. The bone-eating shamans roared out in response. The shamans rushed into the depths of the jungle on all fours. To them, Goldie Bao's aura and footprints were basically as clear as road signs. Li Qingshan's method of extracting life force became more and more proficient. Before long, all of the howls and howls vanished, reduced to withered corpses. Only the naive kid who had no idea what was going on remained, sitting on the ground limply like he was in a nightmare. Li Qingshan did not seem to see him either, returning to his seat by the fire. Sir, what do we do with this kid? Goldie Bao lifted the kid up in a single stroke. As life force surged into his body, his eyes became rather bloodshot too. It was no wonder that the bone-eating shamans were so meticulous when they ate people. Nothing could compare to the pleasure. Right now, all he wanted was a little more. It's not like they provoked you. Li Qingshan stared at the flames and extended his hands into the fire. If we don't kill them all, Huangliang Beach will probably come for revenge. Goldia Bao said. Although the people of Huangliang Beach had tried to murder him first, there was no right or wrong in the jungle. Only the strong preyed on the weak. It was better to avoid as much trouble as possible. Is Huangliang Beach also a shaman tribe like the bone-eating tribe? Of course not. How can there be so many shaman tribes? At most, they have a shaman doctor watching over them. Then what are you afraid of revenge for? Goldia Bao suddenly returned to his senses. Before he knew it, the surroundings had become much brighter. The gloomy jungle now cleared up like it was dusk. He casually grabbed a blade from his waist and twisted it forcefully. The blade twisted, and the tough metal became like clay in his hand. He felt like he was filled with endless energy. He was so energetic that he felt like he had returned to his 20s. No, he felt even better than back then. This was the power that only shamans possessed. With this power, why would he be afraid of revenge from Huangliang Beach? It was Huangliang Beach who had to worry about him venting his anger on them and destroying their Huangliang clan. And as long as he continued to follow this this power would definitely grow stronger and stronger. Thank you, sir. Goldia Bao tossed aside the kid from Huangliang Beach and knelt on the ground, bowing his head. The gratitude on his face was definitely genuine. The people of the Mist Province's desire for power was not something people from a peaceful place like the Green Province could imagine. Just the value of this power was 100 times greater than gold. He had already made up his mind to properly cling on to this person. Even if there were some risks, it would be worth it. Riches came with risk. Looking at this person's personality, he did not have to worry about him burning the bridge after crossing it at the very least. Prepare to set off. Li Qingshan stood up and said, Yes. Originally, Goldia Bao was utterly exhausted and planned on resting, but after absorbing the life force of 7 or 8 people, he no longer felt any exhaustion. He removed a set of clothes from the corpses and changed into them, equipping himself with a blade. He even gathered some food, water, gold, and other valuables, making ample preparations. He seemed like he was brimming with energy, completely different from his uneasy state a few hours ago. Chapter 721. Goldia Bao picked up the basket on his back and set foot on the path to the fragrant flower market. The forest rapidly receded, gradually adapting to his new power. His footsteps became faster and faster. Whether it was the deep darkness or the tangled roots, they were no longer obstructions. With a gentle step on the ground, he leapt several dozen steps away. He was delirious with joy, almost forgetting about the danger behind him. Walk in a straight line. Li Qingshan suddenly said. Goldia Bao was taken aback. He returned to his senses. He was no longer the Goldia Bao of the past. The path through the forest was not straight, and it was restricted by the terrain and environment, twisting and turning. If the bone-eating tribe really did chase after them, they would definitely send people to the fragrant flower market and intercept them on the way. This would be much faster than traveling along the path. As a merchant who had lived in the Mist Province for most of his life, he actually needed someone to remind him, so he could not help but feel rather ashamed. In fact, he had not yet adapted to his new power. He had forgotten that there were many dangers and obstacles in the forest, and they were nothing to him. Yes, my lord. At a turning point, he moved forward in a straight line. With a leap, he flew down the cliff. He bounced on the rock walls to slow down the speed of his fall. Finally, he landed lightly on a tree in the forest. The branches were bent, and he used the force to jump onto another tree and continued forward. You won't get lost, right? Don't worry, my lord. I won't. Be careful of snakes. Li Qingshan said casually. Goldia Bao was taken aback, confused. He leapt over a few more trees and a thick vine suddenly flew up. It was actually a python with skin extremely similar to a vine. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. This pounce was as fast as a crossbow. In the past, it would have taken his life, but now was different from the past. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the python's vital point. Leave it for me, don't stop. Li Qingshan said again. She stretched out her small hand and patted the python's body. The python immediately began to twitch. Goldia Bao understood and became even more excited. As he carried the python, he charged between the trees. After a while, a withered dead snake was thrown under the tree, and a blood-red flame appeared in Li Qingshan's hand. Lord Yu, can snakes be used as well? The bone-eating tribe specializes in eating humans. Goldia Bao said with some worry. How can those barbarians compare to my methods? Li Qingshan had a nirvanic rebirth experience. Having truly comprehended life and death, the life force he extracted was extremely pure. The wondrous power of the phoenix could not be compared to shaman tribes that inherited primitive shaman arts. He casually slammed the life force into Goldia Bao's back. "Thank you, my lord." Goldia Bao relaxed. He felt that his luck had really taken a turn for the better. It was worth it even if the entire caravan was wiped out. It was not that he was heartless, but it was normal for people to die in this desolate rainforest. He had been a merchant for dozens of years, and had experienced such things more than once or twice. He had long gotten used to it. The only thing he could do was to become stronger. That was the most important thing. But it's not like there aren't any side effects. Li Qingshan changed the topic, which made Goldia Bao's heart leap. What side effects? If your life force is too heterogeneous, it's actually not a good thing. I think you'll only be able to survive one heavenly tribulation in your lifetime. Don't even think about going any higher. Heavenly tribulation. Goldia Bao had only heard of these two words in legends. Existences that had undergone heavenly tribulations were already existences that were close to gods. They could even look down on the bone-eating tribe. This was like saying that to a pauper. "Sai, you can only be a millionaire for the rest of your life. Don't even think about becoming a billionaire or a tycoon." That was definitely something he was willing to do. "Please, sir, you have to let me endure this side effect. I'm willing to do anything for sir." Goldia Bao said from the bottom of his heart. He already understood just how powerful this person was. Doing anything for an existence like that was definitely not a humiliation but an honor. That'll depend on your performance. If you want to do anything for me, you still don't have the right. If you were a beauty, then I might be able to ride her, but if it's someone like you, you better forget about it. Sir, if you like beauties, Fragrant Flower Market has as many as you want. I guarantee you that you'll be satisfied. Goldia Bao snickered. Li Qingshan glanced at his crotch and said in exasperation, "Shut up. Let's go." The sky lit up and the red sun rose from the east. A figure leapt out of the sea of trees, reaching the top of an extremely tall tree in just a few steps. Goldia Bao gazed into the distance and discovered that the distance he had traveled in a single night was already equivalent to 2 or 3 days of normal travel. He did not need to rest or take any detours. This was the benefit of strength. Actually, he had still taken a slight detour. When he passed through a forest, Li Qingshan had specially made him take a detour. Goldia Bao had no idea what he was avoiding, but he knew that if he ran into it, only death would be awaiting him. The Fragrant Flower Market was already in sight. He pointed at an undulating curve at the end of the sea of trees and said, "Sir, look. The Fragrant Flower Market is right below that hill." "You better look backwards." Li Qingshan rested his head on his arm and said lazily. After a night, his scarlet hair seemed much thicker, and it was no longer as soft as when he was just born. He closed his eyes slightly. There was nothing more delightful than breathing in the fresh morning air and sensing his strength grow stronger. "What's that?" Goldia Bao gazed backwards and squinted his eyes. He finally saw it clearly. The sea of trees in the distance rippled unnaturally, currently drawing closer in his direction. A sneer appeared on Li Qingshan's standard, doll-like face. "Yes, the bone-eating tribe." Goldia Bao leapt off the treetops and rushed towards the Fragrant Flower Market. He fled even faster than a mouse that had seen a cat. He had yet to recover from the fright last night. The terror of the bone-eating shamans had already been deeply engraved in his heart. "Sir, please unleash my potential. You're not afraid of losing your lifespan?" "Not afraid?" Goldia Bao said resolutely. He could make up for the lost lifespan, but if he was captured by the bone-eating tribe, then his entire life would be wasted. Li Qingshan smiled gently and patted Goldia Bao's back. "If I flee to the Fragrant Flower Market, won't they come chasing after me? The Fragrant Flower clan has their own shaman watching over it. Although the Fragrant Flower shamans are not as vicious as the bone-eating shamans, the first daughter of the patriarch is a follower of the White Lotus sect. The bone-eating tribe would never dare to offend her." Goldia Bao's blood surged. He suddenly sped up and fled even faster. The White Lotus sect? Li Qingshan was taken aback. Why did it sound so familiar? Was it the White Lotus sect that Gu Yenying had chased out of the Green Province? What's the name of their cult master? Who knows her real name? She's known as the White Lotus Mother, and they say the White Lotus Bodhisattva has descended into the mortal world to save people from suffering and bring them back to life. There's also the Vice Cult Master Venerable Black Lotus, who's even more benevolent. They're all like immortals. Originally, everyone here worshipped the snake god, but they've all converted to the White Lotus sect now. Goldie Fort has consecrated them. Alright, last night Huang Liangfei said I was under the protection of the Bodhisattva, so he was talking about the White Lotus Bodhisattva. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. However, his voice was far too tender, so there was not much heroism to speak of. Goldie Bao asked tactfully, "Sir, why are you laughing?" "I didn't think I'd run into someone I know here," Li Qingshan said. "Someone you know? Don't tell me you're talking about the White Lotus Bodhisattva and Venerable Black Lotus, sir?" Goldie Bao's heart trembled. Although he knew Sir Ayu's identity was anything but ordinary, being connected to such a powerful existence without a doubt was even more shocking. "Once we reach the fragrant flower market, sir, all you need to do is mention the great name of the White Lotus sect, and those bone-eating shamans will definitely collapse without even putting up a fight." "I'm not done yet. It's just a pity that I know them but they don't know me." "Oh right, don't tell anyone about this," Li Qingshan instructed. Before he recovered his strength, he did not want to have anything to do with the White Lotus sect. Yes. Goldie Bao was greatly disappointed, but he could not help but feel rather afraid. Was Sir Ayu referring to enemies? How could he be bold enough to say anything else? He could also tell that the White Lotus sect had only been around for a short period of time. Otherwise, with their ability to brainwash people, Goldie Bao would probably even consider betraying Sir Ayu, if they had been around for a few more decades. Anyway, the rules of the fragrant flower market are extremely strict. Even the fiercest barbarians are afraid to fight in the fragrant flower market. These bone-eating shamans are all different from regular people, so they probably can't even enter the city. As long as we remain in the city, we'll be at ease. Li Qingshan did not answer. Instead, he sank into his thoughts. He had a very deep impression of Altar Lord Black Lotus. He was a man with an extraordinary bearing, able to break free from the encirclement of Zhou Tong and the other school leaders. After so many years, it was very likely that he had already condensed the golden core. The White Lotus Mother had basically recovered from her wounds as well. She was a powerful figure who had clashed with Gu Yenying many times in the past. In the past, he did not understand the significance of this very well, but only now did he understand a little what kind of power this represented. The bird woman had hidden her strength extremely well. Even now, he was unable to see the full extent of it. Even if he fought against the White Lotus Mother in a playful manner, there would be no point to the game at all if the opponent was too much weaker. The first time he heard about the White Lotus sect was when the White Lotus Mother massacred cities to forge an arcane treasure. Back then he was shocked by the word massacred cities, but now he was shocked by the word arcane treasure. That was an arcane treasure. Right now he only possessed a single arcane treasure, and he had even taken advantage of Si Qing. Si Qing was a mighty prince. One of his main reasons for coming to the Rui Commandery was to forge the Dragon Arena into an Azura field, a true arcane treasure. It was not necessarily a coincidence that he had barged into the territory of the White Lotus sect this time. With the two of them working together, without the suppression of the Hawkwolf Guard and Orthodox sects, it was far too easy for them to influence a range of several thousand kilometers. When considering how sparsely populated the Mist Province was, this range might be even greater. They wanted to rebuild the White Lotus sect, so they definitely would not venture too deeply into the Mist Province. The organizations there were deeply entangled, so it would definitely be quite difficult to interfere. The Banyan Tree King's direct control spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. As for Li Qingshan's escape, he had not actually ventured too deeply into the Mist Province. This place could only be regarded as the outskirts of the Mist Province. Fragrant Flower Market was only where a disciple's home was located. He was probably still several thousand kilometers away from the true headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Chapter 722. Don't worry, they'll slow down very soon, Li Qingshan said unconcernedly. He had never treated these bone-eating shamans as any sort of opponent. If they really did catch up, he could directly abandon Goldie Bao and go wherever he wanted. Just a group of shamans wanted to lock onto his aura. However, that would mean he would lose a means of transport, and it would add a lot of trouble when he searched for the Azura field. His image as a child was still very inconvenient after all. That was why he played around with them casually. Once some time passed and he recovered some of his strength, he would find them and make them bleed one by one. Sure enough, the bone-eating shamans stopped. They had no idea what had happened. Goldie Bao's heart skipped a beat. It's the place we circled around. A large, colorful toad currently sat by the side of the pond, blocking the path of the bone-eating shamans. It gave off faint demon chi as it stared at them firmly with its bubble-like eyes. We're finally back. Standing in front of the city gates of the fragrant flower market, Goldia Bao let out a long sigh. He dared not stay any longer, entering the city quickly. A while later, the bone-eating shamans rushed over too, hiding in the jungle and gazing at the city gates from afar. They were all extremely furious. They had killed the toad monster after so much difficulty, and they even lost 2 clansmen for it. Poisonous gas invaded their bodies, melting them into a pile of mush in the blink of an eye. They could not even eat them. Chief, they've entered the city. What do we do? The bone-eating chieftain's expression was twisted. He was tempted to immediately charge in, capture the barbarian from Goldie Fort, skin him alive and swallow the infant alive. If this were a few years ago, he definitely would have done that. The Fragrant Flower clan had some strength, but they were not bold enough to do anything to them. However, he could not do that now. The damned women of the Fragrant Flower clan have allied themselves with the White Lotus sect. We can't barge in. The bone-eating shaman priest said. He knew the bone-eating tribe could run amok in this rainforest, but compared to the White Lotus sect, they were just a bug that could be crushed at any time. When the White Lotus sect first established a branch, many shaman tribes that refused to submit were destroyed in a single night. The bone-eating tribe could remain safe not because they were powerful. It was the exact opposite because they were too weak. They did not even have a single person who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. The White Lotus sect did not take them seriously at all. If they wanted to live long, they had to understand that there were some things that they could not provoke. The bone-eating chieftain looked back suddenly and said sternly, "Eating chieftain, dawn of me, of course." "Of course not. Once night falls, we'll sneak into the city, capture the person and leave. I doubt those damned women will fall out with us over this. At most, we'll just give in to them first. As long as you eat the baby and undergo the heavenly tribulation, you'll become an altar lord of the White Lotus cult, and the Fragrant Flower Market will belong to our bone-eating tribe." The ST said, "Of." The Shans the Bone Titan, of. Alright. The bone-eating shamans roused up. However, unbeknownst to them, Li Qingshan heard everything from the basket on his back. He murmured, "They sure know how to court death." "What's wrong, sir?" Goldia Bao's ears twitched and he asked softly. Li Qingshan repeated the bone-eating shaman's conversation, and Goldia Bao paled in fright. Originally, he thought the bone-eating shamans would back off in the face of difficulty as long as they entered the Fragrant Flower Market, but he never thought they would be willing to take such a great risk. This was not because Goldia Bao was not clever enough, but purely because his status was too low and his horizons were limited. In the world he lived in the past, no barbarian tribe was bold enough to behave atrociously in the Fragrant Flower Market, or only death would await them. As a result, he developed the misconception that the bone-eating tribe was afraid of entering the city. And he never imagined just how great of a temptation Li Qingshan was to the bone-eating tribe. "What do we do?" "No, we need to go to the Fragrant Flower Market and ask for protection," Goldia Bao said. The Fragrant Flower Market was in the center of the Fragrant Flower Market, where the Fragrant Flower clan resided. What right do you have to ask for their protection? As long as the bone-eating tribe is willing to pay the price, the Fragrant Flower clan will probably sell you off immediately, Li Qingshan said in disdain. Goldia Bao had obtained some life force, but he had only barely surpassed the realm of mortals. Compared to the entire cultivation community, he was at the very bottom. Faced with the pressure of the bone-eating tribe, the Fragrant Flower clan would do everything in their power to protect him unless he was called Xianghua Bao. Goldia Bao was speechless. Then let's keep running. I can guarantee you that you won't be able to escape more than 10 kilometers. Goldia Bao paled. Originally, he thought he had escaped with his life, but he never thought he would fall into a trap of death. As soon as he thought about how the people of the bone-eating tribe were waiting outside the city and would come for his puny life once night fell, the clamor in the surroundings completely failed to give him any sense of safety. "And we still have to find the people of Blackwater Cave. What are you running for? Turn left up ahead," Li Qingshan said. Goldia Bao listened to how relaxed he was and eased up slightly. He turned left. "Sir, you've come to Fragrant Flower Market before." "Yeah. Didn't I come with you once when I was still in the egg?" After undergoing Nerva rebirth, Li Qingshan's body was still very feeble, but his senses were even sharper than before. Throughout the entire Fragrant Flower Market, even the fluttering of a flying insect could not escape his ears. People flowed to and fro on the streets. The sounds of hawkers constantly rang out, and the fragrance of roasted meat constantly entered his nose. The city was not large, but it seemed very prosperous. Barbarians dressed in various strange clothes and spoke with different accents gathered here from everywhere, which made Li Qingshan feel like he was on a cultural tour. He admired the culture and scenery of the Mist Province with great interest. Goldia Bao was not in such a good mood. He walked around in a hurry for a while, and a wondrous fragrance appeared. The entire street was filled with spice stores. Spices were essential resources in the Mist Province. They could ward off plagues, miasma, venomous insects, and so on. The Fragrant Flower clan was renowned for their ability to make spices. Go in and buy a few spices commonly used by barbarians. Under Li Qingshan's guidance, Goldia Bao wandered around the city, basically going through every single street. In the end, he stood in front of a hot spring with the new clothes he had bought. Fragrant Flower Market was close to the volcanoes, so it was very easy to carve out a hot spring. Goldia Bao immediately understood. He wanted him to wash off his scent before covering it with spices. No matter how sensitive the bone-eating shaman's noses were, it would be very difficult for them to find him among so many people in the city. Goldia Bao submerged his exhausted body in the scorching hot spring and immediately felt all of his pores moan in comfort. He called out, "Sir, aren't you going to wash up?" Li Qingshan stood beside the hot spring with his hands on his hips. "I'll give you 100 seconds. Once you're clean, get your ass up here. I still have things to do." "What other things?" "I've been chased for so long, so it's about time for me to teach them a lesson. How am I supposed to be the bone-eating shaman's opponent?" Goldia Bao smiled bitterly. His strength had skyrocketed, but he did not lose his head. "Not now, but you'll be tonight." The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. Chapter 723. 50 seconds later, Goldia Bao leapt out of the hot spring, using a new basket to carry Li Qingshan on his back. The threat of death and his desire to become stronger drove him on. "Find a larger courtyard and buy as many livestock as you can from the market. You'll deal with the problem of money. Also, find out where the people of Blackwater Cave are right now. Understood?" "Understood." Goldia Bao began to run around the city. Borrowing a great sum of money to buy a courtyard and livestock in such a short amount of time was not an easy task, but he had been a merchant for many years. He had a wide network of contacts. He arrived at a casino and found an old friend. Using the golden name of Goldie Fort, he borrowed a great sum of money. When he expressed his eagerness, this old friend increased the interest to an insane level, doubling it every month. Goldia Bao frowned and agreed through gritted teeth. Now was not the time to get hung up on this. As long as he survived the current crisis and became a powerful shaman, he would have plenty of real money. It would be very easy for him to go back on his word. He also asked this old friend about the whereabouts of the people of Blackwater Cave. Sure enough, they had left the Fragrant Flower Market 2 days ago and returned to Blackwater Cave. Li Qingshan was not disappointed. Even if he obtained the Azura field now, he would not be able to refine it and use it, so he was in no hurry to take it back. All he needed to do was know where it was. After defeating the bone-eating tribe tonight, they would retreat in the face of difficulty. By then he planned on resting here for a while. Once he recovered some of his strength, going to Blackwater Cave to retrieve the Azura field would be as easy as pie. Afterwards, he made a beeline for the market and bought all the living creatures he could see. Of course, that was apart from people. There were also places in the city that sold slaves. Goldia Bao did not mind eating people, but the price of slaves was rather high. It was not worth it. Noon arrived. In a remote courtyard in the west of the city, the sounds of various livestock rang out. Horses neighed, donkeys neighed, sheep bleated, and cows mooed. There were even a dozen or so of the sturdy pack animals whose names he did not know. "Please do it as soon as possible, sir," Goldia Bao said impatiently. His face was flushed. In the past, he would never have thought that he could become a powerful shaman just by spending money on some livestock. Such an opportunity was not easy to come by. Li Qingshan stood under the eaves. His small body seemed to have grown a little taller. His red hair had already covered his ears, and sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves. His eyes were slightly closed and his eyelashes were very long. He completely ignored the cries of the various animals and Goldia Bao's voice. Goldia Bao urged, "Sir, you. But do you think you're lucky to have met me?" Li Qingshan turned around and grinned, showing his white teeth and 2 sharp tusks. He was showing his talent for the first time. Of course, if not for my lord, I would already be dead. I will use my life to repay my lord's kindness. There might be some danger tonight. Li Qingshan's ruby-like scarlet eyes seemed to pierce through time and see the future. I'm not afraid of danger, Goldia Bao said resolutely. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of danger, but he knew that Lord Moon needed him now, so he wouldn't put him in too much danger. Could it be that he couldn't escape as well? Yeah, devouring the life force of a bone-eating shaman is much better than devouring these animals. It's much better than devouring these animals. Fortune comes from danger. Goldia Bao said, I'll definitely get my revenge tonight. Then let's begin. The sun gradually set in the west, and the cries of the animals in the courtyard gradually grew sparse before dying off completely in the end. At dusk, Goldia Bao stood among a pile of corpses. His face was filled with excitement. He was a head taller than before at the very least, without a single wrinkle on his face. His hair had all turned black, and his muscles swelled up like they were about to explode. He possessed explosive power in his body too. Bury the corpses and get used to your power. Prepare to face the enemy. Yes. Night fell and the noisy fragrant flower market quietened down. Apart from a few brothels, it was all dark. The stars shone resplendently, flickering silently. There were still a few groups of guards patrolling the city walls, but they all yawned lazily. The safety of the fragrant flower market did not depend on them. Their greatest role was to discover fires in the city in time. Soon after a group of guards passed by, a few black figures leapt onto the city walls, directly leaping into the city. The high wall was practically non-existent to them. Before long, all of the bone-eating shamans had snuck in. Chief, the entire city is filled with his aura. What do we do? This place was not like the forest. There were far too many humans here and their auras were mixed up. Coupled with the various spices and smells, tracking him down was very troublesome. Split up and search. You can't wash away his original smell. The bone-eating chieftain gave an order, and the shamans dispersed to search. The fragrant flower market was not large. There were only 4 main streets distributed in a triangular shape. With the sensitive sense of smell of the bone-eating shamans, they could search through the entire area with around 100 people. As long as they were close enough, even spices could not conceal the smell of the body. A bone-eating shaman walked through a gloomy alleyway. Suddenly he stopped and wrinkled his nose. Within the heavy fragrance, there was a familiar smell, and he could not help but smile viciously. The smell rapidly approached him and a gust of wind swept over his head. Goldia Bao lunged over and pressed down firmly on the bone-eating shaman. The bone-eating shaman let out a deep growl. That was the sound of a hunter discovering prey. It was so deep that it did not alarm too many people, but it was enough for the bone-eating shamans to hear clearly. They did not want to alarm the Fragrant Flower clan in the Fragrant Flower market either. All of the bone-eating shamans heard the disturbance and gathered over rapidly. They only needed a while to tear Goldia Bao to pieces. Goldia Bao was covered in cold sweat. His blood seemed to freeze and condense too. He could not help but become afraid. This was a bone-eating shaman that had eaten an entire group of merchants. Although he had become much stronger now, killing a bone-eating shaman was definitely not an easy feat. Li Qingshan stuck his head out of the basket and pressed his hand against the bone-eating shaman's head. When the bone-eating shamans arrived, all that was left on the ground was a withered corpse. After inspecting it, the bone-eating shaman priest said, "His life force has been drained dry. That's an extremely strange method. It's no wonder that barbarian from Goldie Fort is growing stronger and stronger. It's all because of that baby." At this moment, another growl rang out in the distance. Rushing over to take a look, there was another bone-eating shaman corpse on the ground. Before long, 3 bone-eating shamans had been reduced to withered corpses. As power surged into his body, Goldia Bao's fear turned into rapture. Under Li Qingshan's orders, he moved through the streets and alleyways. His blood boiled and burned. The bone-eating shamans that had once filled him with fear had now become his prey. All he had to do was wait for the next bone-eating shaman to appear before him, and he would lunge over. In the beginning, all he could do was remain in a stalemate, waiting for Li Qingshan to kill them, but now he directly suppressed them. If it were not for the sake of devouring their life force, he could even directly kill some weaker bone-eating shamans. Li Qingshan's senses could completely overwhelm the bone-eating tribe, grasping their movements extremely clearly. He could even tell who was strong and who was weak. Finding their weak points and taking them down one by one was basically as easy as pie. In the beginning there was still some risk, but as Goldia Bao grew stronger and stronger, the risk became smaller and smaller. The bone-eating shaman priest said, "Chief, gather everyone." The bone-eating chieftain was furious. Just how many years had it been since he suffered like this? He let out a strange growl and gathered all the bone-eating shamans over. Li Qingshan ordered Goldie Bao to stop and maintain his distance from them. If they gathered together, they would not be able to search, but if they separated, they would only be ambushed. The outcome was already set in stone. However, he let out a gentle sigh. The real game had only just begun. At this moment, the bone-eating shaman priest's sunken hoarse voice drifted over with the night breeze. "Barbarian, you've killed our clansmen. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Hand over the baby and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll slaughter everyone in Goldie Fort. Your parents, brothers, wives, children, and clansmen will all die, and they'll all die in excruciating pain." The voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear in the quiet city. Goldie Bao's hearing had already become extremely sharp, so his face immediately changed. All of his joy vanished. Although Goldie Fort was watched over by the shaman priest, it definitely could not stop the bone-eating tribe from mobilizing in full strength. Li Qingshan thought, sure enough, all the bad people in the world are basically the same. They can't deal with you, so they'll use the people around you to threaten you. When Goldie Bao embarked on the path of opposing the bone-eating tribe, this was a problem he would definitely face. You don't have to be afraid of him. He's very weak right now. He's not your opponent. Hand him over to us and you won't have to worry about any revenge. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you don't respond, we'll turn around and go to Goldie Fort right now. 10. The bone-eating shaman priest's voice rose and fell, filled with strange temptation and pressure. "Sir, what do we do?" Goldie Bao said with difficulty, but he also understood that if he really had the ability to kill this group of bone-eating shamans, there would be no need for him to launch a sneak attack at all. Li Qingshan said calmly, "There's nothing we can do right now. We still don't have the power to face them openly right now, but you better think it through. You've killed their people, so will they really spare you and your clansmen? If it weren't for you, why would I? If it weren't for me, you'd be dead already. It's not like I'm the one who wants to kill your clansmen either." Li Qingshan interrupted him and shook his head. He was still a merchant after all. If he were a warrior, he would definitely fight to the end and use threats against threats. His several decades as a merchant had made him even more shrewd than regular barbarians, making him understand how to go with the flow and avoid harm, but it had also made him lose his bravery. "Sorry, I've misspoken." Li Qingshan said, "There's no need to apologize. I understand your difficulties. You've chosen your own path. If you want to sell me out, I won't hate you." At this moment, the bone-eating shaman priest had already reached 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "All right, I'll hand him over to you. You're not allowed to come over or I'll kill him and you won't get anything. You must swear in the name of your ancestors that you will never harm me or my clansmen." Chapter 724. "Sir, I'm sorry? If it's just my life, it's nothing even if I give it to you. I still have my elders and children to take care of. There are over 1,000 clansmen in Goldie Fort. I can't let them all die in my hands." The stars blinked coldly, unable to illuminate the messy alleyway. Goldie Bao's eyes widened, staring at the basket on the ground. Who knew whether he was afraid of being attacked, or afraid he would escape, or perhaps both? His face was filled with unease, but there was also an inexplicable excitement. He had already carefully considered the pros and cons. He was already powerful enough right now. It would be no problem even if he returned to Goldie Fort and became the chieftain. He could spend the majority of his remaining life slowly enjoying everything he had obtained from this day and night. He had already made a huge profit from this deal, so it was time for him to stop. If he was too greedy, he would suffer losses. He was not afraid of the bone-eating tribe falling out with him. The bone-eating tribe revered their ancestors very much. When shamans in the tribe were close to dying of old age, they would not be cremated or buried. Instead, they would share their flesh and blood with their clansmen. Just like that, it would be passed down from generation to generation. If they swore an oath in the name of their ancestors, they would never go against it. "There's no need for you to explain any further. I've already said that I understand." Li Qingshan climbed out of the basket, straightened his body, and made his way towards a small alleyway on the side. "You can't go." Goldie Bao blocked his way. This was the most important bargaining chip for him to survive from the hands of the bone-eating tribe. Li Qingshan's calm attitude made him feel deeply uneasy, but he immediately comforted himself. If he had any tricks up his sleeves he would have used them a long time ago. He's definitely just putting on a show right now. I can't be frightened by him. That's not something you can decide. You can decide your own path but you can't decide the path of others. Have you noticed that? They haven't responded to you. Li Qingshan turned his head and listened attentively, raising an index finger. A sliver of panic flashed across Goldie Bao's face. He called out, "Hurry up and swear an oath or don't even think about obtaining him." He extended his huge hand and reached towards Li Qingshan. Suddenly he stiffened in the air, unable to move. Goldie Bao's eyes bulged, staring straight at Li Qingshan. He wanted to say, "What did you do? Did you really think that I didn't make any preparations and dared to raise the dog so ferociously? I was the one who personally injected that life energy into your body. Do you think they should listen to you or me? Someone once told me that the power given to you by others is never your own power. Since you regret it, then let everything go back to the original track." Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He extended his hand and gently patted Goldie Bao's calf. Goldie Bao felt his body grow hotter and hotter. His blood seemed to be boiling and burning. Waves of energy were rampaging around him, and the pain was unbearable. However, he was unable to move, and a pleading look appeared in his eyes. If he had known that Li Qingshan had such means, he would not have betrayed him at all. His parents were already old. Although his wife and children were important, as long as he was alive, he could still marry and have children. Everything would be gone. You've already chosen your path and you can't regret it. I understand your choice and you should understand me too. Want a man to sell your treasure. You saved my life and now I'm ready to betray you at any time. Of course you'll be very unhappy. Listen, they're here. After they kill you they'll probably spare your clansmen. Let's hope so. Goodbye, Bao. Li Qingshan plucked a strand of hair and turned it into a tiny set of clothes. He shoved his hand into his pocket and passed by Goldie Bao, waving his hand without even looking back. He made his way into the depths of the alleyway, leaping over a stone wall gracefully and leaping into a residence. On the other side of the stone wall, the bone-eating chieftain rushed past in a hurry, completely unaware that the target he was pursuing was only a single wall away. Li Qingshan smiled. His current constitution had already completely surpassed that of mortals. Leaping over walls posed no problem at all, and with his senses, he could avoid all danger beforehand. Even if the bone-eating shaman's senses of smell and spiritual senses were 10 times sharper, they would not be able to discover his existence. There was no longer any danger for him to move around alone. This was not an uninhabited forest. The bone-eating tribe was unable to search carefully, and very soon the Fragrant Flower clan would come to chase them away. The bone-eating shamans gathered over from all directions. Seeing how Goldie Bao stood there without moving at all, they were afraid it was a trap, so they slowly approached him. They were filled with bone-deep hatred towards the murderer of their clansmen. Goldie Bao was filled with regret. Everything he went through during the day and night was like a strange, motley dream. Now that he had woken up from the dream, he felt like he had returned to that evening yesterday. Death approached him and he was powerless to resist. Suddenly he understood the meaning behind Li Qingshan's words. Since you've regretted it, then let everything return to its original trajectory. According to the original trajectory, he would die in the mouths of the bone-eating tribe. No, I don't want to die. Goldie Bao roared inside. His eyes became bloodshot and scarlet red, and his consciousness gradually blurred. His heartbeat was as dense as a drum, as if it was about to burst out of his chest and leap out of his body. His bones creaked and his skin turned scarlet red. His body swelled up, actually growing another foot taller. The color of his skin changed a few times before becoming an earthen yellow in the end, rough like the skin of a pack animal. Snake scales grew on his neck and goat horns grew on his head. His nose became especially large, stretching out his facial features. Various animal characteristics appeared on his body, making him even stranger and more twisted than the bone-eating shamans. Chief, the basket is empty. The baby has vanished. A bone-eating shaman kicked the basket. The bone-eating chieftain frowned and asked, "Shaman priest, what's going on?" The bone-eating shaman priest studied Goldie Bao. Looks like it's the baby's doing. What a good move. The power in his body has lost control. Oh no. Kill him. A furious roar rushed into the air, echoing through the entire Fragrant Flower market. Li Qingshan glanced back and said gently, "Since you like to court death so much, then go die." Afterwards he continued on his way, crossing over wall after wall. His destination was actually the fragrant flower market. Boom. Goldia Bao swung his hand, and a bone-eating shaman flew out, smashing through 3 walls consecutively. Blood flowed from all his orifices and his body twisted. He was no longer alive. A few bone-eating shamans lunged over, biting and tearing at him with their claws and teeth. Goldia Bao grabbed one and ripped it apart forcefully, scattering a rain of blood. The blood and pain made him even more frenzied. He swung his arms about wildly, ripping the bone-eating shamans to pieces in just a few moves. The bone-eating shaman priest's cane thumped against the ground, and the 2 empty eye sockets of the withered head at the top sprayed out with black smoke, shooting towards Goldia Bao's back. With a hiss, his flesh and blood were corroded so deep that bones were visible. Goldia Bao's roars became even more hysterical. He completely ignored the wounds on his back and lunged towards the bone-eating shaman priest. Chapter 725. Goldia Bao grabbed the 2 bone-eating shamans and swung them around madly like weapons, constantly letting out meaningless roars and bellows. Walls shattered one after another and residences collapsed loudly. Cries rose and fell. Just like how a single person risked his life, even 10 people would struggle to stop him. With the bone-eating shamans around him, they were like a pack of wolves surrounding a furious black bear. Their sharp teeth and claws struggled to do anything. The slightest carelessness could lead to a single insta-kill. All of you back up. I'll stop him. The bone-eating chieftain bellowed out. His eyes basically spat fire when he realized this was the end of the chase. Clang, 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 clang. The urgent sound of gongs and drums rang out from the city walls. The guards called out loudly, "The bone-eating barbarians are here. The bone-eating barbarians are here." Countless people roused from their sleep. The entire fragrant flower market was completely alarmed. At this moment, Li Qingshan had already arrived before the fragrant flower market. The square was brightly lit, filled with a hubbub of voices. A while later there was a rumble and the door opened. A group of people hurried over to where the battle had taken place. In the lead was a beautiful woman with a pretty face. Behind her were all women too, both young women and old women. Li Qingshan had heard from Goldia Bao that the fragrant flower tribe was a matriarchal clan. The people in charge were all women. This aspect was very similar to the night roamers, and the reason was basically the same. The cultivation methods passed down in the tribe were more suitable for women to practice. In this world, the strong obviously had the final say. The beautiful woman in the lead sensed something. She turned her gaze, casting it into the gloomy alleyway, but she saw nothing. She could not afford to think too much about it. She became worried inside. The bone-eating tribe has actually snuck into the city at night. Are they going to declare war? Li Qingshan had already leapt over the high walls and entered the fragrant flower market. His footsteps were light and silent, and he passed through the gardens swiftly. The people in the market had all been mobilized. The guards had become extremely lax. He made his way straight in and arrived in the central courtyard. There was a steaming hot spring, and there was a large fake mountain fountain in the center. An exotic fragrance drifted through the air. Those who can usually bathe here must be people with extremely great status in the fragrant flower clan. Perhaps it's the woman I saw earlier. However, he didn't come here to steal a woman. Even if he really wanted to, right now he was willing but unable. He was choosing a suitable hiding place. If the bone-eating tribe really did reach an agreement with the fragrant flower tribe and conduct a large-scale search of the city, they definitely would not be able to find this place. According to his perception, there was a hollow space in the rockery. He jumped into the hot spring. He swam to the bottom of the rockery and found a small cave. The entrance of the cave was only the size of a rubber ball. Ordinary people would not be able to enter, but he was only a foot-long baby now, so he easily entered the cave. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After bathing in the hot spring with Goldia Bao, he found the hot spring to be very nice. The underground river boiled with the flames of the earth, a display of the 2 powers of the world. It was beneficial for comprehending the fusion of fire and water. Of course, the most important thing was to be comfortable. His body was submerged in the hot spring, and the steam was rising, making him sleepy. He yawned and laid down with his arms as a pillow. He believed that no one would be able to find him here. He just needed to have a good sleep and wait for him to grow up. He gently closed his eyes. Early the next morning, amidst the drifting mist, the fragrant flower market gradually became noisy. Everyone who saw each other was discussing what had happened last night. Just what happened last night? You were sleeping too soundly. The bone-eating barbarians have entered the city. Bone-eating barbarians? Man-eating bone-eating barbarians? Who else could it be? The battle between the Fragrant Flower clan and the bone-eating barbarians was truly earth-shaking. They only managed to repel the bone-eating barbarians after so much difficulty. Go to the east of the city and take a look. Several dozen houses have all been demolished. Why do I hear there's a monster there? In the Fragrant Flower Market. Are you certain that the monster last night was Goldie, a bough of Goldie Fort? A traveling merchant? Chrysanthemum Fragilis listened to her daughter's report with a frown. Ever since she became the matriarch of the Fragrant Flower clan, it had already been many years since such a great disturbance had occurred in the city. Last night, she almost thought the bone-eating shamans had gone mad and launched a sneak attack on them, but in the end they ended up fighting a monster for some reason. It was a false alarm. However, the results of the investigation left her in disbelief. The terrifying monster was actually a traveling merchant called Goldie, a bough, a mortal through and through. She had personally witnessed the monster's terror. Before he died, he had even killed a few bone-eating shamans. At the very least, 20 bone-eating shamans had died at his hands, so how could he be immortal? Yes, mother. Someone saw him enter the city, and he even borrowed a great sum of money to buy a courtyard and many livestock. The courtyard is filled with the corpses of livestock, all of them like they've been drained dry. They're exactly the same as the corpses of the bone-eating shamans. When Jianghu thought of the courtyard filled with corpses, she still felt uncomfortable. It was even more disgusting than rotting, smelly and blood-soaked. Is this something a mortal can do? Chrysanthemum Fragilis frowned. At the very least, when he came to trade a few days ago, he seemed no different from a mortal. Shamans don't do such lowly work. Perhaps he learned some powerful shaman art, but he's been hiding his strength the entire time. Why does the bone-eating tribe insist on killing him? I'm not sure about that yet, but the shaman art he uses is similar to the shaman art passed down through the generations of the bone-eating tribe. It's all about directly stealing the life force of others. No, it should be even more ingenious than the bone-eating tribes. Even other wild beasts can become targets. It's very likely that the bone-eating tribe came here to steal this shaman art. In order to avoid being hunted down, he fled back to Fragrant Flower Market, but he had no choice but to absorb too much life force, which is why he became like that. It's also possible that he's determined to perish together with the bone-eating shamans. Humph, those bone-eating barbarians have gone for wool and come home shorn this time. There's actually such a powerful shaman art in the world. We can't let those barbarians obtain it. Go, investigate carefully what the traveling merchant from Goldie Fort has been doing these past few days. Who has seen him and what he said? Chrysanthemum Fragilis ordered. She did not waste the opportunity last night either, using the opportunity to launch an attack and heavily injuring the bone-eating chieftain. She even left behind many bone-eating shamans. The bone-eating tribe would need a few years to recover. If there were any wondrous shaman arts, she had to grasp them in her hands. A few days later, Chrysanthemum Fragilis received news that Goldie, a bough, had sold a wondrous item at a high price in Fragrant Flower Market a few days ago. The wondrous item was shaped like a cloth bag, impervious to damage. She immediately became certain that the item was closely connected to this matter. She ordered her second daughter, Jianghu, go to Blackwater Cave and find the cave master. Buy that item back. What if he refuses to sell it? Then offer an even higher price, so high that he can't refuse or be afraid of it. In the fake hot spring, Li Qingshan's ears twitched and his lips curled up slightly. He had no idea where Blackwater Cave was, nor did he know who had bought the Azura field. Originally, he found it to be rather troublesome, but it was all good now. Looks like I don't have to go to Blackwater Cave. Chapter 726. Several days later, Chrysanthemum Fragilis obtained what she wanted. She fiddled with the Azura field, constantly releasing her true chi to test it. However, with her strength as a chi practitioner, it was clear that she could not make an arcane treasure react at all. She could not even tell that it was an arcane treasure. That was just too far away from the world she resided in. Mother, just what is this? Jianghu asked curiously. On the way back, she had made guesses the entire way, but she could not figure it out. This item is very extraordinary. It's definitely not something an ordinary person can wield. The secret of the mysterious sorcery should be hidden within. Otherwise, it's better to let your elder sister take a look. Elder sister is thousands of kilometers away, so how can I give it to her? The rules of the White Lotus sect are very strict. I can't have her rush back just for a random item. If mother is useless, it's better to bestow it to me. Xianghuazi's eyes spun. When it came to her elder sister, Xianghua Hong, even if it was a piece of trash, she would still fight for it. Since you brought it back, you should take it. Chrysanthemum Fragilis considered it. Her elder daughter, Xianghua Hong, was already a disciple of the White Lotus sect. She had a great future ahead of her, so she did not lack this item. In the past few years, it had been her second daughter, Xianghuazi, who had been running errands for her. Both her hands were flesh, so she could not favor one over the other. After all, her second daughter would enter the White Lotus sect sooner or later. She would eventually be able to unravel the secret of this item and obtain the mysterious sorcery within. Xianghuazi happily accepted the Azura field. In the hot spring 300 meters away, Li Qingshan closed his eyes in relief. Although he could consider stealing the Azura field right now, the risk was too great, so there was no need. He would have a good sleep, recover 10 to 20% of his strength, and take it in front of everyone. A few hours later, Xianghua Man noticed that her guess was completely wrong. The mysterious shaman art had nothing to do with this flower print bag. She frowned as she looked at the young man in ragged clothes that seemed like a beggar and asked, "You're from Huangliang Beach?" "Why yes." "You're saying that you were ambushed by Goldie, a bao and an infant. Everyone died and you were the only one who escaped? Why would they let you go? And why did you flee back to Fragrant Flower Market instead of Huangliang Beach? Explain everything clearly to me. If there's even a single lie." The young man recounted the nightmarish experience again as he constantly trembled. After Goldie, a bao and Li Qingshan left, he set off as well. His luck was very good. The bone-eating tribe had been drawn away from the main path, allowing him to escape. He spent a few days before fleeing back to the Fragrant Flower Market. He was furious, so he purposefully announced how Goldie, a bao, had killed their people in the bustling market. He wanted the various tribes to know what Goldie, a bao, was like. However, not long after, he was targeted by the people of the Fragrant Flower clan. After careful questioning, he was brought to the Fragrant Flower House, reported to Xianghuazi, and finally brought to Chrysanthemum Fragilis. A baby with red hair and red eyes. Is it the fire devourers? Chrysanthemum Fragilis frowned deeply. Xianghuazi, who was beside her, asked, "Azi, has Fragrant Flower City ever seen a baby like this?" Xianghuazi said, "Definitely not, or I would definitely know about it. That baby is anything but simple. He only used a few days to turn a mortal into such a vicious monster. He might be hiding somewhere. Send people to search carefully. Don't miss a single corner. I'd like to see him." "Yes, mother." "Then what do we do with this kid?" "Just kill him." Chrysanthemum Fragilis spoke as if she was crushing a bedbug. He was just an insignificant little barbarian anyway. If we let him spread this nonsense, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause. The flower beds just happen to be in need of some fertilizer. The young man completely failed to respond. A beautiful, noble female matriarch like her actually wanted him dead so casually. Xianghuazi clapped her hands and two bare-chested, sturdy guards immediately walked in. They did not give him the opportunity to beg for mercy or curse at all, cleanly slicing through his neck. With a crack, his neck bones snapped and they dragged the corpse away. Xianghuazi ordered people to search through the city, but the result was nothing. Perhaps the baby had already left the Fragrant Flower Market, or perhaps he was already dead, eaten clean by the rats in the gutters. It was also possible that he had been roasted by unscrupulous merchants. Time passed quickly, and Chrysanthemum Fragilis gradually cast this matter to the back of her mind. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again. The light in his scarlet eyes was withdrawn, and his scarlet hair fell to his shoulders. It had already hardened. As his body grew, the space in the fake mountain became rather narrow. He glanced at his hand that had grown much larger, smiled and clenched it firmly. He no longer felt so weak and powerless. He exhaled deeply. He had finally recovered some strength. He could go out and do some things he needed to do. He sucked in another deep breath, but it was not just air that gushed into his mouth. There was also surging spiritual qi of the world. Under the impetus of the spiritual qi, the demon core began to spin slowly. Although he had only recovered to the realm of demons, he could already use 3 abilities, which were the spirit turtle's profound shell, the tremors of the ox demon, and the tiger demon's breath. Of course, theoretically, there was also the phoenix's nerva, but he probably could not use it a second time in his current state. But that was enough. Li Qingshan strode over. Before the rocks of the fake mountain could even touch his skin, they were all reduced to dust. His usage of the power of tremors was becoming more and more flexible. A woman's cry rang out by his ear. She was nearby. Li Qingshan smiled. He could see the person he wanted to see as soon as he woke up, and he could even enjoy some benefits. As it seemed, after so many days of bad luck, his luck was finally turning for the better. Apart from cultivating, the thing that Chrysanthemum Fragilis loved to do the most was soak in the hot spring. The large hot spring in the courtyard was designed for her alone. Apart from her, no one was allowed to pollute the water, or only death awaited them. They would be buried in the flower beds and used as fertilizer. Beautiful purple and red flower petals floated on the surface of the water. She was standing comfortably in the water, her graceful figure faintly discernible in the mist. Her hands were gently caressing her delicate skin, plump and smooth lower abdomen. Although she already had 3 daughters, she was still able to make any man go crazy. Not only was she a beauty, but she was also the matriarch of the Fragrant Flower clan, who stood above all but one. She was very satisfied with her life, but just as she was admiring herself, she suddenly felt the surface of the water ripple. The fake mountain trembled slightly, and the surging spiritual chi of the world surged into it madly, as if something was trying to break free. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. However, she immediately calmed down, and true chi coiled around her hands. She stared fixedly at the fake mountain. "What is it? Come out." Just as she finished speaking, a figure walked out from the fake mountain. At first glance, it was only a child about 5 or 6 years old. His red hair hung down to his shoulders and his face was handsome. There was an innocent smile on his face, revealing 2 small canine teeth. He didn't seem to be the least bit threatening. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that his forehead was slightly bulging. His 10 fingernails were not ordinary nails but rather sharp claws. His pair of crimson-red eyes were incomparably deep. His gaze seemed to have substance as it swept across her naked body. His gaze was filled with aggression, and it was definitely not the gaze of a child. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan's response was a frivolous whistle, but when he glanced at his own reflection, it turned into a sigh. Chrysanthemum Fragilis leapt over to the edge of the pool. She picked up her clothes and twirled them around, wrapping them around herself. She stared at Li Qingshan coldly and suddenly found him rather familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. Scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. "Don't tell me. Didn't they say he was an infant?" Li Qingshan asked with a crisp, childish voice. "I have 2 questions for you. First, where is your daughter? The one you sent to Blackwater Cave a few days ago. The second question is..." Before he had even finished speaking, a fragrant gust of wind assaulted him. Chrysanthemum Fragilis had struck out with a palm strike from afar. A hexagonal spirit turtle's profound shell flew out automatically, blocking the attack. However, the fragrance permeated Li Qingshan's surroundings. He wrinkled his nose. "How fragrant. Since it's fragrant, then smell some more." Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled gently and struck out with her palm strike again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Pillars of water rose up from the hot spring, and all the steam was swept away, all blocked by the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan stepped over the water and made his way towards her steadily. "You better stop right now or I'll teach you a vicious lesson." "Humph, how do you want to teach me a lesson?" "I'll spank your bottom first. If it really doesn't work, I'll spank your face. If there really isn't any other way, I'll just kill you." "Really? Just because you're a brat who hasn't even grown hair yet? I'd like to have a son like you. Come, call me mother." Chrysanthemum Fragilis shivered inside. She was quite powerful among shamans, but she was not as powerful as those who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. She actually could not get through the thin defense. "But no matter how powerful you are, you'll be at my mercy later." The fragrance grew heavier and heavier. She had already activated the fragrant flower goo in her body. The wind from her palm strike contained many tiny specks of pollen. As long as someone came in contact with it, they would definitely become limp and powerless, completely at her mercy, let alone directly inhale it. Do you know what it means to curse someone without exposing their shortcomings? "If I don't beat you up until you call me father, I'll write my name backwards." With a flash, Li Qingshan appeared before Chrysanthemum Fragilis and casually slapped her flat abdomen. It was not that he wanted to act like a hooligan, but he was limited by his height. Chrysanthemum Fragilis did not fly away. Instead, she shuddered and directly collapsed on the ground. She felt every single bone in her body tremble, and the true qi in her dantian had been shaken to pieces. She had clearly inhaled his pollen, yet there was no response at all. She immediately understood the unimaginably great disparity between their strength. Actually, from the perspective of cultivation alone, Li Qingshan had only just condensed his demon core. If it were many years ago when he had just condensed his demon core, even if he could defeat Chrysanthemum Fragilis, it would still be a bitter struggle. It would never be as easy as it was now. During the past few days of hiding in the fake mountain, he did not just sleep. Instead, he focused all of his attention on his body, balancing these four completely different powers. He had already begun to see results. Right now, he was more than 10 times stronger than when he had just become a demon. And just a casual strike from him contained many years of battle experience. His grasp of timing and control over his strength were all extremely exquisite. How could the leader of a small tribe in the wilderness be his opponent? The second question is, where is the bone-eating tribe? Chapter 727. Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, "Why are you looking for the bone-eating tribe? I'm going to invite them to tea. What's that got to do with you? Anyway, if you don't answer these two questions, I'll first kill you, then kill you. This place is so big anyway, so there's bound to be someone who knows." Xianghua Man's heart tightened. Though his threat was close to a joke, and the appearance of a child could only be called cute and not terrifying, it was precisely this kind of disrespectful attitude that caused her to recall how she normally treated those mortals. That was how she didn't take her life seriously at all. If she were to infuriate him today, she would probably really be met with a fatal disaster. He revealed an amiable smile. "Little Didi," Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. "Are you mocking me? And I'm not." Immediately, Chrysanthemum Fragilis felt like she was suffocating. The person crouching beside her did not seem like a child, but a vicious monster. Sure enough, people like that were temperamental. "I'll teach you how to address me first. Do you still remember what I said earlier?" Li Qingshan flipped Chrysanthemum Fragilis over and slapped her on the bottom. "Father." Before the slap had even landed, Chrysanthemum Fragilis cried out. "You barbarians really don't have any backbone at all. Fine, you win. Now answer my question." Li Qingshan was taken aback before smacking her on the head. Chrysanthemum Fragilis sucked in a deep breath and said seriously, "It's best if you don't kill me. Who's the backer of our fragrant flower clan?" "The White Lotus Sect." "Since you know about the White Lotus Sect, you should know about the White Lotus Mother and the Black Lotus Cult Leader. Both of them are important figures who have undergone the second heavenly tribulation. If you kill me, they won't spare you. If you were the White Lotus Mother, I'd leave right now, but it's a pity that you're the damned leader of a barbarian tribe. You're not even a disciple of the White Lotus Sect." Li Qingshan sneered. If he had a little more time, once his strength completely recovered, he would even be able to wipe out the White Lotus Sect alone without any pressure. Why would he be afraid of a threat like that? Chrysanthemum Fragilis's heart sank. He actually did not even take the White Lotus Sect seriously, and he knew everything about her. He had been hiding in the fake mountain for so long, so he had probably heard all of her secrets. "Let's play a game. The rule of the game is that you're not allowed to mention the words White Lotus Society. There was once a guy who used his boss to threaten me, so I told him not to mention his boss anymore. I hate being threatened. He mentioned it again, so I slapped him across the face and sent him to the next world. Oh, this guy's strength is around the White Lotus Mothers and Lotus." "Yes." Chrysanthemum Fragilis nodded in a hurry, but she did not believe him at all. Someone on the same level as the White Lotus Mother was already unimaginably powerful, so just what kind of existence would his boss be? "Do you really think I've grown up scared? If you understand, then get your daughter to come over immediately. My second daughter, Aziz, has already arrived." Chrysanthemum Fragilis snorted gently. "What's wrong with you? You won't let me say those 3 words. She's gone to the White Lotus Sect? What's she doing?" "She's already become a disciple of the White Lotus Sect." Chrysanthemum Fragilis responded extremely quickly. "Don't tell me he's come for that wondrous item of unknown use?" "What?" "Write a letter and tell her to come back. New disciples are forbidden from contacting the outside world for 3 years. Li Qingshan kicked Chrysanthemum Fragilis. "I wonder if she'll come back to attend your funeral if you die. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to ask someone else. If I'm lying, I'm willing to die. I can tell you where she is." Li Qingshan sat down on Chrysanthemum Fragilis and leaned on his hand, sighing. "And here I thought my luck had turned for the better. Whatever, I'll just treat it as switching from Blackwater Cave to the White Lotus sect. Anyway, I'll have to pay a visit. A strange scene appeared next to the hot spring. A voluptuous, beautiful woman was lying on the ground. Although she was wearing a muslin dress, it was soaked by the steam and was almost naked. A 5 or 6-year-old child was sitting on top of her, sighing in distress. You should know where the bone-eating tribe is, right? Li Qingshan decided to get revenge first. He was in no hurry to find the Azura field. It was not like he could use an arcane treasure with his current cultivation anyway. I know. Let me go and I'll bring the map over. Chrysanthemum Fragilis beamed inside. As long as she could send away this wretch, anything could be discussed. Afterwards, she immediately reported this to the White Lotus sect. The best outcome would be to perish together with the bone-eating barbarians. The bone-eating tribe isn't that easy to infiltrate. If you want to die, that's up to you. Why are you looking for a map? Just bring me there. I'll take you there? No, Chrysanthemum Fragilis turned him down in a hurry, but when she met Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes, she was unable to say anything else. Right now, the enemy was powerful while she was weak, so there was no room for her to turn him down. I can take you there. Can you let me put on some clothes? No problem. Li Qingshan stood up. Chrysanthemum Fragilis arrived beside a clothes rack and took off her wet clothes first before slowly putting them back on. She racked her brains anxiously for a plan. What do I do? Run. She glanced at the child who squatted beside the hot spring and played with the water, and she immediately dismissed this thought. He was not by her side, which meant he was not afraid of her running away. Call for reinforcements to attack. She would probably be killed before reinforcements could even arrive. Hurry up. I'll give you 5 seconds. Li Qingshan held a ball of water in his left hand and a ball of fire in his right before combining them, merging the water and fire. Under his current state, the spirit turtle and phoenix were both equivalent to the first layer. This was the first time the two powers had truly achieved equilibrium. Water and fire supported each other, reinforcing and countering each other. He felt an unprecedented harmony. The tiger demon and ox demon had both become docile. Chrysanthemum Fragilis made her way over in a hurry and smiled. The journey is long, sir. Why don't you eat something first before setting off? Our fragrant flower house's fragrant flower wine is renowned for its fragrance, and we have various delicacies too. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He was rather tempted. It must have been a very long time since he had eaten. The taste in his mouth was almost bland. Although he no longer needed to eat to survive now, this was one of the great joys of life. Food and lust were part of human nature. He could not do anything about lust right now, so he could only start with food first. Since he was traveling, he obviously had to try the delicacies of various places. Don't waste time. Once we return from destroying the bone-eating tribe, you can slowly serve me. Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out, but if the two of us go to the bone-eating tribe, we'll be heading to our deaths. Please let me gather people. I'm willing to assist you in your crusade against the bone-eating tribe, sir. Don't worry, you won't have to do anything when the time comes. You can just watch from one side. I'm the most generous person. As long as you take me over, there'll be even more benefits for you when the time comes. Chrysanthemum Fragilis did not want this benefit, and she even wanted to turn it down. Li Qingshan said indifferently, if you really don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll go. 2 hours later, the two of them silently left the fragrant flower market on the pack beast. In order to fool others, the pack beast was only a regular pack beast. It moved slowly, but this method was the most efficient when it came to long journeys. Li Qingshan had plenty of time right now. If he traveled for a few more days, he could recover a little more strength. He sat at the front comfortably, resting his head between two plump mounds. A fragrance lingered in the air as he admired the scenery of the Mist Province along the way. It was quite an enjoyable experience. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was not in such a good mood, and she spoke even more carefully than she did in the fragrant flower market. She trembled in fear, afraid that she would anger him with something. She did not want to die outside for no reason at all. 8 days later. Hee hee, you little pervert, you're touching me again. I don't have any breast milk for you. If you touch me, I'll touch you too. Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled and extended her hand into Li Qingshan's clothes, feeling around until she reached below. This was not the Yichuan courtyard or the brothel. Instead, it was the Mist Province's rainforest that was rife with danger, on the back of a wooden pack beast. Chrysanthemum Fragilis fawned over him, and Li Qingshan was not a cold-blooded person either. In just 7 or 8 days he had already gotten used to her. On the surface he already seemed like an adulterer, but the adulterer was a little young. "Let go of me," Li Qingshan said helplessly. In the beginning he thought she was purposefully fawning over him, but he never thought this woman would actually become addicted to him over the past few days. She would kiss and touch him whenever she had the opportunity. It was no longer clear who was taking advantage of who, but he felt like he was losing out a little, especially when his private parts had been grabbed. He's still too young. Who knows when he'll grow up a little? Chrysanthemum Fragilis giggled. She had also understood that Li Qingshan was clear-headed. He would not lose his temper over a small joke like this. Only at a time like this could she see his helplessness and let out a sigh of relief. She found it even more delightful, like touching a tiger's bottom. "I'll definitely make you taste its power in the future," Li Qingshan said viciously. "I can't wait any longer. You better grow up faster." Chrysanthemum Fragilis was rather eager. He was already so cute at such a young age. Wouldn't he be mesmerizing when he grew up? This was not because she was infatuated. Instead, she realized Li Qingshan had no intention of harming her, so she did not feel as much hostility anymore. She actually began to enjoy this special, thrilling journey a little. They traveled for another day and 2 nights. Early in the morning, the forest was shrouded in mist. The sunlight made it through the gaps between the leaves with difficulty, scattering bits of gold. You were about to enter their territory. Let's go on foot and sneak over." Chrysanthemum Fragilis pulled on the reins and made the pack animal stop. "There's no need. Let's keep advancing. I've come for revenge, not to steal." "Are you sure you're fine? Apart from what I've said, they might still have other tricks up their sleeves." Chrysanthemum Fragilis was still rather worried. If the child in her arms could not defeat the bone-eating tribe, she would not be able to escape from the bone-eating tribe's pursuit. "Cut the nonsense. Let's go." "All right, you." Chrysanthemum Fragilis's eyes flickered. She bent down and kissed Li Qingshan's lips. After a series of French kisses, Li Qingshan pushed her away. This was the first time she discovered being sexually harassed could be such a troublesome matter. Chrysanthemum Fragilis licked her lips reluctantly. With a shake of the reins, the pack animal advanced slowly. After walking for a while, the sound of rustling came from the forest. Black shadows moved back and forth. The pack beast stopped its footsteps restlessly. No matter how Jianghu man shook the reins, it was unwilling to take another step forward. Chapter 728. The bone-eating tribe that countless barbarians treated as a land of death seemed no different from any other stronghold in nature. It did not give off an evil, bloody aura. The bamboo buildings constructed from verdant bamboo instead gave off quite the ambience, which made Li Qingshan think of Cloud Wisp Island. However, the people who emerged from the bamboo buildings were bone-eating shamans that seemed inhuman. There were men and women, large and small, but they were all vicious. Bone-eating shamans began eating humans from a young age to increase their strength. The children who could not practice shaman arts through cannibalism would become food for other shamans. There were many children like that, so although there was basically no pressure to survive, the bone-eating tribe had never been particularly large. They were not like regular shaman tribes, which still developed with shamans as the core and mortals as the foundation. The jungle behind them rustled, and several dozen shamans emerged, surrounding the 2 people on the pack animal. "Chrysanthemum Fragilis, how dare you come to my place? Do you really think I'm afraid of eating you just because you have the White Lotus sect?" The bone-eating chieftain stared at Chrysanthemum Fragilis on the pack animal in hatred, extending his long scarlet tongue and licking his claws. He could still clearly remember the losses he suffered in the fragrant flower market. Chrysanthemum Fragilis's heart trembled slightly. She subconsciously tightened her embrace of Li Qingshan and sneered. "I've come today to claim your lives." The bone-eating chieftain laughed madly, and the bone-eating shamans all snickered strangely too. Only the bone-eating shaman priest who arrived afterwards frowned firmly, his gaze landing on Li Qingshan. "Oi, so you're their leader." Li Qingshan broke free from Chrysanthemum Fragilis's embrace and stood on the pack animal's head, pointing at the bone-eating chieftain and yelling. The bone-eating chieftain said, "How bold of you, kid, to actually speak to me like that. Your flesh sure seems very tender. I'll make it perfect for eating you raw and drinking later." Li Qingshan smiled. "You've chased me for so long, yet you don't even know who I am? I'm chasing you?" The bone-eating chieftain was filled with doubt. "Chief, he's that infant." The bone-eating shaman priest arrived beside the bone-eating chieftain with his cane and said with a deep, hoarse voice, "It's you?" The bone-eating chieftain was mildly taken aback, and his laughter became even louder. "All right, thank you for your protection, ancestor. I've been looking for you for so long, yet you've delivered yourself to me today. I didn't think there'd be something so good in the world. Do you know that the bone-eating tribe lost several dozen clansmen because of you?" Their voices were filled with bone-deep hatred, as if Li Qingshan had committed a grave mistake by not obediently giving himself to them. Li Qingshan sneered and shook his head. No, not 40. He paused for a moment. "All of them. Capture him." The bone-eating chieftain roared furiously. Several hundred bone-eating shamans surged over together, letting out furious roars that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was quite a harrowing disturbance. Chrysanthemum Fragilis paled. Li Qingshan leapt up gently, flying over the bone-eating shamans and landing on a bamboo building. He turned around and pointed a finger, just happening to touch the head of a charging shaman. The power of tremors erupted. With a crack, the shaman's spine snapped and he fell powerlessly. Li Qingshan could already wield the power of tremors with ease. Originally, he could have shattered his heart. The reason why he spared his life was only because he had a use for him. Over a dozen claws took advantage of this opportunity to reach towards him. The vicious smile he had just revealed stiffened. With a series of cracks, 7 or 8 of them fell off the bamboo building together. None of them actually managed to see what kind of attack Li Qingshan had used to attack them. Li Qingshan leapt off the bamboo building and landed in the densest area of the bone-eating shamans. He shuttled around and unleashed the power of tremors at will. As long as he touched the bodies of the bone-eating shamans gently, their bones would shatter. In the blink of an eye, a swathe of the bone-eating shamans collapsed. After reaching a certain level of skill, it could completely become overwhelming power. Be careful. He has demonic arts. Don't touch him. But if they did not touch him, how were they supposed to capture him? The bone-eating shamans all retreated. Although they possessed a murderous nature that did not fear death, they had no idea what to do when faced with an opponent like that. He really is strong enough. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was overjoyed. The bone-eating shamans who originally surrounded her eagerly all had their attention drawn away by him. How could she let go of an opportunity like this? With a bellow, she swung her palm and powered the fragrant flower goo. A fragrant breeze drifted through the air. The pack animal beneath him directly collapsed to the ground, while the shamans nearby tottered on the verge of collapse too. The bone-eating shaman priest's cane paused, and the shriveled head at the top opened its empty eye sockets. 2 wisps of black smoke twisted together, turning into the shape of a 2-headed snake that bit towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Chrysanthemum Fragilis slapped the snake's head away with a palm strike. She refused to continue fighting, leaping backwards. Kill him. Kill him. Don't hold back." The bone-eating chieftain bellowed out and charged towards Li Qingshan at the very front. His colossal body was like a speeding chariot. He threw a punch and the wind whistled like a cannonball had been fired. Li Qingshan stood where he was without moving at all. The wind from the punch surged into his face, and his scarlet hair ruffled. He turned to his side with a smile and threw a punch. Die. The bone-eating chieftain ravished with joy. Their sizes differed by more than 10 times, and the fist was even larger than his head. The punch was enough to crush him to a pulp. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Li Qingshan's chubby little fist sank deeply into the bone-eating chieftain's huge, black, hairy hand. Li Qingshan's tiny body did not sway at all. Instead, the colossal bone-eating chieftain was sent flying. His arm was flung away, becoming as limp as a noodle. Even his entire right shoulder had caved in, knocking over a group of bone-eating shamans. Li Qingshan snickered. "You foolish barbarian. You're looking to die if you want to compete with me in strength." He seemed tiny, but if he reverted to his original form he would be 2 or 3 meters tall at the very least. Their proportions were completely reversed. Unfortunately, the bone-eating chieftain's body was much tougher than regular bone-eating shamans, so he failed to snap his spine in a single strike. Li Qingshan was just about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly stopped and looked back. The 2-headed snake condensed from black smoke had silently slithered over from behind, suddenly opening its mouth and biting towards him. Tiger Demon's breath. A gust of wind from Li Qingshan's breath tore the 2-headed snake to pieces. It followed the black smoke and directly pierced the bone-eating shaman priest who had launched a sneak attack. "Chief, go to the altar and ask for the power of the ancestors." The bone-eating shaman priest coughed up blood and bellowed, "This is a disaster that will wipe out the entire tribe." "Stop him." The bone-eating chieftain ordered loudly. Clutching his crippled arm, he rushed towards the stronghold. He was filled with regret and resentment. His losses in the fragrant flower market had already made him feel extremely pained, but he never thought he would actually provoke something so terrifying. However, as long as he asked for the power of the ancestors, he would definitely be able to kill him, devour his flesh and blood, and undergo the heavenly tribulation. The bone-eating shamans charged over fearlessly, wanting to use their lives to buy time for the bone-eating chieftain. Li Qingshan stomped his right foot and leapt up. The shamans leapt up and swung their claws with him, but they missed. They all raised their heads and extended their arms, waiting for him to fall. "Be careful." Chrysanthemum Fragilis cried out. Her voice was filled with concern. If it were not for the fact that she hid in the distance on a tree, ready to retreat at any time, perhaps Li Qingshan would feel a little grateful. When he looked down, he saw many ferocious faces and mouths full of fangs. Li Qingshan smiled. A pair of glorious wings suddenly unfurled on his back, and he grew several meters taller again. His scarlet eyes locked onto the bone-eating chieftain's back, leaving behind a scarlet streak of light as he swooped down like an eagle swooping down to a rabbit. He did not have the time to see what trump cards these barbarians had, or perhaps they were putting on an act and looking down on others just because he was strong enough. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. He only had a single objective here: annihilate the entire tribe. And the simpler and easier it was, the better. A gust of wind swept over from behind, and the bone-eating chieftain suddenly looked back. Before he could even respond, Li Qingshan had planted a foot on his back. With a series of cracks, his spine broke inch by inch and he collapsed on the ground, completely immobilized. He let out a howl of despair. Both the chieftain and the shaman priest had been defeated, so the morale of the bone-eating shamans plummeted. Li Qingshan did not stop at all, using the force of the stomp to fly back. With the assistance of his wings, he moved even faster, leaving behind a trail of fire. Wherever he passed by, the shamans all collapsed. I'll lend you a hand." Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out and leapt down from the tree, powering the fragrant flower goo as hard as she could. A fragrant wind drifted through the air, which was extremely effective against regular bone-eating shamans. Li Qingshan specially targeted the stronger shamans, and they all fell in a single strike. A while later, not a single bone-eating shaman remained standing. None of them managed to escape. Chrysanthemum Fragilis's face flushed with excitement, along with a sense of disbelief. The powerful bone-eating tribe was finished just like that. It was unimaginably easy. She raised her hand, about to unleash a massacre. "Stop." Li Qingshan called out. "What?" "I told you I have a gift for you." Under Chrysanthemum Fragilis's surprised gaze, Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and walked past the bone-eating shamans one by one. Blood-red flames flew out of their bodies, and they shriveled up like they had been sucked dry. The bone-eating chieftain was utterly furious. "Stop. If you want to kill me. Spare my clansmen." Li Qingshan snickered. "I couldn't tell, but you're quite loyal. Don't worry, none of you can escape." The bone-eating shaman priest said, "Spare my life and I'm willing to be your servant. I'll tell you where the wealth of the bone-eating tribe is hidden. I can even help you obtain the power of your ancestors." The bone-eating chieftain roared, "You traitor!" The bone-eating shamans roared too, "Traitor! You sure are a clever person." Li Qingshan arrived before the bone-eating shaman priest and picked up his cane, twirling it around in his hand. "Though I already have a servant, so forget about you." An extremely weak, bright red flame flew out. A while later, all of the bone-eating shamans had their life force drained away, reduced to a pile of withered corpses. Li Qingshan held a flame of life that was around the size of his head in his right hand. He smiled at Chrysanthemum Fragilis and said, "Come man, have a taste of the feast I've made for you." Although they had been getting along quite well in the past few days, this was called being prepared. He did not want someone to secretly leak this matter to the White Lotus sect. "I don't want to." Chrysanthemum Fragilis recalled the monster the merchant had turned into and retreated in fright. Li Qingshan smiled. "You have to be an obedient daughter." Chapter 729. It's not like I'm trying to harm you, so what are you so afraid for? How many people can only dream of an opportunity like this? Let alone everything else, it'll be very easy for you to increase your lifespan by a few decades, and your body will become even tougher than these barbarians. Li Qingshan crouched down and extended his hand, gently caressing Chrysanthemum Fragilis's cheek. Although he spoke in a negotiating tone, it made Chrysanthemum Fragilis's heart tremble. She understood one thing more and more. No matter how cute a child he seemed, no matter how helpless he felt when he was being teased, he was still a powerful monster that she could not contend against at all. Once it touched on the fundamentals, she would not be able to put up any resistance or rejection. "I don't want to become a monster, or I'd rather die," Chrysanthemum Fragilis called out. As soon as she thought about how she would become as twisted and ugly as the merchants of Goldie Dock, she shivered. Even if it was slightly better, becoming a bone-eating shaman was completely unacceptable to her. How can that be? He'll only become younger and prettier. Goldie Bao wanted to sell me out, which was why I stimulated all of the potential in his body, making him fight these barbarians to the death. Otherwise, he'd probably be even more powerful than you already. And the life force he imbues into his body is far too impure, which is why it's easier for him to lose control, and this ball of life comes from the same race. I've already refined it. Don't worry, as long as you're good, why would I harm you? Li Qingshan guided her patiently, but the more sincere and gentle his tone was, the more afraid Chrysanthemum Fragilis became. Even if she did not become a monster, it would still mean she would be under his control, unable to break free. She stared straight at Li Qingshan as tears welled up in her eyes. For a moment she was speechless. Li Qingshan waited for her to calm down a little. "Now tell me your answer." "I agree." "All right, let go of your body and mind." Li Qingshan blew gently, and the blood-red flames flowed towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis, merging into her body strand by strand. Chrysanthemum Fragilis let out a moan, and a great pleasure burst forth from her body. Her mind went blank, and after an unknown period of time, she slowly regained consciousness. She felt numb all over her body, and there was an indescribable restraint. It was as if she had been reborn, and an unprecedented power surged in her body. He was not like Goldie Bao, who was only a mortal who had been forcefully pushed to shaman. She had decades of cultivation experience. She quickly meditated and adjusted her breathing, guiding this energy back to the right path. The fragrant flower goo in her body was nourished and had another breakthrough. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "How do you feel?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis's first reaction wasn't to check how much stronger she had become. Instead, she took out her bronze mirror to see if she had become uglier. She couldn't help but cheer. "That's great." In the past, although she didn't look old because of her chi refinement, she was a mother of 3 children after all. There were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her skin wasn't as tight as before. Now, however, she seemed to have returned to her 20s. She was radiant. To a woman, especially a beauty, there was nothing more terrifying than watching herself gradually age in the mirror, and there was nothing more joyous than recovering her youth. Immediately, she felt like her worries just now were pointless. Although there were gains and losses, it seemed like her luck was pretty good right now. "Deal with these corpses," Li Qingshan ordered. As he fiddled around with the walking stick, he picked up a small 100 treasures pouch from beside the shaman priest. He opened it and took a look. The space inside was only the size of a woodshed, and there were many random items. He had no idea what they were for, so he hung them on his waist casually. "How are we supposed to deal with so many of them? Why don't we just leave them here? They'll rot in less than 10 days. Chrysanthemum Fragilis widened her eyes. There were several hundred corpses here. Just how large of a hole would they have to dig to bury them all? Be good. If you don't, you'll turn into a monster," Li Qingshan said unconcernedly, making his way into the depths of the stronghold. Originally he had only mentioned it casually, but since he had said it, it became an order. He had gone to great lengths to extract life force for her to recover her youth and increase her strength drastically. Was this supposed to be the support of love? Yes. Chrysanthemum Fragilis immediately nodded. Li Qingshan arrived at the end of the stronghold and raised his head. An ancient totem was painted on the wall. It was just a few strokes, but it fully displayed its charm. It was lifelike, shaped like a tiger, but it was even more vicious. There was a pair of wings on its back, which did resemble the tiger demon slightly. However, the tiger demon was purely battle and killing intent, while the totem possessed deep malice. It opened its mouth as if it was about to swallow someone whole. If he had guessed correctly, this was the location of the bone-eating tribe's altar. It gave off a faint, frightening power. That was the result of countless years of worship from the bone-eating tribe. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against the wall gently. Immediately, the totem on the wall sprang to life, staring at him viciously. It let out a roar and lunged off the wall. The spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and the totemic beast slammed against the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously. Bang! Cracks appeared on the spirit turtle's profound shell. What great strength! This must be the bone-eating tribe's strongest trump card. They actually have something similar to a guardian beast. Its strength has already approached Demon General. Fortunately, they didn't activate it, or it really would be rather troublesome. Clang! The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and took to the sky. The totemic beast also flapped its wings and took off, pursuing him closely. However, when it reached an altitude of several hundred meters, it was unable to advance any further. Clearly, it was unable to stray too far from the altar. Li Qingshan studied the monster closely. Sure enough, it seemed like a vicious black tiger, constantly swiping its claws past him. The totemic beast roared for a while before returning to the wall. Li Qingshan exhaled gently, and a gust of wind slammed against it viciously. The totemic beast turned around and lunged over, brandishing its claws and teeth. It obviously still failed to reach Li Qingshan. Whenever the totemic beast attempted to return to the altar, Li Qingshan would harass it. This went on for over 2 hours. The totemic beast gradually thinned out, finally vanishing from the surroundings. Li Qingshan arrived before the altar and threw a punch at the wall. The wall shattered loudly and pieces of rock fell off. There was a gleam of light, and Li Qingshan extended his hand and caught it. It was a translucent skull that seemed to be both human and beast, shining under the sunlight. He had sensed something was hidden in the altar a long time ago, which was why he went to the trouble of dealing with the totemic beast. He looked back and asked, "What's this?" "This is the skull of the ancestor of the bone-eating tribe." Chrysanthemum Fragilis happened to make her way over. "Don't they say they eat their ancestors?" "This is a bone-eating shaman that has undergone the heavenly tribulation. It's probably just too tough such that no one can bite through it." "Are there other bone-eating tribes?" Li Qingshan brought the skull to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently, sinking into his thoughts. "Of course. Bone-eating barbarians are everywhere in the Mist Province. There are tribes of various sizes. This can only be regarded as average. It's said that large bone-eating tribes have several thousand bone-eating barbarians. Chapter 730. The vicious aura in the crystal skull was similar to the tiger demons. It was definitely not as simple as the skull of a powerful bone-eating shaman. It was probably related to the totemic vicious beast they worshipped. Apart from the second, third, and fourth layers of the phoenix transformation, Li Qingshan had to practice next, as well as the fifth layer of the tiger demon. Once he harmonized the various powers in his body and completed these 2 targets, even if he ran into the Dragon King of the Sea again, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. As a result, even if it was even slightly related to his cultivation, he would place great importance on it. "What's the name of the totemic beast they worship?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, "Xiongqi. It's a vicious beast that likes to eat humans. All of the bone-eating tribes worship it. Legend has it that in ancient times, a tribe discovered a dead Xiongqi. After eating its flesh and blood, it became a powerful shaman of immense strength. It specialized in feeding on its own kind, producing countless bone-eating tribes." Xiongqi. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted in thought, landing on Chrysanthemum Fragilis. "Have you done what I told you to do? There are so many corpses. There's no need to deal with them at all. Spare me at you." Chrysanthemum Fragilis had already been the matriarch for many years, so why would she be willing to do such menial work? After a while, she ran out of patience, so she just sat on the ground and watched Li Qingshan fight the totemic beast. "Go." "I don't want to," Chrysanthemum Fragilis said in a spoiled manner. Since she could not use force, she would use force. She would still be able to achieve her objective. She was already considering how she could use his power to obtain even more benefits. Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and Chrysanthemum Fragilis collapsed on the ground. Her blood surged as if she had been placed in a fire to roast, but she could not utter a single word. The life force that had merged with her possessed his imprint. It could both extend her lifespan and strengthen her body, but it could also become a lethal poison. Just like how it was said, only petty people and women are difficult to nurture. He really had been a little too polite to her in the past few days. Perhaps she had already grown accustomed to bossing people around in the position of matriarch. But from now on you have to learn to obey. What I value the most is fairness. Think about what you paid and then look at what you got in return. Do you think it's fair? I won't stay here forever. It won't take me more than 2 years. And then you'll never see me again for the rest of your life. Hopefully in this short period of time. If you can cooperate with me, at least you will be worthy of my reward. If you can't stand being bossed around, I can put everything back on track. What do you think? I won't dare to do it again. Chrysanthemum Fragilis felt her whole body relax. She was drenched in sweat and fear was written all over her face. I have faith in you. Under Li Qingshan's patient guidance, Chrysanthemum Fragilis quickly completed her task. She mounted the beast of burden and set off on her journey back, leaving behind an empty stockade in the middle of the forest. It would not take long before it was swallowed up by new plants. The sun set and rose. Time flew by. Li Qingshan grew up quickly. His scarlet hair gradually fell to his shoulders. The power that originally belonged to him returned to his body bit by bit. He was even stronger than before. It was time to take back what belonged to him. He suddenly opened his eyes and felt an aura coming to the side of the hot spring, but it was not Chrysanthemum Fragilis's. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Because he didn't want outsiders to know of his existence, he specifically asked Chrysanthemum Fragilis to set up a large area of the fragrant flower workshop as a restricted area. Here he could enjoy delicious food and wine from all over the world. There was also a beauty. Although he couldn't really do anything, other than that he could do whatever he wanted. Who is so bold as to barge in? Aren't they afraid of Chrysanthemum Fragilis's punishment? Through the rippling water, a young woman stood beside the hot spring. She was dressed in green clothes made of extraordinary material. She should have possessed an extremely noble status in the fragrant flower market. Her delicate appearance did bear some resemblance to Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Li Qingshan immediately guessed her name. She was Chrysanthemum Fragilis's youngest daughter, Jianghu Lu. Mother sure is stingy. She has the unaging spring of youth, yet she's not even willing to share it with her own daughter. Jianghu Lu muttered, looking around like a thief. She only said that to cover up her guilt. Over a year ago, Chrysanthemum Fragilis's strength suddenly increased drastically. She recovered her youth and announced that she had already destroyed the bone-eating tribe. She also gathered the leaders of the various tribes and held a meeting, establishing the Fragrant Flower clan as the leader. It was also at that time that she set up a restricted area in the Fragrant Flower workshop. As a result, there were rumors that the unaging spring of youth gushed out from the spring in the Fragrant Flower workshop. Regular people still doubted it, but the young woman believed it to be true. Mother is currently receiving an envoy from the White Lotus sect, so she definitely won't discover me. Even if she does, I'll be going to the White Lotus sect very soon. She can't do anything to me. If I don't try now, I won't have another chance. The young woman comforted herself inside and quickly undressed, revealing her graceful figure. She tested the water temperature with the tip of her foot first before slipping into the water like a fish. Didn't you say you're only 13? You sure have developed quite well. Li Qingshan evaluated in admiration. The women of the Mist province developed early. Many of them married at this age, but they aged especially quickly too. If they were mortals who did not practice internal martial arts or chi practitioners, they would age rapidly once they reached 30 or 40. By the time they reached 40 or 50, they would be like old women. I'm going to be traveling with her very soon. The arrival of the envoy from the White Lotus sect was actually because he had urged Chrysanthemum Fragilis to request the White Lotus sect to recruit a group of followers from the Fragrant Flower market. He planned on using this opportunity to infiltrate the White Lotus sect and take back the Azura field. Although he could take it back openly once his strength completely recovered, he really did not want to wait any longer. He did not want the news that North Moon was still alive to reach the Dragon King of the Sea's ears. Jianghu Lu lay comfortably in the hot spring as if the water really did have the miraculous effect of restoring youth. She immediately cast all of her worries to the back of her head and gradually became spirited. She dove into the water and began swimming. Suddenly she discovered a pair of scarlet eyes staring straight at her. Gurgle. Jianghu Lu let out a cry of surprise and turned into a bubble. She swung her slender legs and quickly retreated to the edge of the hot spring. She covered her chest with one hand and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." A moment later, a small figure rose up from the water. His black eyes were clear and spirited, and his wet black hair hung down to his shoulders. It was Li Qingshan who had concealed his demonic characteristics. Whether it was his sharp teeth, claws, or the sharp horns on his head, they were all gone. He looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old. What a beautiful child. Xianghua Lu exclaimed in her heart and relaxed her guard. Who are you? Are you my mother's lover? As she spoke, she began to laugh. How could it be he was still so young? Lover? Li Qingshan thought she really is precocious. However, in the Fragrant Flower clan, it was really common for powerful women to find a few lovers. The little girl did not even try to hide it. Have you also come to steal the Fountain of Youth? How dare you? Xianghua Lu could not recall that there was such a child in the clan. Otherwise she would definitely remember him very clearly. Thus, she guessed that his goal was the same as hers. She flipped her palm and wanted to restrain him, but then she thought of something else. If I capture him and give him to my mother, wouldn't I also be exposed? Xianghua Lu, you can't be so stupid. If such a beautiful child becomes fertilizer, that would be too much of a pity. I'll do a good deed and let her live. Little brother, hurry up and leave. If my mother finds out, you're dead for sure. Little brother? If your mother dared to call me that, I would definitely beat her until she called me father. This little girl actually has some kindness. Didn't you also come to steal the Fountain of Youth? Why are you letting me go? This is my family's Fountain of Youth, how can it be called stealing? You thief, you dare to say that to me? How dare you? Xianghua Lu's face was bright red. Her hands danced excitedly, and she came over to grab Li Qingshan. The unbloomed buds were close at hand, trembling slightly. Although they were not plump, they still had a certain charm. The two pink cherries were even more alluring. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes. Forget it, you brat, don't you know anything? Hurry up and get out. Xianghua Lu did not try to hide anymore. She grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist and pulled him to the side of the hot spring, but he did not budge at all. Her two hands forcefully pulled him back. I couldn't tell, but you're pretty strong. Her face was bright red. Suddenly her hands slipped and she fell backward. She immediately flipped over and stood up, only to see him smiling. Xianghua Lu was even more annoyed. She changed from pushing to pulling, but it was obviously still useless. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I said I won't leave, so I won't leave. Who cares whose family it is? If you can throw me out, then I'm useless. Alright, if I don't throw you out today, little brat, then I'm useless. Xianghua Lu spread her slender arms, and hugged him tightly in her embrace. She pulled him up forcefully. As long as his feet did not touch the ground, he naturally would not be able to borrow any strength. This made Li Qingshan very happy. The soft and fragrant body was in his embrace, and the bud that had just developed was pressed against his face. It revealed a malicious smile, and he opened his mouth to take a light bite. Let go. Shut up, I'm not your mother. Xianghua Lu cried out in shock and wanted to push him away. How could Li Qingshan let her go? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist that was like a weak willow, his hands lightly caressing her delicate body. Xianghua Lu already knew a little about the matters between men and women, but this was still the first time she had experienced something like this. How could the sensitive body of a young girl be a match for Li Qingshan? A strange feeling of numbness and itchiness arose in her heart, and her struggles gradually became powerless. Lu, what are you guys doing? An explosive shout startled Xianghua Lu back to reality. Turning around, she saw Chrysanthemum Fragilis standing at the edge of the hot spring, her face filled with shock and anger. Mother, this little bastard came to steal the unaging spring of youth. I'm not his match, quickly restrain him. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to let go of Xianghua Lu, and winked at Chrysanthemum Fragilis. Chrysanthemum Fragilis said, You make the first move. Xianghua Lu kicked Li Qingshan hatefully, grabbed her clothes and ran out as if escaping. Li Qingshan spread his hands. Since we're traveling together, let's get to know each other first. When can we set off? Probably in less than 10 days we can set off. Good, you'll get what you want very soon, and you won't have to listen to my orders anymore. You're not coming back? Chrysanthemum Fragilis said in shock. She had not thought that he would let her go so easily. Of course, is this place very fun? Li Qingshan stood on the surface of the water, and with a thought, the surface of the water became as smooth as a mirror. Under Chrysanthemum Fragilis's shocked gaze, another tiny north moon leaped out of the water. The long-awaited moon in the mirror. Chapter 731. Gusts of wind surged, turning into a pair of semi-transparent wings on Li Qingshan's back. The wings of wind that he had not seen in a very long time. The fierce wind kicked up a huge wave in the hot spring. With a sudden flap of the wings, he rushed into the air and dove into the depths of the clouds in the blink of an eye. The fragrant flower house was as small as a mustard seed, blurry in the endless sea of trees. He cast his gaze towards the north again and whistled off. Although he was unable to borrow the atmospheric winds because his strength had yet to fully recover, he still maintained a straight line and constantly flapped his wings, moving faster and faster, leaving behind a spiral stream of air. With this innate ability, even a distance of 5,000 kilometers was nothing. It would take him a day or two at most to reach the border between the Mist Province and the Green Province. Afterwards, he would confirm his bearings and fly off in the direction of the Rui Commandery. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky and diverted a sliver of his attention to his mirror clone. He lowered his head and said, Man, how do you plan on explaining my identity?" Only then did Chrysanthemum Fragilis return to her senses. What was that just then? It's just a clone. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was shocked. It's just a clone. In the past year or so, she had never seen him fight again. She had only watched him grow up day by day. Although she knew he was constantly growing stronger, she had no idea just how strong he was. Just now, with that fleeting glimpse, she understood just how powerful this child before her was. In the past, he had promised to give her freedom after using her for 2 years at most. She was still rather doubtful. If she were a man, she would never let go of a beautiful matriarch like her who could do whatever she wanted as a servant so easily. Now she no longer had any doubts. To him, she was completely insignificant. Instead, she felt some slight reluctance and resentment inside. Li Qingshan said, "I'm asking you a question. What are you standing there for?" "I'll just say you're my man." Chrysanthemum Fragilis walked over with a swaying motion and knelt down to hug him. She kissed him deeply and said with a smile. Having concealed his characteristics as a demon, he lost some of his evil charm and gained more of a delicate handsomeness. "Isn't it Daddy?" Li Qingshan said with a smile, but the lust in her heart was ignited again. She was dressed splendidly today. She wore an exquisite silver crown on her head and a gorgeous green and black dress that outlined her graceful figure. She was filled with a moving exotic charm. Lowering his head, he could see a deep ravine. Casually reaching into her clothes, he grabbed her ample bosom and lightly pulled the lapel. With a chila sound, a pair of jade rabbits leapt out. "You just bullied this servant's daughter, and now you want to bully this servant." The White Lotus sect will openly recruit disciples in the fragrant flower market. When the time comes, you can just go. I will tell Alu not to tell anyone about what happened today. I'll write a letter. You just have to pass the letter to Z and she'll return the item to you. But you have to promise me one thing. Li Qingshan said, "What is it?" "When it's over, you must come back to see this servant. Do you know how hard it was for me to wait for you to grow up? It's not easy for you to come back, but you just leave like that. Isn't that making this servant unreconciled for the rest of my life?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis complained. "I didn't know that it was hard for you?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows with a smile. They had only met by chance in the first place, so they each took what they needed. Although they had never actually crossed swords or legs, they did not lack other methods, so his complaints were completely unreasonable. Chrysanthemum Fragilis whispered a few words in his ear. Li Qingshan's heart was moved. Sure enough, this is the southern barbaric land. The atmosphere is really open. Okay, then we'll talk about it at that time. At that time, this servant will definitely make you satisfied, you? Chrysanthemum Fragilis pursed her lips and smiled. If the Fragrant Flower clan could get close to this backer, it would be more reliable than the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect had too many followers, and their resources were limited. Meanwhile, just a little bit of benefit from this person would be enough for her to enjoy endlessly. A few days later, Li Qingshan ended his comfortable, or rather boring, days in the Fragrant Flower house. The envoy of the White Lotus sect started a ritual in the Fragrant Flower market. White lotuses bloomed one after another, as large as a round table. A fragrance filled the air, dazzling people. Afterwards, he began to recruit disciples. He only accepted children below the age of 15, as well as adult shamans with a foundation. Before this, the news had already spread. The bustling Fragrant Flower market became even more overcrowded. Who did not want their child to become a shaman? Joining the White Lotus sect was a shortcut to success. In the bustling market, children lined up and ascended the platform to have their talent tested. However, less than 1 in 10 people truly possessed the talent for cultivation, and the White Lotus sect was extremely strict when it came to accepting disciples. If their talent was too poor, they would not accept them either. Basically, only 1 in 100 would be accepted. In this place where there were no 100 schools of thought, where there were no large sects fighting over resources, The sole White Lotus sect did indeed have the right. Below the platform, under a pergola, Chrysanthemum Fragilis smiled. Envoy, you're far too meticulous. This is the foundation and legacy of the White Lotus sect. Holy Mother above, how could I dare to slack off? The emissary of the school of White Lotus was a benevolent old man with white hair and a white beard. He spoke slowly and his voice was gentle and magnetic. Even for those children who did not have the aptitude, he comforted them with gentle words without a trace of impatience. It was impossible for others to associate him with an evil cult. At this moment, a child ascended the platform. Immediately, all of the lotus flowers bloomed, leading to a series of cries. The White Lotus envoy immediately put down the teacup in his hand. This was a sign of top-notch talent, and he had never expected to run into one in such a small place. When the child got closer, his eyes lit up. What a handsome child. What's your name? Which tribe do you belong to? I'm Goldiayu. My tribe was destroyed by the bone-eating tribe. It was the matriarch of the Fragrant Flower clan who saved my life. Li Qingshan was dressed in a set of attire commonly seen in the region. He bowed towards Chrysanthemum Fragilis and glanced at Xianghua Lu beside her. Xianghua Lu obviously did not have to undergo any tests. After sitting for most of the day, she just happened to be bored out of her mind. When she saw Li Qingshan, she almost cried out. She covered her mouth in a hurry and remembered Chrysanthemum Fragilis's instructions. Originally, she hated him to the core, but when she heard he came from Goldie Fort, she could not help but feel some pity. As it turned out, his parents had been eaten by the bone-eating barbarians. The bone-eating tribe suffered heavy losses in the Fragrant Flower market, venting their anger on Goldie Fort. It caused a disturbance, but it was forgotten very soon. The Fragrant Flower market used this opportunity to seize the gold mine in Goldie Fort and formed a new group of merchants. After destroying the bone-eating tribe, they became the strongest tribe in the region. The jungle of the Mist province was always like this. Tribes of various sizes appeared and were destroyed. The envoy expressed sympathy towards Li Qingshan's predicament and praised Chrysanthemum Fragilis for her righteous actions before accepting Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood with a group of children who had successfully passed the test, only waiting for the day he set off. He sensed a pair of eyes constantly glancing over, so he turned around and smiled at Xianghua Lu. Xianghua Lu turned her head away in a hurry, afraid to look any more. At the same time, his clone had already set foot in the Green Province. However, after entering the Green Province, he became a little more careful, flying above the clouds as much as possible. When there were no clouds, he would find a way to hide himself. He did not want the Dragon King of the Sea to know he was still alive. When Li Qingshan was about to set off for a branch of the White Lotus sect with the envoy, the familiar landscape began to enter his view. It had been almost 3 years. He was finally back. Li Qingshan arrived in the Chain Mountains first. The formation was still in place, undamaged. He let out a sigh of relief. As it seemed, his identity had not been exposed, or his dwelling would have never been preserved in such a stable manner. Gu Yening and Hua Sangzan had been quite nice. They did not divulge his secret just because they received news of his death. As long as they did not say anything, no one would disturb his secluded cultivation. Even Han Xiongji would not. To cultivators, cultivation was the most important. Secluded cultivation without emerging meant they had reached a critical juncture. Cultivation itself was extremely time-consuming. The higher one's cultivation, the more so it was. Entering secluded cultivation for 2 or 3 years was nothing strange. There were also quite a few people who lamented that the lifespans of cultivators were long, far greater than mortals, but the amount of time they truly enjoyed life in the world might not even be as long as mortals. However, the people who said that would never be willing to become mortals. Is Little and still not back? Has he undergone the heavenly tribulation, or is he currently learning the chant of Devanaga? Li Qingshan then turned around to Ru Xian's dwelling. The stone door was firmly shut. He called out a few times but there was no response. Right when he was about to leave, he suddenly glanced below his feet and could not help but be surprised. The ground outside the dwelling was actually covered in moss, which also meant she was either in secluded cultivation, isolated from the outside world, or she had not returned to the dwelling for a very long time. People came and went in Clear River City. It was just as bustling as before. The entrance to the Hawkwolf Guard was just as deserted as before. In a room at the top of the building, Hua Qinglu leaned on her hand as she listened to the reports of a Scarlet Wolf Guard quietly. She had used a few years to consolidate her various comprehensions from the wisdom imbuement, adapting to the status and identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator. She seemed to possess the bearing of a superior. However, from outside the window, Li Qingshan could not help but find her slightly unfamiliar. Compared to her, Chrysanthemum Fragilis, who he did not have any feelings for, seemed closer and more familiar. After all, it had been a few years. There was a reason why the cultivation community was apathetic towards human relationships. If it were not for the fact that cultivators all had impressive memories, there would probably be cases where they would forget the names of their friends and family after emerging from secluded cultivation. This was not an exaggeration. 3 years of secluded cultivation was not as simple as 3 years of separation from mortals. Every time they entered secluded cultivation, they would cast aside all external matters and delve into the profound world of cultivation. It was said that there were cultivators who would go into secluded cultivation for a decade and come out forgetting their names. Others would tell them who they were, but they would find the name very unfamiliar, so they would give themselves a new name. Being too close would harm one's self-will and affect cultivation, which was why it was better to forget each other than to help each other in difficult times. From a certain perspective, the reason why Li Qingshan could remain so close to Little N was because Little N did not have any pursuits of her own. She treated following him as the objective of cultivation, using his path as her own path. Hua Qinglu sensed something and gazed out the window, but there was no one there. Chapter 732. Hua Qinglu suddenly looked back, but she saw nothing. A stream of wind circled around behind her, and she shivered inside. What speed! The opponent was not weak, but he had not launched an attack. He did not seem to have any ill intentions. Thus, she stood still and quietly used her divine sense to ask, "Who are you?" "I'm an old friend of your brother's." Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block Ji Qinglu's soul sense. "I know all of my brother's friends." Hua Qinglu suddenly turned around, and flowing wind flew behind her again. "I don't have a sneaky friend like you. It seems that there are also people I don't know. Men have a lot of secrets. In short, I want to meet him and ask him some things. My brother is meditating in the soaring dawn mountain." Hua Qinglu thought about it and still decided to tell the truth. No matter what the other party's intentions were, the soaring afterglow mountain was enveloped in formations. Even golden core cultivators could not get through it. Leaving it to Hua Sengzan was better than leaving her in a disadvantageous situation. Soaring dawn mountain? Alright, thanks a lot. By the way, please keep this matter a secret. I believe this is also what your brother wants. Li Qingshan had once possessed a mental map of the Green Province. Afterwards, he gradually refined all the water in the Rui Commandery, so he understood the geography of the mountains and rivers. He immediately remembered where Soaring Afterglow Mountain was. That was originally where the Soaring Dawn sect stood. Their sect master seemed to have died in the commandery city of Rui, and their disciples had suffered heavy losses. As it seemed, the Hua family had used this opportunity to take over. After all, a sect without strength had no right to occupy such a holy place for cultivation. Alright, I'll keep it a secret for you, but you have to tell me who you are. One day in the future perhaps you will know, but now is not the time. I want to know now. Hua Qinglu asked, but she did not receive a reply even after a long time. When she looked back, all she saw were the hazy white clouds and the setting sun in the west. After a moment of hesitation, she also hurried off in the direction of Soaring Afterglow Mountain. She was just too curious. The Soaring Dawn sect was also a sect with over 1,000 years of history. Even though the sect's master had changed, the buildings in the sect had not been damaged at all. The palaces and pavilions were built along the mountain, giving off a majestic and elegant aura. In the main hall at the highest point of the Flying Dawn Mountain, Hua Sengzan paced back and forth in the empty hall. Leaning on the railing and gazing into the distance, the multicolored light gradually dimmed. All glory will eventually come to an end. At this moment he recalled the death of North Moon. He still found it rather hard to believe. As a human and demon, he had risen up like a comet in just a few short decades, yet he had actually died in the jungle of the Mist Province so silently. But if one were to use reason to speculate, there was no way he could have survived the pursuit of one of the 10 demon kings, the Dragon King of the Sea. What should Xiongji do? Haitang probably knew nothing either. Although he was tight-lipped, he often harbored worries in his heart. This made him even more determined to cultivate. Right now, the world was in a state of chaos and power was indispensable. At this moment he felt the outer formation being touched. A voice shouted, "Wedge, open the door." Hua Sengzan looked into the distance and saw a child with red hair and red eyes smiling at him. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that this smile was very familiar. He said in disbelief, "Qingshan." Activating the layers of formations, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew over, landing on the railing gracefully. He smiled. "Your cultivation sure has advanced at an amazing rate in the past few years." Wasangzan's aura was calm. The fragrance of flowers lingered. He had already reached mid-foundation establishment firmly, close to breaking through to late foundation establishment. Clearly, he had begun to demonstrate his extraordinary talent after breaking free from his emotional entanglements. "You're still alive? That's fantastic, but I heard." "Don't worry. A single old dragon can't kill me. There will be a day when I go dragon slaying in the Ink Sea." Li Qingshan pointed towards the east. The clouds dimmed and the stars began to twinkle. "I don't have to worry then," said Wasangzan. Li Qingshan asked Wasangzan about everyone's situation and learnt that nothing had changed. Everyone was cultivating quietly, going into secluded cultivation for a year or so from time to time. The human and demon organizations of the Rui Commandery had all suffered heavy losses from their own people, so the situation was instead the most stable. There was also Gu Yenying, a commander who excelled in both sides, acting as a mediator, so there were basically no major battles. The other commanderies were not as peaceful. Although it was not full-blown war, the demon commanders and demon generals had already ignored the Treaty of Kings. They moved about on the surface, frequently engaging in conflict and fighting. The Demon Slayer organized by the Sword Collection Palace had already established a reputation in the north of the Green Province. Li Qingshan nodded. Suddenly, he realized that Wasangzan had even mentioned Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai. He had even explained the development of the Cloud Wisp Association in detail, but he did not mention Ruexian. He asked, "Do you know where Ruexian is?" Wasangzan asked in surprise, "You haven't seen her?" "Why would I see her?" Li Qingshan asked. "She went to the Mist Province to find you." "When did that happen?" "Soon after the news of your death arrived, she publicly announced that she was going into secluded cultivation. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, so I went to find her," she said. Wasangzan paused. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder. "What did she say?" She said with a smile, "I refused to believe that bastard's death would be so laughable. He killed her son, so she hunted him down until he died." "Isn't that a joke?" "That does sound like something she would say. Though I'm already in such a horrible state, yet she doesn't even know how to grieve a little." Li Qingshan said in dissatisfaction, but his eyes were smiling and touched. She had immediately set off several tens of thousand kilometers away to search for him as soon as she received news of his death, but he was also rather worried. Where was she right now? He spent most of his time in hiding, so it was not strange that she could not find him. "You should talk to her. If I really died, it'd be useless even if she went. If I managed to escape, I obviously wouldn't be found so easily." "That's what I said too, but she said that even if he really died, someone has to go and burn Joss paper for him, right?" When she said that, her expression was very sad. "I've known her for so long, but I've never seen her look like that." No one doubted that the Dragon King of the Sea would fail to kill a demon commander. With how clever she was, she clearly believed that too, but she still went. "What a troublesome woman. Can't you just stay at home obediently? You even made me go look for you." Li Qingshan closed his eyes before opening them again. For a moment, he was tempted to abandon the Azura field and immediately set off in search of her. At this moment, Wasangzan's expression changed and he gazed down the mountain. "What's wrong?" "It's Qinglu. Let her wait outside for a while." "There's no need. It's quite late, so I should set off too." "Oh right, why don't you find a master and become a disciple? Don't tell me you want to undergo the second heavenly tribulation and re-establish the Soaring Dawn sect as the sect master?" "I'm not as powerful as you. I want to go to the Sword Collection Palace and become a disciple after I break through to late foundation establishment." "You want to join the Sword Collection Palace?" "If I want to find a master, it obviously has to be a great cultivator who has undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Of the three great sects of the Green Province, I can't just become a monk or go to the Umberline sect in the south." Li Qingshan wanted to say, "You're a Hawkwolf guard, so how can you join the Sword Collection Palace? They might not even be willing to accept you." Apart from the three great sects of the Green Province, there were a few great cultivators in the system of the Great Xia Empire. However, he immediately understood what Wasangzan was trying to say. He did not want to see Gu Yenying again. "Commander Gu gave me special permission to resign from my position as a Hawkwolf guard. She even sent me a letter saying that if I can't join the Sword Collection Palace, she'll recommend me to a great cultivator of the Umbraline sect. She just told me to wait for a few more years. She's basically been extremely benevolent to me. Looks like it's no surprise that I've fallen in love with her. Hua Sengzan smiled bitterly. This was something that most people could only dream of, but it filled him with very mixed feelings. What do you mean by extremely benevolent? She should know that you won't accept her at all. Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. That wretched woman had always been flawless, such that no one could find fault with her. She was not so slick that it was annoying, but she gave off a faint sense of alienation. She might even know that the Sword Collection Palace won't accept me, so she purposefully spread the news. In order to prevent me from joining the Umbraline sect, the Sword Collection Palace might be a little more confident. You really are hopeless. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving. Just when Hua Qinglu was about to lose her patience, the entrance finally opened. She arrived before Hua Sengzan and asked in surprise, "Is that really your friend?" "Just who is he?" Hua Sengzan said, "I'll introduce him to you in the future." Before long, Li Qingshan arrived at the dwelling of the wretched woman, the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. He knew that she possessed an ink dragon talisman and that she had a close relationship with the Dragon King of the Sea, but he still came. He clearly knew that there was no deep friendship between them, yet he could still gain her trust. This could be regarded as a form of ability. He took a step forward and stepped from the chilly autumn night into the sunny, early summer. The lotus flowers rose and fell endlessly. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings, and the aura was fleeting. When he flew over the sea of flowers, he saw the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind in the distance. Gu Yining's white clothes were even more beautiful than the snow. She smiled. "Looks like I was wrong. Absolutely wrong." Li Qingshan landed on the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. "What do you think? You didn't expect this, did you?" "Indeed I didn't. I didn't think that your shrunken form would be so interesting." Gu Yining smiled. The moment she saw Li Qingshan, she was indeed shocked. The Dragon King of the Sea wouldn't lie, but she was indeed alive. Her methods were truly unfathomable. "Interesting my ass. If you had told me that Mou Brat had such methods, I wouldn't have fallen for his trick." Li Qingshan said. "You're not my man He nor my son. I tried to advise you but you didn't listen. How can you blame me? I'm not here to joke with you. I need spirit stones and elixirs of a certain attribute." Cultivating the second stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra wasn't as easy as cultivating the first stage. It required a large amount of resources and he was currently penniless. All his assets were placed in the Azura field. Even with the Azura field in hand, such a large amount of resources couldn't be bought easily. He needed her help. "Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out to the Dragon King?" "No." "Do you have the money to pay now?" "No." Chapter 733. Outside the fragrant flower market, Chrysanthemum Fragilis and a group of clansmen watched as the envoy left with a long group. A third of them were shamans with a certain level of strength, while the remaining two-thirds were children below the age of 15. Li Qingshan was among them. Perhaps it was for a test or training, but they all walked. The envoy walked at the very front, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He seemed rather graceful, like an immortal. "Sir Envoy, you truly are extraordinarily graceful. No wonder the Holy Mother has sent you here for such an important job," someone praised. Chrysanthemum Fragilis sneered slightly. "This job is important? He clearly has no future, which is why he's been sent here to waste time. What bullshit, envoy. He's just a lustful old man. In the past few days he's found plenty of women in the clan to keep him company, yet he's still interested in her. Why doesn't he look at how many years he has left?" Her only worry was a Lu, but a Hong and a Z had both joined the White Lotus sect now, while a Hong had already arrived at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect and become a formal disciple. Even an old coot like him would not dare to go too far. Not to mention he was here too. The envoy glanced back from afar and waved his hand at Chrysanthemum Fragilis gracefully. He also sneered inside. "A mere matriarch is actually turning down my request. Does she really think she's some chaste woman? Xianghuazi, that bitch, is bold enough to look down on an old man like me after she hooked up with the altar lord?" He could not help but glance at Xianghua Lu. He had to make up for all the vexation he had suffered from the mother and daughter pair with this little girl. It would be easy to coax a little girl who had yet to experience the world into bed. As long as he did not use force, even if her two sisters found out, they would not be able to do anything to him. Xianghua Lu was completely unaware of all of this. She currently stared at Li Qingshan cautiously and with hostility. Li Qingshan did not look away as he walked forward slowly. "Are there flowers on my face?" "They're shit," Xianghua Lu said with a huff. He had clearly acted so boldly and rashly towards her in the hot spring, yet he actually acted as if it was only natural. He was practically detestable to the extreme, and her mother just had to say that she had to discuss everything with him. He really could not tell right from wrong. Who here did not treat her better than him? As the youngest daughter of Chrysanthemum Fragilis, Xianghua Lu was born beautiful and adorable, so she was the center of attention in the team. All the barbarians, big and small, treated her with great respect. Some of the bolder ones even sang love songs and gave her all kinds of gifts. She felt that the outside world was not as dangerous as her mother had described it to be, except for this bastard with shit on his face. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. "Then you're a dog. How dare you call me a dog?" Xianghua Lu was taken aback before tugging at his ear furiously, but Li Qingshan grabbed her casually. Xianghua Lu struggled a few times, but she was unable to break free, so she just allowed him to drag her away. She only muttered and cursed. Her face was slightly red, but she did not seem angry at all. Li Qingshan only treated it as a gentle breeze. Actually, in the past few days, because he was worried about Ruexian, he did not really go out of his way to provoke Xianghua Lu. It was just that this girl came to him time and time again, so he treated it as a way to relieve his boredom. Countless hostile gazes shot over from the surroundings. If it were not for the envoy at the front, there probably would have been quite a few people who would have stepped in to save the damsel in distress already. The older shamans shook their heads gently. This girl was clearly interested in this pretty boy, or why would she be unable to break free with her strength? After all, she was a true shaman. A cold light flashed through the envoy's eyes. This ignorant kid. Did he think he could touch the meat in his mouth just because he had some talent? Kid, you're called Goldiayu. Did the bone-eating barbarians eat your parents? I wonder if they ate their hands or feet first, a young shaman with paint on his face said maliciously. Li Qingshan considered it before spitting out a single word, "Piss off." The young shaman's face changed drastically. With a swish, he drew his blade. "What did you say?" "Stay further away." "Oi, aren't you purposefully bullying him? What does the death of a Yu's parents have to do with you?" Xianghua Lu frowned. "You're hiding behind a woman, you coward." The young shaman spat viciously and turned around to make his way to the front of the group. He sensed that the envoy was right beside him, and his anger had already vanished. He whispered, "Sir, I've already looked into everything. Goldie Fort does indeed have a person called Goldiayu, but he's not this age at all. I tried talking to him a few times but he ignored me. Even when I tried to provoke him, he wouldn't say anything. There's something off about this kid's origins. I'll deal with him tonight." Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. He had already sensed that there would be some setbacks on this trip, but the setbacks did not seem to be related to these barbarians. This was a reaction from the spirit turtle's spirituality. The sun set and the moon rose up. The bonfire rose up and blazed fiercely. After moving through the rainforest for an entire day, the shamans could still endure it, but the children had become utterly exhausted a long time ago. Li Qingshan sat under a large, gloomy tree far away from the bonfire without any change in expression. Xianghua Lu sat right beside him and said proudly, "If it weren't for my fragrance, you would have been bitten to death by venomous insects already." Li Qingshan only laid down casually and used her legs as a pillow without holding back at all. He crossed his legs and assumed a comfortable posture. Xianghua Lu was stunned by his shamelessness. She furiously extended her hand and pinched his face, but her movements were far too gentle. It was more like intimacy than punishment, and her expression gradually became sweet. Ever since that day in the unaging spring of youth, a shadow had appeared in her heart. He was the first man who had kissed and caressed her like a woman, even though he was just a child. She never thought she would see him again a few days later, and the days they spent together made the shadow constantly deepen. She only felt like he was different from anyone she had ever seen in her life. He seemed to glow as he stood in the crowd, able to outshine everyone else in the surroundings. At this moment, a song rang out from beside the bonfire. It was a folk song about a young man courting a lady. 10 days ago, Li Qingshan still found it rather interesting, but now he felt like he was sick of it, especially when the song was directed at Xianghua Lu beside him. "He sings so well. Do you know how to sing?" Xianghua Lu giggled when she saw how impatient he was. Of course. Li Qingshan said. In the past he had even made Prince Si Qing's face darken. Why don't you sing it? If you want to listen, sure. Come, give me a kiss. I don't believe you. You definitely don't know how to sing. I won't fall for it. Li Qingshan raised his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses, he began to sing softly. Under the moonlight, the phoenix tail bamboo, soft and beautiful like a green mist. The good lady in the bamboo house, dazzling like Yi Mingzhu. When the voice came out, even Li Qingshan himself felt that it was strange. The song by the bonfire immediately quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and perked up their ears to listen. They had never heard such a moving song before. It was beautiful and clear like the sounds of nature. When the song stopped, everyone was still immersed in the song. Xianghua Lu, who was very close, had an expression of infatuation on her face. Li Qingshan shook his head. The voice of a young phoenix is clearer than that of an old phoenix. This can also be considered one of the benefits of phoenix transformation. It's too beautiful. Where did this song come from? Why have I never heard it before? Xianghua Lu came back to her senses and said excitedly. She had completely forgotten her anger from being forcefully kissed. There's a lot you haven't heard before. Li Qingshan yawned. Suddenly, the tip of his ears twitched as if he was listening to something. At this moment, a group of people approached. They were barbarians of various sizes. They stared at Li Qingshan with vicious eyes. In the past few days, Li Qingshan had never spoken to anyone. Even if someone tried to talk to him, he would ignore them. He had nothing to say to these people. In the eyes of the bystanders, he was arrogant and out of the group, which made everyone unhappy. They had been holding back all this time because they feared the envoy of White Lotus. Now that they had received a hint, they all leapt out. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in their hearts, burning even hotter than the bonfire. Xianghua Lu said, "What do you want?" "Goldie, we want to challenge you." Lu, this has nothing to do with you. Go away." Li Qingshan laid down leisurely on Xianghua Lu's legs and said indifferently, "I can see that you're all filled with death, so let's just forget about it tonight." His gaze landed on the white-bearded, white-haired envoy of White Lotus beside the bonfire. His face also seemed eerie. He was afraid to directly use force against Xianghua Lu, who had a background, but that did not mean he was afraid to lay his hands on a kid who was plotting to infiltrate the White Lotus sect. "You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Cut him down." The barbarians drew their blades with a swish and swung them down, using the method they were best at to deal with the problem. Xianghua Lu was shocked. She had no idea why this group of people who were usually so friendly would suddenly become so vicious, trying to kill you. She was about to strike. The young shaman Li Qingshan had scolded away had already made his way over silently, planning to seize this opportunity to stop her. Blades flashed and blood sprayed. Suddenly there were miserable cries. For some reason, the barbarians who had tried to slash at Li Qingshan had all landed their blades on themselves. They rolled around on the ground in pain, and two of them had even directly cut themselves to death. With that, everyone was stunned. Xianghua Lu had no idea what had happened, while the young shaman was even more confused. The people around the bonfire were even more confused. Only the envoy's expression changed drastically. In that instant he seemed to see a mirror. The water mirror's image had the effect of reflecting the enemy's attacks. Li Qingshan shook his head. Using it on these barbarians was basically overkill. "What did you do?" The young shaman bellowed at Li Qingshan in a threatening manner. The envoy stood up as well and said righteously, "Brat, how dare you harm the foundation of our White Lotus sect? I won't let you off today. Everyone take him down." The young shaman was about to take action when a gust of foul wind swept over with a powerful suction force, sucking him into the darkness behind the tree. A huge python covered in patterns of money, radiating with demon chi, extended its head out from behind the tree. Its neck wriggled and it swallowed the shaman. "There's a demonic beast." The barbarians cried out. "No, it's a demon," Li Qingshan corrected. The snake demon suddenly turned its head and stared at Li Qingshan and Xianghua Lu with its cold eyes. Its forked tongue flickered as it approached them. Xianghua Lu felt all the blood in her body freeze. She had only heard of the terrors of demons, but she had never seen one. Now that she had seen one tonight, she felt it was even more shocking than the legends. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. "Piss off and eat them." Chapter 734. In the gloomy jungle, the bonfire surged and the snake's eyes flickered. A foul smell permeated the air. It listens to you, Xianghua Lu stared at Li Qingshan. She had no idea what to say. She knew a long time ago that he was definitely not immortal like he seemed on the surface. Just his monstrous strength alone was enough for shamans to surpass him, but she never thought he could actually order around a snake demon. Li Qingshan leapt to his feet and lifted her chin. Aren't you the same? Prepare to set off. Don't be afraid, everyone. Kill the remaining wretched demon of the snake god cult. The altar lord, no, the Holy Mother will reward you heavily. The envoy of the White Lotus race ordered loudly and attacked first. He powered a spiritual artifact that resembled a fong and shot it towards the snake demon. The shamans roused their viciousness as well. They drew their weapons and used shaman arts, charging towards the snake demon as they bellowed out. The snake demon swung its tail and knocked away the spiritual artifact. It suddenly opened its gaping mouth and sprayed out mist. On my eyes. It's poisonous mist. Retreat. Among the howls, a shaman called out, Die, wretched demon. Suddenly he charged out of the poisonous mist. He wielded a gleaming steel blade and swung it at the snake demon's weak spot. The snake demon's colossal body that was over 30 meters long coiled up rapidly, wrapping around the shaman. With a spurt, he was ground to pieces and blood sprayed several meters into the air. The steel blade spun and stabbed into the ground. What a bunch of stupid barbarians. That's a demon with an innate ability. If the old man from the White Lotus sect was willing to throw his life on the line, we might have been able to put up a fight. However, he's clearly only used a single strike before turning around and fleeing a long time ago. He really does run faster than a rabbit. The snake demon was like a twisting, raging mountain stream, slithering about rapidly. A while later, it had swallowed over a dozen people. Whether it was shamans who knew shaman arts or regular barbarians, none of them were its opponent. They could no longer hold back their fear, turning around and running off into the forest. The surging poisonous mist did not disperse. Suddenly, it turned into mist snakes and shot towards the fleeing barbarians. As long as they came in contact with the poisonous mist, the barbarians would immediately die, while the shamans would be firmly entangled. They would be deader than dead before long. To be able to use its innate ability to make such transformations, it doesn't seem like an ordinary monster. He heard the old man mention something about the snake god cult. Was this snake demon part of an organization? That explains it. Only with the teachings of a powerful demon would it have such spirituality. As Li Qingshan pondered, he picked up Xianghua Lu and flew into the forest, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. The snake demon raised its head and looked in the direction where he disappeared for a while before lowering its head, looking relaxed. In that instant, it felt a great terror as if it had met its natural enemy. This was not an opponent it could defeat. Not bad, big fish. The people of the White Lotus sect deserve to die. These tribesmen actually abandoned the serpent deity and sought refuge with the White Lotus sect. They deserve to die. Not long after, a pale, thin man walked out of the forest. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. The snake demon known as Big Stripe intimately leaned over and rubbed its head against the man, making hissing sounds as if it was saying something. What? 3 of them escaped? There's one of them from the White Lotus sect. Let's chase after him. However, the snake demon paced around, refusing to advance. It only hissed constantly. One of them is an extremely terrifying child, just as terrifying as your mother. Ma Gold Thread is a mighty demon general. Alright, we need to hurry back and report this to the Ma so she can make a decision. The man frowned in some disbelief. If that child was a member of the White Lotus sect, Big Stripe would have died already. The envoy of the White Lotus sect fled madly, and the forest around him receded. With his familiarity with the terrain and the barbarians as bait, he had actually managed to escape. His face no longer showed any kindness at all. He cursed viciously. Screw him. You all stay in the Z Lotus altar and enjoy yourselves, leaving me to take the risk. It must be that bitch, Chrysanthemum Fragilis, who's colluding with the remnants of the snake god cult. That kid is clearly a traitor. Once I report this to the altar lord, I'll slaughter your fragrant flower clan to the last. Why, what are you blabbering about? What are you saying? The envoy of the White Lotus sect suddenly turned around. Before he knew it, the child called Goldia Yu had run alongside him with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Xianghua Lu stared at him in disbelief. She struggled to believe that such an amiable old man would actually say something so vicious. His heart suddenly tightened. No, I'm definitely not this little bastard's opponent. What do I do? Watch out ahead. Li Qingshan pointed forward. What? A black shadow rushed over. With a great thump, the envoy slammed heavily into a tree before falling heavily to the ground. Leaves rustled and fell to the ground. Although he was protected by his true qi and did not suffer any major injuries, he still felt dizzy. His body was covered in fallen leaves and mud. He was in an extremely sorry state. Li Qingshan stepped on his head. Please continue leading the way. Take us to the Z Lotus altar. The envoy prostrated himself on the ground. I'm willing to join the sacred cult and become Sir Snake God's most loyal servant. The White Lotus sect really is regressing as time goes on. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He remembered that the White Lotus sect had a technique that could control people's minds derived from the wisdom imbuement technique. It seemed to be called the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. Once affected by the technique, unless it was someone as twisted as Chen Rongji, no one would not be affected and remain loyal to the White Lotus sect. Clearly, this old man was not qualified to be affected by the technique. He casually picked up the 100 treasures pouch and opened it to take a look. The space inside was also very small, containing some food, water, and pills. There was also a map made from the skin of some unknown animal. Although it was not a high-grade item like a mental map, it was drawn in great detail. He casually passed the map to Xianghua Lu. Can you understand it? Xianghua Lu glanced at it and nodded. I can. Before she had even finished, there was a thump. Li Qingshan crushed the head under his foot. Then let's go. To where? Xianghua Lu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Of course, to the White Lotus sect's Z Lotus altar. I want to go home. Xianghua Lu said with a long face. The outside world was too scary. When we reach the Z Lotus altar, I'll send you home. Don't worry, there won't be any danger if you follow me. Let's find a place to rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Li Qingshan saw that she looked like she was about to cry, and felt a sense of tenderness for the fairer sex. He rubbed her head and spoke in a surprisingly gentle manner. Xianghua Lu nodded with tears in her eyes. Li Qingshan carried her in his arms, unfurled his wings and flew away. His plan to sneak into the White Lotus sect had not changed. Otherwise he would have to attack the Z Lotus altar head-on. Killing a Z Lotus altar lord was not a difficult matter, but he did not want to attract the attention of the entire White Lotus sect. As long as he said that they had been attacked by a large snake and that they had escaped, with Xianghua Lu as a witness, it would not be difficult to sneak in. Chapter 735. The mist was so heavy that one could not even see their own fingers. Looking down from above, it seemed like the boundless sea of trees was covered in a thick blanket, or like a sea of clouds had descended from the sky. A mountain pierced through the sea of mist like a lone, drifting island. The wind whistled on the top of the mountain, and flags with white lotuses fluttered in the wind. Xianghuazi stood on the top of the mountain and cast her gaze at the sea of mist. She frowned slightly. Looking at the time, Alu should have arrived yesterday. Why is she still nowhere to be seen? Has something happened? Only after joining the White Lotus sect did she realize that the seemingly powerful White Lotus sect was not without opponents. It was just that she had not realized this when she was at her level. Although the snake god cult had been defeated, their remaining strength was still terrifying. Destroying a shaman tribe like the Xianghua clan was basically as easy as crushing an insect. A man and a woman have arrived at the bottom of the mountain. One of them claims to be your younger sister. Just the two of them? Yes. Xianghuazi arrived at the bottom of the mountain. A few disciples of the White Lotus sect had already gathered there. She dispersed some of the mist and saw Xianghua Lu and Li Qingshan through the formation. She asked in surprise, Lu, where are the others? Sister, we ran into a huge snake. The others are all dead. We only managed to escape after so much difficulty. Xianghua Lu's eyes brimmed with tears as she constantly glanced behind her nervously, as if a huge snake would lunge out from the mist at any time. Li Qingshan was filled with admiration. No wonder people said women were natural actors. He could not tell that despite her young age, her acting skills were actually so good despite her innocent appearance. Of course, this was also the result of his training as a director and scriptwriter. I can't lose to her either. With this determination, Li Qingshan bit his lip and grabbed Xianghua Lu's hand firmly. He held back his fear and acted like a pitiful child who completely relied on Xianghua Lu. The snake god cult. Xianghuazi was surprised. The expressions of the other disciples of the White Lotus sect changed as well. Open the formation. Xianghuazi said. Their identities are unknown. We can't let them in. A middle-aged man walked over from the mist. He was stern. His aura was heavy. He could already be regarded as a high-level Qi practitioner. She's my third sister. What's there to be confused about? What about that child? Don't tell me you know him too? Humph, don't tell me you're even afraid of a child. This involves the snake god cult. Without the altar lord's orders, I will not let anyone with an unknown identity enter the Z Lotus altar. If he really did come across the remnants of the snake god cult, he would definitely die. How could the two of them escape? The middle-aged man's face was full of doubt. All right. I won't fight with you, just let my third sister come in. I am the disciple of the Lord Emissary. I am also a disciple of the White Lotus sect. Don't leave me outside. Li Qingshan shouted and pinched Xianghua Lu. Xianghua Lu hurriedly said, That's right, second sister. He's called Goldiayu. He's not some unknown person. He came with me from the fragrant flower market. If you leave him outside, he'll die. At this moment, a faint voice came from the top of the mountain. Let them in. I want to ask them what happened. Yes, altar master. Everyone replied. Xianghuazi said, Lu, come with me. And you too, kid. Xianghua Lu and Li Qingshan stepped into the Z Lotus altar successfully. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly. As long as they got through this, the rest would be easy. He could sense that Xianghua Lu was trembling slightly, so he pinched her hand in comfort. Xianghuazi glanced at Xianghua Lu. As a sister who had grown up together since young, she could clearly sense that Xianghua Lu had not relaxed after entering the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she had become even more nervous. It was probably because they were about to meet the altar master. Instead, it was the child beside her who was abnormally relaxed. That extremely handsome appearance was even more eye-catching. The group arrived at the main hall at the top of the mountain. A man in white robes embroidered with lotus flowers sat on a throne on a lotus pedestal and looked down coldly. His figure was strangely and terrifyingly thin, like a skeleton wrapped in skin and bones. His hair, a mix of black and white, drooped down sparsely. He seemed eerie and terrifying. Greetings, altar master, everyone said loudly. Li Qingshan had learnt from Chrysanthemum Fragilis that most of the altar masters of the White Lotus sect were powerful shamans who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation in the jungle of the Mist province. They had been subdued one by one and conferred the title of altar master, establishing 24 branches of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Every single one of them was loyal to the White Lotus sect. As a result, while they were altar masters of the White Lotus sect in name, they actually still practiced the shaman arts of their own tribe, so they were obviously different from regular cultivators. Xianghua Lu told him everything that had happened. Everything she said was basically true, so she did not leave anything out. She even made up Li Qingshan's identity and origins quite well. If she did not send people to investigate carefully, it would be very difficult to expose her on the spot. As long as Li Qingshan took back the Azura field from Xianghuazi, everything would be fine. The altar master nodded from time to time. When he heard about how the snake had devoured the envoy, he even roared, Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live. The followers followed and shouted, Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live. Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart, but he could hear that the altar master's slogan came from the bottom of his heart and was almost completely sincere. On the other hand, although the followers' voices were loud and clear, they did not have much sincerity in them. The altar master's gaze suddenly fell on Li Qingshan. Such a handsome talent can be born in such a small barbarian tribe? Li Qingshan lowered his head, speechless. He was like a nervous child who did not know what to do. Brat, the altar master is talking to you. The middle-aged man who had refused to let Li Qingshan in just now said in a low voice. He's still young and he has suffered so much. He still hasn't come back to his senses. All of you go and have a good rest. The White Lotus sect will not abandon any of its followers. The Holy Mother Bodhisattva is watching all of you from heaven. Azi, you stay. After the followers dispersed, the altar master said coldly, Your younger sister is lying. There's something wrong with that brat. Xianghuazi's heart trembled. Our fragrant flower clan is absolutely loyal to the Holy Mother and altar master. I believe that Fragrant Flower Clan is still loyal to the Holy Mother, but some people will always be bewitched. Go and ask carefully. It's not too late to mend your ways. What if they still say the same thing? Then bring them here. I have my ways to make them speak the truth. A cruel smile appeared on the altar master's face. Yes. Xianghua Zi's heart trembled. If it really reached that step, she would really be in a state worse than death. Don't worry, I will also remember your contributions. As long as you do not show favoritism, you will not be implicated. Li Qingshan and Xianghua Lu had just settled in their respective residences when Xianghua Zi came to find him. Before she could speak, Li Qingshan handed her Chrysanthemum Fragilis's letter. Xianghua Zi accepted the letter in confusion. After reading it, her expression changed a few times. In the end, she rubbed her hands together and crushed the letter into powder. She said fiercely, "There really is something wrong with you. How did you bewitch Lu and my mother?" She had originally thought that Xianghua Lu had only been threatened. She did not think that Chrysanthemum Fragilis would also go crazy, actually telling her to cooperate with this brat's actions and listen to all his orders. This was the White Lotus sect. Did she really want the Fragrant Flower Clan to be exterminated? Li Qingshan did not pretend anymore. He leisurely sat on a chair and said, "Please give that thing to me. You don't seem to have it on you. Let's go get it quickly. I have already offered the item you spoke of to the altar master. If you want it, then come with me." Xianghua Zi said calmly. Between the White Lotus sect and a brat of unknown origins, there was no need to choose. Right now, she was only considering how to cleanse the Fragrant Flower Clan of their crimes. It's that Z Lotus altar master from earlier? Is it still in his hands? Li Qingshan frowned. Regular people would not be able to tell that it was an arcane treasure, but the altar master would definitely be able to. He was clearly under the influence of the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. His mind had already become rather abnormal. If he directly offered the Azura field to the White Lotus Mother out of loyalty to the holy religion, then it would be troublesome. Of course. Xianghua Zi sneered inside. Sure enough, you're afraid. It's best if you refuse to see the altar master with me, or I'll kill you on the spot in the name of resistance. But to her surprise, Li Qingshan said in a hurry, "Let's go right now." Although Xianghua Zi's words made him relax slightly, he did not dare to completely believe her. In case anything unexpected happened, it was better for him to retrieve the Azura field as soon as possible. Xianghua Zi furrowed her brows and said nothing. Killing intent surged from her. She did not want him to speak carelessly in front of the altar master. Li Qingshan said calmly, "Take me with you for the sake of you being Lu's sister." He seemed to be pleading, but Xianghua Zi gasped. He did not want to hide his identity, nor did he want to flee. Did he not know the power of an altar master? Perhaps there was another possibility. That possibility was why her vicious mother would write a letter like that. "All right, come with me." The two of them returned the way they came, returning to the hall at the top of the mountain very soon. The altar master was still sitting there, gazing down with some doubt. He'd gotten an outcome from the interrogation so quickly? Before Xianghua Zi could say anything, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gestured with his hands. "Have you ever seen something this size that seems like it's made out of cloth?" Two specks of cold light exploded in the altar master's eyes. He fished out an item from his sleeve. "Are you talking about this?" It was the Azura field. "Thank you, please return it to me." Li Qingshan exhaled deeply, completely at ease. In reality, he was overly worried. Heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple originated from the Great Wisdom Imbuement technique. Although it had the effect of almost brainwashing, allowing them to form a completely new logic of thought, it was not so simple to wipe out a cultivator's self-awareness and turn them into slaves. Furthermore, for the White Lotus sect, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. After the altar master saw the Azura field in Xianghua Zi's hands, he quickly realized that this was a legendary artifact. He treasured it greatly, and it was even more precious than his own son. In the past year or so, there was not a moment that he did not want to refine it. Although he was loyal to the White Lotus sect, he also wanted to improve his cultivation and status, and surpass the other altar masters. Chapter 736. In the hall, before Xianghua Zi could even respond, she was sent flying by a shockwave. She widened her eyes in the air, only to see the altar lord's strangely thin body rapidly swell on the lotus pedestal. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular, sturdy man. His glossy, black hair draped down, filled with exuberant life force. His presence rapidly rose, filling the entire hall. It's the hidden aura Gu. This ignorant kid is dead for sure today. Don't get dragged down by him again. The hidden aura Gu normally hid all of its aura and spiritual chi within its body. Although it would make people seem haggard, it could extend their lifespan and hide their auras. Once it erupted at a crucial moment, it would unleash great power. The shaman arts of the South were often referred to as the arts of shaman Gu, which only demonstrated just how important this Gu was. Many shamans cultivated by nurturing Gu, which was divided into internal nurturing and external nurturing. Internal nurturing was nurturing the Gu in the body, becoming one with the Gu and unleashing various powers. It was similar to the demon cores of demons. External nurturing was refining various Gu insects and controlling them to fight. There were many insects, but shamans made use of their low intelligence, creating a myriad of shaman Gu arts. They could attack, defend, curse, or poison. They could do anything. However, this was abandoned by the orthodox cultivation community. After all, no one liked having an insect in their body, and as time went on, even their temperaments would be affected. They would become almost as cruel and cold as insects. The altar lord was furious. He drew his blade with a clang and swung down from several meters away. Golden light surged, turning into a blade aura that was several meters long. The blade is only a spiritual artifact. Looks like shamans really aren't particularly skilled at forging artifacts, but it does seem quite powerful. It's best if I don't cause any disturbances. Faced with the incoming blade aura, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. He leapt up to receive the blade as he evaluated it inside. Water mirror's image. The altar lord immediately lost track of Li Qingshan. Instead he saw himself. A huge mirror suddenly appeared before him, and his reflection in the mirror swung his blade. When his blade aura landed in the mirror, Li Qingshan's eyes widened. When his blade aura struck the mirror, it was as if he had struck nothing. However, the blade aura that was originally just a reflection in the mirror suddenly flew out and slashed towards him. Although it had shrunk slightly, it was still as sharp as before. Although the Z-Lotus altar lord was shocked, he did not panic. The lotus platform under his feet shone brightly. They transformed into pure white lotus petals. It bloomed. When the energy saber landed on the lotus, it shattered immediately. The lotus pedestal was a sacred item the White Lotus Mother had bestowed upon the altar lord. He sat on it and cultivated. Not only could it calm one's mind and increase one's cultivation speed, but there was also no need to worry about external attacks. Its defense was extremely strong. The surface of the mirror shattered soundlessly, and Li Qingshan appeared once more. He had already transformed into a scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed, a pair of horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. With a flap of the wind flame wings, he transformed into a streak of scarlet light. Shape-shifted demon general. The altar lord suddenly experienced an unprecedented sense of fear when he met the scarlet eyes. When he thought of the situation when he first saw the White Lotus Mother, he basically lost the will to fight back. However, this was only a moment of weakness. He bellowed out and swung his blade again. However, he channeled most of his spiritual energy into the lotus platform beneath his feet. The white lotus blossomed even more brilliantly, wrapping around him layer by layer. He thought that he was in an invincible position. Tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan punched out, and the pitch-black vibrating force sliced through the lotus petals, shattering them into pieces as fragile as paper. How is this possible? Before the altar lord could even return to his senses, Li Qingshan had already arrived right before him. He swung down with his blade. Li Qingshan caught the blade with his left hand and gripped the altar lord's neck firmly with his right hand. The altar lord was shocked. He still wanted to fight back, but the vibrating force filled his entire body. He was unable to gather any spiritual energy at all, and he was pressed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan placed a foot on his head and held the Azura field in one hand, studying it and fiddling around with it. He was filled with joy from recovering something he had lost. The Azura field had not been refined by the altar lord. With his cultivation of the first heavenly tribulation, he was far from qualified to control an arcane treasure. Even with his current power, it would take some effort to refine it again. Everything had begun and ended in a split second. Only now did Xianghuazi fall heavily to the ground. She stared at this scene in disbelief. The powerful altar lord had actually been defeated and captured in a single moment. She could not help but rejoice that she had acted rashly. Just who was this child? No, he was not human. He was a demon. At the very least, he was a demon general that had taken on a human form. And the scarlet hair and scarlet eyes were strangely familiar to her. She thought of something she had investigated over a year ago and blurted out, "You're that baby." Li Qingshan glanced back at her and kicked the altar lord's head. "What an idiot. What kind of person do you think possesses an arcane treasure? You actually dare to attack me." An arcane treasure. That wondrous item is actually a legendary arcane treasure. I actually possessed an arcane treasure before. Xianghuazi was even more surprised. The altar lord had never told her about this. He had only told her not to tell anyone about the existence of this arcane treasure. Apart from feeling shock, she also felt deep regret. However, upon further thought, arcane treasures were not something she could possess, or it would only lead to great trouble. The altar lord was proof. "Are you a remnant of the snake god cult? If you kill me, the Holy Mother will definitely avenge me." The altar lord spoke viciously, but he did not dare to make any unnecessary movements as he lay on the ground. As long as the foot above his head exerted even the slightest bit of force, he would end up with his head on the ground. Survival was a human instinct, let alone someone like him who possessed a noble status and great strength. He had never expected the opponent to be so powerful, such that he could not use many of his techniques in time. Compared to her painstaking efforts in the Z Lotus altar, it was so easy that it made her jealous. No wonder Mother told me to cooperate with him with all my strength. I've probably obtained many benefits as well. Compared to climbing up bit by bit, climbing up a large tree was naturally much easier. Furthermore, with his strength, it would be extremely easy to destroy this Z Lotus altar. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and knelt down on one knee. "A Z is willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Au." At the same time, she said to the confused Xianghua Lu, "Third sister, quickly thank Lord's reward." The meaning behind her words was for Ah Lu to put in a good word for her. "Lord." Xianghua Lu found it very hard to associate this bad boy who bullied her whenever he was free with this word. Li Qingshan said, "Get up. The guy outside, hurry up and get in here." A Zhong is also willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Au. All these years, the matters of the Z Lotus altar have been handled by this lowly one. As long as Lord is willing, no one will know what happened here. I can guarantee it with my head. A man scrambled into the hall from outside the door. It was the middle-aged man who had tried to stop Li Qingshan from entering the Z Lotus altar, his face filled with flattery. When he heard that Xianghuazi had returned and brought that beautiful child into the hall, he became curious and guessed that there was most likely a problem with that child. Xianghua Lu had been able to pass through the many obstructions and smoothly enter the hall because he had secretly used his strength. He wanted to implicate Xianghua Lu in this matter to deal a blow to Xianghuazi who was vying for power with him. But he had not expected the great Z Lotus altar lord to be defeated so quickly. When a shout reached his ears, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately came in to pledge loyalty, only asking for a way out. Chapter 737. Zhong was overjoyed. As long as he had value, he could escape. Right when he was about to say something, Xianghuazi cut him off. "You can announce that he's in secluded cultivation." A Zhong glared at her, but Xianghuazi completely ignored him. She stared straight at Li Qingshan and felt slightly regretful inside. She could only hate herself for not listening to Chrysanthemum Fragilis earlier. If she had stated her stance right from the beginning, she definitely would have benefited quite a lot. Now she had to expend so much effort to salvage the situation, and she even had to compete with others. "What are you glaring at my sister for?" Xianghua Lu also stood beside Xianghuazi without the slightest hesitation, which comforted Xianghuazi greatly. At crucial times like these, it was still her family that could be relied on. She looked at Xianghua Lu, who had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. Just what did you dote on her so much? Was it because? Thinking up to there, she became even more confident and stuck out her chest a little. As Zhong thought, "Oh no, these bitches are using their beauty to bewitch people, but I'm not their opponent." He called out, "Sir, Xianghuazi is inexperienced. She's only been placed in such an important position because of her relationship with the altar lord. How can her words convince everyone?" Xianghuazi was furious, but she still wanted to argue. "Alright, there's no need to be like fighting cocks. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you with what happens next. I just happen to be in secluded cultivation for a while, so I hope the people in the Z Lotus altar can settle down and not cause any rumors or make it to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. I won't say any more threatening words. Just do as you see fit. If you want to die, I definitely won't stop you." Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He was not worried about whether they would betray him or not, let alone the fact that two measly Qi practitioners had no means of long-distance communication. Even if they did manage to contact the White Lotus Mother, only death would await them. They would never do something as stupid as that unless they had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. A Zhong and Xianghua Zi clasped their hands and accepted the order, backing out of the hall. They left behind Xianghua Lu, who was still rather confused. "What, you can't bear to leave me?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her soft waist with a smile, stroking it gently. You don't?" Xianghua Lu's body immediately softened, and she powerlessly pushed him away. Her soft voice was more like a temptation than a refusal. Over the past few days, not a single part of her body had been able to escape his caresses, and she had even tasted lust for the first time. Li Qingshan gently kissed her lips. "In a few days I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a woman, okay?" "Not good. I'm going to find my second sister." Xianghua Lu's face was bright red. She pushed him away and turned to leave, running out of the hall as if she was fleeing. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. That night, a Zhong and Xianghua Zi announced in the name of the altar lord that they would seal off the great hall and enter seclusion. No one was to disturb them. Their positions in the Z Lotus altar were very high. Furthermore, the fact that the altar master had been silently captured was too unbelievable. No one suspected anything. In the spacious hall, Li Qingshan sat on the lotus pedestal and began refining the Azura field again. Actually, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine an arcane treasure. However, he had the experience of refining one in the past, and his imprint still lingered in the Azura field, which gave him a certain chance. Red and blue light constantly flowed through his hand, entangling with one another and seeping into the Azura field strand by strand. The blood-red inscriptions on it sprang to life, flickering with light. His heart was calm, and his soul sense began to penetrate the Azura field. Before he completely entered a state of selflessness, he thought of Ruexian. He wondered where she was right now and how she was doing. With the senses of the spirit turtle, he could vaguely sense that she was still alive. She was not in life-threatening danger. However, his strength had yet to fully recover, so it was impossible for him to accurately sense where she was. Li Qingshan silently dismissed his thoughts. Once his strength completely recovered, he would obviously find out. 3 years ago in the rainforest of the Mist Province. The sky was hazy and torrential rain poured down, constantly pouring into a huge pit and forming a new lake. A slender woman in white walked out of the rainforest and stared at the lake sternly. The surface of the lake was shrouded in mist, constantly rippling like her mind. It was said that the Dragon King of the Sea had slain the North Moon once. Some kind of terrifying aura still lingered in it, preventing wild beasts from approaching it. Don't tell me he's actually already. Ruexian's heart ached, and she was momentarily at a loss. She had spent almost 2 months, crossing almost 15,000 kilometers from the Green Province to the Mist Province to find his traces. She knew there would be no results, but she still came. What a coincidence. How many times had she dreamed about this scene before her? The air was filled with the unique aura of the Mist Province, constantly stirring up her memories of the past. Even the water of oblivion could not suppress it anymore. Just how many things did a person have to forget, and how many burdens did they have to cast aside before they could continue moving forward? Ruexian became cautious. All she saw was a black lotus suddenly emerge from the misty surface of the lake. The lotus bloomed, and a man in black robes and a crown made of a black lotus said gently, "You're right." He said gently, "Fellow, have you specially come to visit the ruins of this battle as well?" Unfortunately, far too much time has already passed. Many of the crucial auras and traces have already vanished. "May I ask for your name, fellow?" Ruexian shivered inside. This person had probably undergone the second heavenly tribulation already. "Names are just code names. You can call me Black Lotus." The man who called himself Black Lotus smiled gently and walked over on the water. Ruexian found him rather familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me he's Altar Lord Black Lotus of the White Lotus sect? Have you heard of my name before, fellow?" Venerable Black Lotus's eyes flickered slightly. "I haven't." "Then have you heard of the White Lotus sect?" The sun rose and set. Time passed by slowly. Over a month later, the Azura field suddenly circled around in the main hall of the Z Lotus altar. It shone with rings of blood-red light above Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and raised his head. He smiled faintly. I'm finally done. Sending his soul sense into the Azura field, a familiar sight unfolded before him. A great banyan tree stood between the sky and the earth. The night roamers lived right under the tree. The Azura field fought for itself on the ground, honing their martial arts. The haunts wandered through the wilderness. However, within a range of several hundred kilometers, there were many more lakes and rivers. He could still remember that this was the result of him channeling tremendous amounts of water spiritual chi into the Azura field. You're still alive. A thought emerged from the great banyan tree filled with faint surprise. Even with his intelligence, he never thought he would actually be able to escape alive after being hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea. Li Qingshan sniggered. How can I be killed so easily? You better not tell anyone. Trees don't speak carelessly. The banyan tree king laughed aloud. The tree trembled and the night roamers all raised their heads. They had no idea what had happened to make the banyan tree king so happy. This is yours. Take it. The 100 treasures pouch returned to Li Qingshan's hands once again, along with 3 other items. A deep blue bead that possessed the vast aura of the ocean. A blood-red crystal, condensed from endless malice and killing intent. Chapter 738. The 3 lights were 3 cultivation methods as well as 3 paths. If Li Qingshan absorbed any one of them into his body, his strength would increase drastically. However, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to do that. After undergoing Nerva rebirth, the most important thing was to use the time of growth to slowly balance out the various powers in his body. If he devoured all 3 at once, it would only disrupt his original pace, which was why he could only choose one of them. The Ocean Pearl should be the best choice. It could raise his strength back to early golden core immediately. Combined with his recovered strength, there would only be a very limited number of people who could threaten him in the Mist Province. However, after a moment of thought, he still chose the Demon Heart, as it was a little more compatible with the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and it would not disrupt the balance between water and fire in his body. And, speaking of which, who knew how much more powerful the demon suppression statuary was compared to the arts of the boundless ocean? The reason why it did not demonstrate great power was actually because there was a crucial step he had never taken, which was to completely give up on the arts of the boundless ocean and convert his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary. In the past, the unraging monk had converted the Saraira he had cultivated arduously into a demon heart, which was why he had truly succeeded in practicing the demon suppression statuary. Without this step, the demon suppression statuary would actually be an empty shell. Li Qingshan had to rely on his powerful demonic nature to barely unleash some of its power. The reason why Li Qingshan had never taken this step was because of many considerations. This conversion required time. He did not have too much time and energy to spend on it. After all, demon cultivation was his foundation. Human cultivation was actually secondary. The arts of the boundless ocean was a little weaker, but it was more complete, so it was easier to practice too. Originally, he planned on converting the arts of the boundless ocean to the 9th layer of perfection, which would basically allow him to unleash the full power of the first 6 layers of the demon suppression statuary. However, as it seemed, it was time for him to make a choice now. If he did not use this opportunity to tidy up the various powers in his body, he would have to wait for this Nerva rebirth. He extended a finger, and the blood-red, crystal-like demon heart suddenly shone with intense light. He silently operated the demon suppression statuary, and the light slowly receded. It was translucent and glistening. Afterwards, he looked at the ocean pearl again. Under the control of his divine sense, the deep ocean pearl began to spin faster and faster, and its smooth and round shape gradually changed. It gradually approached the demon heart. A droplet of liquid suddenly flew out of the ocean pearl and landed on the demon heart. It immediately led to a powerful reaction. The red light flickered constantly, illuminating the entire hall. Under Li Qingshan's control, over a day had passed. Only then did the light gradually settle down, and the demon heart began to shine even more brightly. Afterwards, the droplet of the second droplet. Just like that, time passed day by day. The deep sea pearl grew smaller and smaller, and the demon heart grew brighter and brighter. The demon heart that was originally blood red was now intertwined with a deep blue. The 2 colors merged together, making it seem even more magnificent. The benefits of combining the two powers went without saying. His current strength as a human cultivator was definitely much greater than before his rebirth. Right now, even if the White Lotus Mother directly charged over, he could advance and retreat with ease. 2 months ago, his mirror clone had sent him good news as well. According to their agreement, Gu Yenying had helped him collect a large quantity of fire-attributed pills and spiritual stones. He directly paid for it. Of course, he had to thank Si Qing for her generosity and asking her to continue collecting them. With this sum of resources, he could begin practicing the second layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. After a lengthy period of cultivation, he needed to rest slightly, so he took out the Azura field. Sister, where do you think Master has been these past few years? Why hasn't he summoned us even once? The Tree King clearly knows, but he refuses to tell us. In an exquisite treehouse in the Azura field, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo sat opposite one another. Smoke curled up from their tea. Everything in the room was carved from wood, engraved with complicated and beautiful patterns. The air gave off a fresh, natural fragrance, completely different from the gloominess and mysteriousness underground. He's probably focusing on cultivation right now. At his realm of cultivation, it's nothing strange for him to enter secluded cultivation for a few years. Actually, there are regular demons who can enter secluded cultivation for several decades at a time. It's best if you don't think about it too much. Focus on cultivation. Yi Liusu comforted Yi Liubo, but her gaze was rather unfocused. The most precious thing in the world of cultivation was time, but it was also the least valuable thing. What? Several decades? I'll die. Yi Liubo was tongue-tied. She leaned on the round wooden table powerlessly and groaned. Reunions are always short. Parting is forever. Liubo, don't you understand? Yi Liusu stroked Yi Liubo's hair gently and said gently. With his talent, becoming a demon king was nothing difficult. His lifespan would reach over 10,000 years. As night roamers, they might live a little longer than regular human cultivators, but they were nowhere close to demons. They would basically die before him. And that was not the cruelest part. It was possible for him to ascend even faster and even higher, ascending to an even greater world. That would not be a barrier of time but a barrier of space. I don't care. I don't care. I want to follow Master for the rest of my life. I haven't even given birth to his child yet. Yi Liubo called out shamelessly like a child. Yi Liusu sighed. Just when she was about to say something, the scenery before her changed. A voice rang out from behind, as long as you try a few more times, you'll definitely have a child. Suddenly she looked back and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child standing on the lotus pedestal a few steps away, smiling at them. The voice had come from him. You're a master? Yi Liubo recognized the familiar scarlet hair and eyes with a single glance. Who else could it be? Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, Yi Liubo lunged over and hugged him firmly. She murmured, Master, you've become so small. Yi Liusu also asked, what happened? Don't you know? It's a long story. Li Qingshan roughly explained what had happened. That's roughly it. I'm currently recovering, which is why I've become a little smaller. However, I'll recover very soon. Chapter 739. After that, Li Qingshan told them to focus on cultivation and not to slack off. It's not like I have my sister's talent. Even if I cultivate for another century, I'll only undergo the second heavenly tribulation. I'm better off staying here and spending some more time with you. It'll be better than staying in that tiny box. It'll be so boring. After reuniting after so long, how could Yi Liubo just leave like this? She hugged Li Qingshan and clung to him. The space in there isn't small. Can't it hold you? Li Qingshan patted her bottom gently with a smile. I'm not strong enough right now, so even I have to endure it. However, there will be a day in the future when I can roam the 9 provinces, and you can roam the 9 provinces. Then we'll be looking forward to that day arriving sooner. Liubo, let's go. Yi Liusu said. Fine. Yi Liubo said reluctantly. As soon as they returned to the Azura field, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared in the room. The shadow solidified, turning into a female night roamer who resembled Yi Liusu slightly, except her appearance was more mature and her figure was even more graceful. She was Yi Mingzhu. Mother. Yi Liusu said. Yi Liubo also bowed reluctantly. Yosu, what's happened? Yi Mingzhu frowned. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and gaining control over the night roamers, her bearing had become even nobler than before. Her words and actions were both dignified, adding to her charm. Yosu roughly explained what had happened. I see. Yi Mingzhu felt deep regret. As it turned out, he had been heavily injured in the past few years, losing control over the Azura field. No wonder there had been no news from him. If she had known this earlier, she would have attempted to refine the Azura field from within. Not only would she have obtained an arcane treasure, but she could even take it a step further and completely break free from the North Moon's control. She could definitely achieve that with her cultivation, but it was too late for regret now. She probed again. Is Sir North Moon well? I still need some time to recover. Mother, you don't have to feel trapped here. He said that one day in the 9 states we can move freely. Yi Liosu comforted her mother with confidence. She could faintly sense the change in her mother's mood. She was definitely unwilling to stay in the tiny Azura field forever. I believe that day will come. Yi Mingzhu smiled happily, but she didn't believe it at all. He had formed a deadly feud with the Dragon King of the Sea. It was clear that he would never be able to make a comeback. Can only hide like a mouse. Back at the top of the banyan tree in the cave that belonged to her, her expression changed. His eyes were bright and gloomy. Perhaps, this was an unprecedented opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If he missed this opportunity when he fully recovered his strength, or even became even stronger, there would be no more opportunities left. She had already endured this kind of life. She was trapped in this small space and ordered around like a servant. She was no longer the mistress of the Spider Shadow clan. She had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed a great power that was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Just as Li Qingshan was about to put away the Azura field, he suddenly sensed a divine consciousness coming from the Azura field. Master, I have something to report. What is it? I want to report it to Master in person. Li Qingshan frowned and thought for a moment. He waved his hand and let Yi Mingzhu out of the Azura field. He sized her up. This woman had become even more alluring. If there was a chance in the future, he might as well enjoy her. He asked, what is it? When Yi Mingzhu saw his appearance, she thought to herself as expected. Clearly this attitude was not of his own will. From his appearance, his current strength was probably only 50% to 60% of his peak. At most, he could be considered a demon general. I should be able to defeat him now. With various thoughts, she said sincerely, I'm worried about Master's safety. If there's anything you need Mingzhu for, please call me at any time. Indeed, if Li Qingshan needed help, she who had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed powerful assassination skills, was undoubtedly the best choice. You just want to see how much strength I have left. Li Qingshan supported his chin with his hand and said with a smile. He could trust Yi Liosu and Yi Liobua, but before he had the strength to protect himself, he would definitely not summon Yi Mingzhu out of the Azura field. Otherwise there would be the threat of a backlash. If he did not want to be betrayed, it was best not to give others this chance. I'm innocent, Master. Li Qingshan's prestige was still there. When Yi Mingzhu heard that, her expression changed drastically, and she immediately knelt on the ground. I'm greatly indebted to Master. The stars and moon can bear witness to my loyalty to Master. The midday sun shone through the exquisitely designed skylight into the hall, making the hall appear extremely bright. Her exquisite face did not have the usual nobility and arrogance. Instead, it was filled with grievance and submission. Is that so? Then why do you have to say these words in front of me? You can still say them to me in the Azura field. Li Qingshan was interested. His scarlet eyes reflected the sunlight and glistened as he moved his fingers gently. How can I be at ease if I don't see Master? Yi Mingzhu only wanted to get out of the Azura field as soon as possible before his strength recovered. She did not expect that she would succeed so easily. She had not thought of a suitable excuse, but her reaction was not slow. Actually, I can't endure the pain of lovesickness. That's why I want to see Master. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows as if he did not expect her to say that. He said with a smile, so my charm is so strong. What? Do you want to become my woman too? Yes. Since the first time I saw Master. Yi Mingzhu began to talk about her emotional journey of falling in love with Li Qingshan. Alright, I'm very touched. On account of your deep feelings, I'll reluctantly agree to it. Li Qingshan listened for a while. At first he was quite happy, but after a while his teeth ached. Although he did not cultivate the Xieji transformation, He was not a fool who would fall for a few nice words. He did not believe a single bit of Yi Mingzhu's confession of love. "Thank you, master," Yi Mingzhu said joyfully. "Go back to the Azura field first. I'll summon you when the time is right." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Although he had recovered to the age where he could do something, he was not that thirsty. "I want to spend more time with master." Yi Mingzhu caressed her chest inadvertently, and her eyes suddenly became charming. "Is that so?" Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly as if he wanted to see through Yi Mingzhu. His lips curled into an unfathomable smile, but it did not seem to be the joy brought by a beauty offering herself. Yi Mingzhu hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "Then come over." Li Qingshan did not intend to do anything in this childish manner, but he suddenly changed his mind at this moment. Yi Mingzhu was about to get up when Li Qingshan said, "Don't get up. Just come over like this." "Yes, master." A trace of darkness flashed in Yi Mingzhu's eyes, and she knelt in front of him. "Do you know? For some people, the more others suppress and humiliate them, and treat them like slaves, the more obedient they will be. On the contrary, if someone treats them well and gives them strength, the more ambitious they will be. They will never consider feelings or gratitude and only consider the pros and cons." "Mingzhu, are you such a person?" Li Qingshan bent down and his forehead almost touched Yi Mingzhu's. His red eyes looked deeply at her. "Of course not." Yi Mingzhu's heart tightened. Has he guessed what I'm thinking? Since she had come out this time, she had no plans on returning to the Azura field. As long as she merged into the shadows of the Mist Province's jungles that never saw the light of day, no one would be able to find her. The world was vast and she could go anywhere with her cultivation. However, she did not immediately turn around and flee after leaving the Azura field, as she wanted to try something, which was to assassinate the North Moon. Since she had decided to betray him, she had to take action. The level of danger was the same. If she succeeded, she could take over everything from him. Even if the assassination failed, she could flee far away. She was confident that even if she could not win, escaping would not be a problem. By then, as long as she spread the news that he was still alive, he would still struggle to escape the fate of being hunted down and killed by the Dragon King of the Sea. This was the heaven-sent opportunity she saw. If she won, she would win everything, but if she lost, she would not lose anything either. Of course, she had to try it. That would be for the best. Li Qingshan smiled. Yi Mingzhu eased up inside. "Looks like he's just too wary, which is why he's warning me like this, or he would have directly attacked me. This instead proves how weak he is right now. If it were in the past, he would never waste his breath like this. If he were bold enough to betray me, he would just directly kill me." In the past, he had casually given her the origin spirit pill not because he trusted her, but because he was not afraid of her doing anything at all. Now he was afraid. She became even more confident in her plan. She needed to do something to make him completely lower his guard. As a woman, she obviously had to use one of her greatest weapons. "I'm willing to do anything for master." "That's fantastic." Li Qingshan did not hold back anymore. He suddenly lifted her up and pressed her against the lotus pedestal, ripping apart her armor without the slightest tenderness. He played around with the softness that had leapt out from her chest fearlessly. Yi Mingzhu let out a soul-stirring moan. She sneered in her heart, "You've finally taken the bait. But with your current appearance, I'm afraid you can only move your hands and feet." As if sensing her thoughts, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly grew bigger. His devil heart glowed with a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a handsome child into a ferocious-looking brawny man. He chuckled. Lotus petals bloomed on the lotus pedestal, completely enveloping them. The sunlight shifted bit by bit, slowly dimming until it completely disappeared. There were no lights in the main hall, and it was as dark as water. "It's getting late. Are you still not going to make a move?" Li Qingshan said with a smile as he stroked Yi Mingzhu's smooth back. "Master, what are you talking about?" Yi Mingzhu said lazily. "I'm just joking with you." Li Qingshan chuckled. Chapter 740. Bang. The blood-red heart stopped beating and the black poison spread like a shadow. The heart was corroded into a pitch-black color in the blink of an eye. Hee. Li Qingshan's laughter did not stop, and his expression did not change at all. Even the movements of his hands were still gentle. "Someone once sold my whereabouts to the demon slayer Fu Qingjin. You were the one who did it, right? So what if I am?" Yi Mingzhu turned into a shadow and blended into the darkness. Her voice echoed in the hall. Not only is the heart not a vital point, it can't even injure him severely? If I had known this would happen, I would have attacked the brain directly. In the past, I didn't take you to heart. After experiencing this incident, I realized that I really shouldn't have left any latent dangers in the Azura arena. Li Qingshan sat up, his long hair falling down to cover his face. He put his hands on his knees and shook his head hard, as if lamenting his negligence in the past. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to understand. If I had waited for you to fully recover your strength, how would I dare to attack you? What I don't understand is, if you don't make a move, how can I justify killing you? Northmoon, I had thought that you were a big shot, but it turns out that you are so timid. You gave me the chance to kill you for such a ridiculous reason. I will come and go as I please. What can you do to me? Yi Mingzhu felt a chill in her heart, but she immediately dismissed it. He did not understand how powerful she was right now. As long as she was not trapped in a spatial domain like the Azura field, she could hide all of her aura and pass through any obstacles. Be it steel or formations, she could ignore them all. This was the way night roamers fought. The way of survival was the way of an assassin. Defeating the strong with the weak was nothing but a walk in the park. No matter how strong the enemy's defense was, he would be able to kill them with a single strike. Even if he failed, he would be able to escape far away. To you, Liusu's idea might be a laughable reason, but to me it's not. As for who I am, that's not for you to judge. You've been spouting nonsense here. Why aren't you making a move? Are you afraid? Then I'll let you have 3 moves first. 3 moves? Was it still because of Liusu? What a good son-in-law. No, it's because you're just serving me well now, mother-in-law. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth raised into a smile. A black sword pierced through the space between his brows. A shadow appeared behind Li Qingshan. Ignoring the tough cowhide and tenacious tiger bones, he pierced through its skull with a single strike. The second move. Li Qingshan didn't move, ignoring the shadow behind him. Yi Mingzhu was shocked. Where was his vital point? If an attack that one thought was fatal was useless in a fight, it could very well affect the outcome of the battle. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian sneered coldly. Since you dare to act so arrogantly, don't blame me for being ruthless. 100 Ghosts Night Tour. One by one, human figures walked out of the darkness like thin shadows. Some had swollen bodies, some had long limbs, and they were constantly twisting and changing like ghosts, approaching Li Qingshan on the lotus platform. Li Qingshan continued to sit there without budging, as steady as a mountain. The ghosts lunged over, and their heads suddenly split open, turning into huge mouths with crisscrossed teeth that bit down on Li Qingshan and tore at him viciously. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Did he not have any vital points on his body? The third move. With your strength, even if I let you have another 100 moves, what can you do? Li Qingshan said indifferently. Waves of demonic qi gushed out of his body, sweeping away all the ghosts. His body expanded until it was more than 3 meters tall. He had completely demonized. A sinister scarlet armor covered every inch of his skin, leaving only a pair of eyes that were similar in color to his demonic heart, a mix of red and blue, staring at the boundless darkness. The traitorous demon sword appeared in front of his knees. Its single eye turned, demonic light swirling around it. Yi Mingzhu's eyes widened. He's hiding his strength. What a powerful aura. This isn't demonic qi. She suddenly realized that although she had known him for a long time and had even had a fling with him, she did not understand him at all. It would not be easy to kill him. Without hesitation, she immediately sneaked out of the hall. If she couldn't kill him, then she wouldn't kill him. In any case, the Dragon King of the Sea would kill him for her. You still want to leave? Li Qingshan stroked the traitorous demon sword, feeling the new strength flowing through his body, but he still did not attack. Yi Mingzhu had already passed through the wall and arrived outside the hall. Just as she thought that she would be able to soar freely in the skies, she suddenly slammed into a black wall and was bounced back. What is this? At some unknown time, a towering black pagoda had appeared atop a lone peak, enveloping the entire hall. Yi Mingzhu dove down and slammed into the black floor that was also made of the same material. She bumped around in the pagoda like a headless fly, but she was unable to escape. It's the demonic intent in your heart, and it's also the demonic intent in my heart. The cultivation method you night roamers practice is called the Night Demon Scripture. What a coincidence. Swish. Countless pitch-black chains of demon suppression seemed to extend out of thin air, crisscrossing with one another. Yi Mingzhu turned into a shadow, thinking that she had hidden very well. In the blink of an eye, countless chains of demon suppression came shuttling back and forth, aiming at her position. She was shocked and flew away, but the chains of demon suppression were like maggots in tarsal bones chasing after her. No matter how fast she was, dodging the pursuit of so many chains in such a narrow space was rather taxing. Suddenly, a huge net woven from chains fell towards her. She dared not test whether the net could touch her body or not. The shadow twisted and became extremely thin, passing through the opening of the net. However, she felt her waist tighten and the net tightened as well. She paused and countless chains of demon suppression wrapped around her. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free. From beginning to end, Li Qingshan remained seated on the lotus pedestal the entire time. The chains before him intertwined like a ball, with a black shadow bumping around inside. "Why don't you show your true form?" Li Qingshan waved his hand and dispersed the demon suppression tower. "Spare me, master. Mingzhu will never do it again." Yi Mingzhu revealed herself and begged for mercy in a panic. Only now did she understand that everything was within his plan. The so-called opportunity to kill him and escape had never existed in the very beginning. Li Qingshan stood up and shook his body. Crack. A crack appeared on the scarlet armor, quickly spreading into a sea of cracks. The originally sinister and shiny armor suddenly became like a rock that had been dried up, covered in cracks and scattering. Like an eggshell shattering, a brand new appearance was revealed. His figure was much smaller, only slightly taller than an ordinary person. He still seemed to be wearing armor, but there was an additional dark blue color. His slender and smooth body flowed like the clouds and flowing water. Even his face was covered by a curved visor, making it impossible to see his brows. However, there were ripples of water like surging waves or rising and falling tides. His joints were covered in swirling patterns, giving him a magnificent sense of beauty. After completely melting the deep ocean pearl, the demon suppression statuary finally transformed from an empty shell into substance, revealing the true form of a demon commander unique to Li Qingshan. "I originally thought that you would be able to make me move a bit. How disappointing." The visor opened, revealing a face that was very unfamiliar to Yi Mingzhu. It was very similar to Li Qingshan's original appearance, except that it was not as angular as before, appearing softer. However, there were beast markings on both sides of his cheeks, and as he spoke, he revealed sharp fangs. "Master, I beg you to spare my life for Liusu's sake. I will serve you well. Otherwise, I will detonate the Night Demon Core and you will get nothing. If I say that as long as you hand over the Night Demon Core, I will spare your life, what will you choose?" Yi Mingzhu fell into a dilemma. If she handed over the Night Demon Core, she would lose her final bargaining chip, but if she did not hand it over, she would die without a doubt. She thought again and again. "As long as you swear." Before she had finished speaking, there was a flash of sword light. Yi Mingzhu's head, still wearing a stunned expression, rolled to the ground. "If you only wanted to escape and not take the opportunity to assassinate me, I might have spared your life. Even at this point you still want to threaten me? You're really seeking death." Li Qingshan put away the traitorous demon sword and held a black pearl in his hand. There seemed to be dark shadows lingering within it, forming an ever-changing devil's face. It was the Night Demon Core. He then put Yi Mingzhu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch and returned to his child's appearance. Then he waved his hand to summon Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo, saying, "Yi Mingzhu tried to assassinate me and has been killed by me." "What?" Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo both revealed expressions of shock. "She said that she had something important to discuss with me, and that it had to be outside the Azura field. After we met, seeing that my strength had not recovered, she had ill intentions." Yi Liubo said hatefully, "I could tell that there was something wrong with her expression during the day. So she was testing Master's strength." "Mother." Yi Liusu murmured and became sorrowful. She did not doubt his explanation at all. If he did not want her to know, all he had to do was say that Yi Mingzhu had escaped. There was no need for him to tell her at all, and doing something like that suited Yi Mingzhu's personality. Deep regret filled his heart. "It's all my fault. I've said too much to her." If he had not told Yi Mingzhu that he was currently in a weakened state, she would never have done anything given how cautious she was. And clearly this information was not true either. "I personally believe I have a clear conscience towards the night roamers, yet this is how I've been repaid in the end. It's truly disappointing. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the night roamers away. Master wants to abandon us." Ieyasu cried out involuntarily. Iyabu's expression changed drastically too. Had he grown suspicious of all night roamers because of what happened to Yi Mingzhu? Not you but everyone else. The only people I care about among the night roamers are the two of you. The fates of the others have nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered with oppressing them and using them for fun like Helicoverpa either. Why don't we all go our separate ways? Iyabu stopped worrying. Ieyasu knelt down. Please take back your name, master. The greatest difference between her and Yi Mingzhu was their ideals. Yi Mingzhu only needed to consider her own benefits and losses. When it mattered, she could even cast her daughter to the back of her mind, completely unconcerned about the effects of her escape. On the other hand, Ieyasu considered the development of the entire night roamers. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. All she had to do was wait for the day he became a demon king, and the night roamers that followed him would obviously be able to stand in the world. Chapter 741. Iyabu said, "Yeah, master. It's far too boring to stay in the Azura field alone. It's only fun with more people. If you want to revitalize the night roamers, then ingest this night demon pill and undergo the second heavenly tribulation as soon as possible." Li Qingshan passed the night demon pill to Ieyasu. Ieyasu stared at the night demon pill, but she did not accept it. Even though she had the dream of revitalizing the night roamers, even though Yi Mingzhu only had herself to blame, she was still her mother after all. How could she just accept the night demon pill so easily? Li Qingshan waited quietly for her to make her choice. He also felt rather strange inside. I killed her mother and I'm even forcing her to do this. I really am a demon. At the end of the day, their relationship was not equal. This equality did not refer to strength or weakness. Ru Xian was much weaker than him, but they were still equals. It was exactly because of the three words, asking for nothing, that Ru Xian was never willing to take advantage of him. She even tried her best to avoid getting him involved in her matters, which instead benefited him greatly. As a result, he treated her as an equal, treating her as a confidant. However, night roamers were different. Since they had a request and they had a master-servant relationship, they definitely had to pay a certain price. At the very least, it had to be loyalty. If she wanted benefits but she did not want to pay any price, he would not fly into a rage and just part ways. "Master, you're so biased." Iyabu suddenly called out. With elder sister's talent, she can undergo the second heavenly tribulation with ease, but I don't have any confidence at all. You don't give this high-grade night demon pill to me, instead giving it to elder sister. If that's not bias, what is it? That's reasonable. I'll reward it to you then. Li Qingshan smiled and tossed the night demon pill to Iyabu. Ieyasu let out a gentle sigh of relief and cast a grateful gaze at Iyabu. Cultivate properly. The Azura field isn't a paradise either. One day I will leave this world. Li Qingshan said meaningfully and had Ieyasu and Iyabu return to the Azura field. Then he cast his gaze outside the hall and waved his hand. Come in. The sisters Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu, as well as the chief steward of the Zi Lotus Altar's master, Zhong, arrived in the hall. Though the demon-suppressing pagoda had only appeared for a moment before it was put away by Li Qingshan, the commotion it had caused was not small. The entire Zi Lotus Altar was alarmed. You've gotten bigger again." Xianghua Lu exclaimed in surprise. It had only been a few months, yet he had grown up quite a bit again. He was slowly breaking away from his childishness and revealing his true bearing. "You look like you've grown up a lot." Li Qingshan smiled. "Is that so? Thank you for the hidden breath goo." Xianghua Lu's face reddened and she was a bit bashful. These days Xianghua Zi had taught her many things. "That's right, what happened just now? It was just a rat that snuck in. Has anything happened in the Zi Lotus Altar recently?" Xianghua Zi grumbled. "Just a rat can cause such a great commotion. Just how big is the rat?" Zhong said, "Nothing happened." "Really? Then something's going to happen very soon." Li Qingshan gazed towards the southwest. He could not sense the cultivation of Xianghua Zi and the others. Several dozen kilometers away, a demon chi rose up indistinctly, rapidly drawing closer. Xianghua Zi and the others were all confused. Boom. The demon chi collided with the formation viciously and produced a ring of light, suddenly illuminating the entire Zi Lotus Altar. Even the hall trembled slightly. "Oh no, it's the snake god cult." Xianghua Zi's face paled. The snake god cult had irreconcilable grievances with the White Lotus sect. Once they broke through the formation, they would definitely slaughter everyone here to vent their anger, yet the altar lord just happened to be crippled. The only person they could rely on was Goldie, a Yu of unknown origins. It was still unknown whether he would become enemies with the snake god cult or not. If they directly gave up on the Z Lotus altar, they were dead for sure. Booms constantly rang out, and the entire Z Lotus altar descended into chaos. Many people rushed towards the hall. "All right, you can go back and rest." Li Qingshan waved his hand. "We're willing to advance and retreat with you, sir." Zhong too. "We're willing to die for you, sir." Li Qingshan saw through their thoughts and smiled gently. With a flash, he vanished from the hall. Xianghuazi and Zhong exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. In their eyes, both the snake god cult and the White Lotus sect were colossal, undefeatable existences. No one would be willing to openly oppose them, so choosing to flee was completely normal. They could even silence them along the way, avoiding the White Lotus sect's attention. Alu called out, "Be careful, Yu." It made Xianghuazi and Zhong glance at each other. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? At the center of the surging demon chi was a graceful, golden-haired beauty. She wore a short, strapless skirt that seemed to be woven from golden scales. She constantly used her demon chi to attack the formations of the Z Lotus altar. She was certain, something must have happened in the Z Lotus altar, or the altar lord would have come out to face the enemy long ago. "I haven't waited here for so long in vain. I've finally waited for this opportunity." Suddenly, a voice rang out by her ear, "Are you a member of the Snake God cult?" "I'm the Protector General of the Snake God cult, Gold Thread." "Who are you?" Gold Thread looked down and saw a handsome child standing in the sea of trees. "This is the child they've been talking about. You don't have to worry about that. I have some matters I need your Snake God cult's help with." "All right, I'll talk to you after I take down the Z Lotus altar." As Gold Thread said that, she suddenly felt that she could no longer swing her right arm. She felt a sharp pain, and she discovered in shock that a bloody hole had appeared in her right shoulder. Then she looked at the handsome child. His thumb and middle finger were locked together, and a crystalline droplet of water flickered between his fingers. He was the culprit that had heavily injured her. If the attack had been aimed at her head, she would have died already. Gold Thread withdrew her demon chi and landed in the sea of trees. She clutched her shoulder and stared at Li Qingshan in shock. "Just who are you? You only need to ask once." Li Qingshan interrupted her rudely and crossed his arms as he sat on the tree root. "With your strength, sir, what do you need our snake god cult's help with?" Gold Thread's face sank. She was careful. His strength was unimaginable. "Help me find this person and I'll give you the altar lord's head." With a thought from Li Qingshan, water vapor gathered and turned into a woman. She was lifelike and lifelike. It was Ruexian. If Ruexian still remained in this land, there would definitely be people who had seen her. As a local organization, the Snake God cult definitely had many eyes and ears. The White Lotus sect was obviously a better choice, but he did not plan on going to the main altar of the White Lotus sect. "Why are you looking for her?" A gleam of light flashed through Gold Thread's eyes. "You've seen her?" Li Qingshan had never thought his search for Ruexian would go so smoothly. He could find traces of her just by asking the first person, no, the first snake. "I haven't. However, with the strength of our snake god cult, we should be able to find her very soon. You better wait for the good news." Gold Thread turned around to leave. Li Qingshan smiled. "You're not even asking for her name or cultivation. Are you bullying me because I'm young? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive if you tell another lie. Where is she?" Gold Thread's body froze and a violent hostility rushed over. She felt as if she was in the mouth of a ferocious beast. If she said anything wrong, she would be chewed up and swallowed. In order to save her life, she could only say honestly. In order to protect her life, she could only answer honestly. "She's in the main altar of the White Lotus sect." "How do you know?" Chapter 742. The Snake God cult had stood against the White Lotus sect for many years. If they did not even know anything about the upper echelon of the other party, who knew how many times they would have been destroyed a long time ago? The moment she saw Ruexin, Gold Thread recognized her. She was the lord of the Clear Ripple Hall, Shiji, who was rather renowned in the White Lotus sect. Although she had never clashed with her before, she had heard that she was impervious to weapons and had a heart of stone, and her methods were cruel. Anyone who ended up in her hands would suffer a fate worse than death. It was extremely miserable, enough to make the vicious shamans pale. She was a capable member of the White Lotus sect, and the White Lotus Mother was very fond of her. The reason why she had refused to reveal it immediately was because she was worried that this powerful child of unknown origins would have some close connection with the White Lotus sect. Let alone gaining another powerful enemy for the snake god cult, they would probably even lose their lives. All she could do now was accept her fate. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Although he had a feeling that nothing would happen to her, he never thought she would actually already be the Lord of the White Lotus sect. Her status was even greater than the Lord of the Z Lotus altar. He had also gained a slight understanding of the system of the White Lotus sect. Back in the Green Province, the White Lotus sect originally did not have a Hall Lord. It was the White Lotus Mother who led a group of altar lords to carry out underground activities and terrorism. However, after coming to the Mist Province, they were no longer suppressed by the Hawkwolf Guard, so they were able to develop legitimately. As a result, the rank of Hall Lord was added. The 22 altar lords controlled the various branches, while the Hall Lords resided in the main altar. There was the Heart Cleansing Hall that controlled punishment, the Tiny Lotus Hall that controlled the nurturing of disciples, and so on. They controlled the various authorities of the White Lotus sect. If they did not possess extraordinary strength and were deeply trusted, they would not be able to sit in a position like that. What does the Clear Ripple Hall do? It seems to be for spying. Before Gold Thread could finish, once they discovered that there were clans or tribes that held grudges against the White Lotus sect and had ill intentions, they would take action to clean them up. Wherever the Clear Ripple Hall went, not even a chicken or dog would be spared. Really? Li Qingshan thought happily, could it be that that fellow is looking for me? It seems that worrying about her is completely unnecessary. With her intelligence and cultivation, she can do well anywhere she goes. The only thing I'm worried about is being brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. However, I feel that there's no need to worry too much. Since even the Qian Rongji of the past was able to endure it, she shouldn't have any problems. He waved his hand at Jean C nonchalantly. Looks like you're quite cooperative. I'll spare your life today. Jean C felt as if she had been pardoned. She wished she could run away immediately and get as far away from him as possible. However, she paused and said tentatively, "Sir, just now, you seem to have promised me something." "You're talking about that? You have some guts. Forget it. An hour later. Come and get it yourself." Li Qingshan took a step forward and disappeared into the dense forest in the next moment. Not a trace of aura was left behind. Come and get it myself? Jean C seemed to be in thought. She paced around the forest for a while before suddenly stopping and gazing in the direction of the Z Lotus altar. "I'll just wait an hour." In the Z Lotus altar, there was a hubbub of voices in the hall. The disciples of the White Lotus sect surrounded Xianghua Zi, Zhong, and the other two. "Where's the altar lord? Where is the altar lord?" "Zhong, didn't you say the altar lord was in secluded cultivation? Where is he?" "Xianghua Zi, what the hell are you doing? If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for being merciless." The snake god cult had attacked the sect, but the altar lord had not appeared the entire time. This situation was far too unusual. Coupled with the strange boom earlier, all the disciples surged into the hall. Zhong was a caretaker, but he was still unable to do whatever he wanted. Among the disciples of the White Lotus sect, there were quite a few who possessed similar strength to him, and there were many who were more experienced. They had grown tired of his arrogance a long time ago. In the end, they all charged in like a swarm of bees, only to see an empty hall. They could not help but become suspicious. Vicious faces filled the surroundings. Once shamans became vicious, they could kill without hesitation. "I swear on my ancestor that this has nothing to do with me. It's the strange child these two bitches brought in that harmed the altar lord. I was worried about the altar lord's safety, which was why I was forced by them." In the face of danger, Zhong shifted the blame to Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu. Immediately, numerous pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at him. "Old bastard, stop slandering me. Be careful that your son doesn't." Xianghua Zi placed her hands on her hips and cursed at Zhong. However, she grumbled inside. Just as the hall descended into a mess, a figure climbed onto the platform like no one else was present. Suddenly, he took out a person from his bosom and placed him on the lotus throne. It was the altar lord. "Altar lord. Altar lord, what's wrong? Who are you?" Swish, 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 swish. He drew his blade and sword, brimming with killing intent. who knew how many vicious shaman gu were ready to be unleashed. Are you fine? Xianghua Lu went up and asked. Sir, a Zhong tried to sell you out earlier. Xianghua Zi riled up and pointed at a Zhong who was silently retreating in the crowd. His face immediately became sheet white. I heard you have an elder sister in the main altar of the White Lotus sect? Li Qingshan held a Lu's hand and made his way out of the hall. Xianghua Zi followed behind in a hurry. Yeah. Sister Hong is a disciple of the main altar. Her status is much higher than ours. Let's go seek shelter with your elder sister. Why? Because the Z Lotus altar is about to be destroyed. Li Qingshan naturally wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to go to the main altar of the White Lotus sect to find the clear Ripple Hall master that he had not seen in a long time. Kill him. The White Lotus disciples swarmed forward, all kinds of goo insects buzzing and flapping their wings. A formless killing intent engulfed the entire hall. In that instant it was as if time had stopped. Everyone froze on the spot, unable to move. The goo insects fell to the ground one after another. Li Qingshan pulled Xianghua Lu out of the door and went down the mountain in a short while. He looked back and saw Xianghua Zi following closely behind. When she saw him looking over, she hurriedly bowed. Sir, aren't we going to kill those people to silence them? That's not for you to worry about, Li Qingshan said. When he came there was one and when he left there were two. He was a step closer to fulfilling Chrysanthemum Fragilis's promise. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province that Gu Yenying had given him and took in the entire Mist Province. It was over 10 times larger than the Green Province. He found the location of the main altar of the White Lotus sect. It was rather far away from here. With their cultivation, it would probably take them several months to get there. It was better for him to find a suitable place to rest first. When the time was right he could directly fly over with them. An hour later, a rumble rang out from the direction of the Z Lotus altar again. Light constantly illuminated the night sky. At this moment, it began to rain heavily. Lightning surged and roared as the two types of light intertwined. The golden thread reverted to her original form, a huge, golden-scaled python, constantly bombarding the formation. The formation was powerful, but without anyone to control it, it still failed to escape the fate of being destroyed. Let's go. Let's report the news that the Z Lotus altar has been destroyed by the snake god cult. Perhaps we can even become disciples of the main altar. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and clouds rose up beneath his feet. Just when the sun was about to rise, a streak of light flew over from the southeast and landed on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It turned into an old woman with white hair. Although her face was covered in wrinkles, she seemed extremely benevolent. The deep wrinkles on her face made her seem like she was smiling at all times. She held a white lotus in her hand. The White Lotus mother glanced around and frowned slightly. The Z Lotus altar had already been reduced to ruins. There was not a single living creature left, and the lingering demon chi had already become extremely faint. It was impossible to track down. Obviously, Gold Thread was not stupid enough to kill the altar lord first. Instead, she took down the Z Lotus altar and wreaked havoc before killing the altar lord. Originally, she wanted to ask him about the inside story of the White Lotus sect, but as soon as she woke up the altar lord, he immediately went berserk. The altar lord had been casually tossed into the Azura field by Li Qingshan. The aura of the Azura field had corroded him, so he had completely lost his mind. All Gold Thread could do was swallow him. What a piece of trash, the White Lotus mother said. As for the person who had caused all of this, Li Qingshan currently sat on a cloud leisurely flying due south. Look, big sister. We're flying so high and so fast. Xianghua Lu leaned on the edge of the cloud and gazed down. The boundless sea of trees was like a furry, green carpet. Sir, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the main altar of the White Lotus sect, Xianghua Zi said. This isn't the main altar of the White Lotus sect, Li Qingshan said. The main altar of the White Lotus sect was in the southeast. He obviously had his reasons for choosing this direction. He discovered a palm-sized region of water on the mental map of the Mist Province. It was due south, 1,500 kilometers away. A few hours later, the rising sun turned into the setting sun. A glimmer appeared on the horizon. We're finally here. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and he sped up. The glimmer turned into a boundless region of water very soon, reflecting the red glow of the setting sun. It was like a magnificent crystal embedded in the sea of trees. He flew straight to the edge of the region of water. Above the clouds he was actually unable to see the end. Even Xianghua Lu, who had already grown rather numb to flying, sighed in amazement. Is this the ocean? Don't tell me this is the legendary Great Marsh of Cloud Dream. Xianghua Zi said in surprise. Ever since she was young, she had heard people mention that there was a great marsh of Cloud Dream in the south. It was so vast, but she had never seen it before. That's right. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and sensed the dense water spiritual qi in the great marsh of Cloud Dream. Sure enough, this was a virgin land that had yet to be developed. On the map, it was only the size of a palm, but it was actually a region of water that spanned several thousand kilometers. It was even larger than the entire Clear River Prefecture. The lakes of the Rui Commandery all seemed tiny in comparison. If he wanted to refine it, even the water god seal in Li Qingshan's possession would be rather difficult. The Mist Province was a chaotic and lawless land, but taking out a water god seal as large as that was basically impossible. As a result, there were a few powerful clusters of demon qi rising up from the lake, but there was no water god present. He found a lone island and descended on a cloud. Li Qingshan did not take out the water god seal immediately to refine it. The time was not right yet. His trip this time was more for investigation and to find a suitable place to cultivate. His trip to the main altar of the White Lotus sect might be a little troublesome. He needed to push the 6th layer of the demon suppression statuary to the peak, and he took out a ring. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.